Good morning. It's pretty early for me out
Good
here
morning.
on the west coast of the United States, but it's terrific seeing everybody here. Thanks for joining us today. We're going to have a great program. Before we really kick some stuff off, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. Um, First, we want to thank everybody who was a part of this on Wednesday for being here for our celebration. Nicholas, that was a pretty terrific one small footprint. I thought that was pretty great. Opening up your new site. I know you're going to talk more about that later today. For all the folks that are new and all the folks that are returning, we're grateful to have you. We're live streaming this to a couple channels. The Moon Society has been a terrific partner. I mean, this whole event is about them and what they're trying to do about living on the moon. Let's go to the moon. Let's go back. Let's stay. Let's do the development that we need to do. And it's also streaming to a science fiction Star Trek community, Axanar. And so it's great to have y'all. You are new to this program, so we're pretty happy to have you involved with what we're doing here. And so to our guests, thanks a lot for being a part of this. We've got some terrific speakers. I'll talk about them in a minute. Let's chat for a moment about what we're trying to do here. So the Lunar Development Conference is now the third year running for the Moon Society. They've been around for a really long time. They'll tell you more about that in a moment. And we at Liftport and are creating a kind of a spin-off brand of Better Futures. We've been doing this for about 2 years. We've had, I think today makes our 26th event. When COVID happened, we needed to continue a revenue stream, so we built a conferences as a service model because everybody still needs conferences. So we've been doing this for a while. It's really fun. We really like it, and it's kind of been valuable, I think, to the kind of global space community. So really happy with how this is evolving. I want to go over some of the speakers that we had Wednesday, just as a teaser, as a refresher, and you can find all that on our channel, youtube.com/liftport. You can find that now in the raw version, and in the coming weeks, you'll be able to find a more refined version of each of the videos on both the Liftport channel and the Moon Society's channel. So on Wednesday, we had Celine Cannelli come in and talk about a proposed habitat, lunar habitat. Terry Trevino also came in and talked about some of his habitat experience, his lunar analog habitat environment. The chairman of the Moon Society, Philip Kroom, came in and twice talked about a survey that the Moon Society is running. We're going to share more about that survey, and we're going to ask folks to participate in that, and we'll share that to the YouTube channels as well, because we think that survey is pretty important. I talked a bit about an idea called the Starship Singularity. That's the idea that things are going to change really dramatically in the very near future as SpaceX's Starship comes online. We always try to bring in Laura Forsick for a real whirlwind tour of what's happening in the latest developments on the news of space. And then we closed out the day with two really great things. Nicholas Jobstrat opened his facility and had the first footprints on his analog site to coincide with the historic landing on the moon. We had a toast, and we were really fortunate to have the son of the second man on the moon, Dr. Andrew Aldrin, to join us to talk about governance and risk and business development in the context of going to the moon. He did a little bit of compare contrast between the Apollo program and the current Artemis program. So that was Wednesday. We had a great time. I really encourage y'all to go back and watch those videos. We had over 1,000 people watching different segments of it. So that's definitely our largest attendance ever. So pretty happy about that. And then today's schedule, I'll post that in the chat in just a moment. But we're going to hear from Dr. Namrata Goswami. She's going to talk about national space policies. Her specialization is in Asia, but she's one of those people on Capitol Hill that when she starts talking about what's happening in the world, people pay a lot of attention to her. So we're pretty happy to have her. Later this morning, Dr. Edgar Edelbrook will come in and talk about one of my favorite topics, which is how do we have babies in space? Because until we figure out how to have, a developing culture, which means kids, we're only camping in space. So I want to see us move humanity out into the solar system, and that only happens when we have kids. After that, Ulf Anderson is going to talk about a circular economy for the moon and Earth. I'm pretty curious about what he's going to have to say about that. And Adam Williams is going to give us a talk about off-Earth agriculture. Then Dr. Jobstrat is going to come back in and give a more detailed overview of his Lobstrask. That's really hard to say for me, sir. Lobtrask 2022. That's his self-sufficient analog site. We're going to talk with Terry Trevino again. He's returning. He's going to talk about lunar algae. Dr. Georgina Kramer is going to give us a talk about water on the moon. Dr. Toklu and Dr. Vincent Rowe are going to talk about lunar simulants. And we kind of end the day with Dr. Madhu Thangvalu talking about some proposed architectures for lunar settlement. I'm going to give a brief chat about lunar elevators, and we're going to close out the day with another review of the Moon Society survey, and Peter Gerritsen is going to bring us home with the Artemis Space Camp. So that's what we're looking forward to today. I know that's a lot. There's a lot going on. Look, the moon is a really hot topic now. We've already had the first mission back to the moon. That was Capstone, launched a month ago. And on Wednesday, NASA announced that the first launch of the SLS to go around the moon is going to happen at the end of August, early September, hurricanes notwithstanding. So that's what we're up with today. And with that, I'm going to bring in some of the Moon Society folks. So just bear with me for a moment. We've already got Nicholas on the screen. So Nicholas, if you wouldn't mind chatting about your role in developing the conference, welcoming us, and your role at the Moon Society.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to pull in some speakers, essentially, my part of the conference. So that's the rest of the organization I have had very little to do with, actually. I intend to look and learn. Of course, the Moon Society has been running this round for it's the third year, but it is the second. It's a restart of a previous quite successful series of conferences. So it's very good to have them back in. And I am also kind of back into moon activities again after having been out doing other things for 13 years until since the last time I made a footprint in order to start an analog. It didn't actually take hold that time, but there we are. So welcome everybody, and hope it will be a good conference. I think it looks very promising.
Philip, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody. I wanted to welcome everybody to the conference. We genuinely appreciate you coming here. You know, we're here because we are all agreed that going to the moon is the launch is how we're going to springboard into building a space civilization, and so we're all gathered here for that. And we have different ways that we think we would like to go about doing that. Liftport here, they have some really fascinating ideas with not just doing a space elevator, but doing a space elevator from the moon. There's less gravity there. You don't have to deal with the atmosphere. The orbital mechanics is a lot simpler, and it's actually a technology that's possible today. So we're really glad to have Liftport on board with us. And we're going to definitely move forward with this. So we're really excited. And so this is an exciting conference, and we're glad to have you here. And this is going to be a great moment for all of us moving forward.
Right, and y'all have been terrific. I've only been involved with the Moon Society for a little over a year or so. And watching it evolve as humanity goes back to the moon, I think that's a really important thing. Like, in the very selfish perspective, like we're going to be the folks that are, I would argue that the Moon Society has been a catalyst for developing the moon for, gosh, how old is it? 30 some years?
Yeah, we've had the people who were involved with it started it, I believe, in the early 1990s. So yeah, it has been around for about 30 years. It's been in its official form right now for almost 20 years.
Wow, that's amazing. All right, we're going to thank y'all for all the support, and we're going to move over to just Phil talking about the member surveys. So what I'd like you to do is post the link in the chat right away. I will then propagate it out to other channels, and then let's jump into it. And then Dr. Goswami will come on in about 15 minutes.
Give me just a moment to get there. Oops, sorry. Sure, we all love seeing someone jump around on a computer to try to find something.
We've all been there. Everybody in the world has been there in the last 5 years.
All right, let's see. You put it in the chat or the Q&A?
I put it in the chat. It's a little
all right. Okay. All right, so going back here, I'll go back to the top. And I do want to apologize to everybody. Right now, there is a pretty big thunderstorm outside, so I hope I don't lose any power. But I will try to get through this as quickly as I can. In statistics, you generally need about 30 responses in order to get something what's called statistically significant. So we're getting pretty close to that point, at least for the people who are involved with this conference. And you can see here that, so right now we have about a fifth or 20% of attendees right now are not Moot Society members. So if you're not a Moot Society member, we would love to consider having you join, but if not, like I said, that's all right. We would like to hopefully we'll show you our value that we can bring to the table someday in the future. And the other thing of note here is that a good quarter or 25% of the attendees are not from the United States. This is good for us because we would love to have an international presence. So here are the people who are attending or who have at least responded to the survey. So we do have somewhat of an international response. And of the respondees, of those who have responded, so half of them who have responded who are from the United States. UTC -5 is in the central part of the United States. UTC -7 is the Pacific time. So we have, a good half of us are, central or not on the East Coast, which is pretty important. That's significant in that, in the United States, half of our population is on the East Coast, or actually more than probably 2/3 of our population is on the East Coast. So that's significant for us. Other thing that is significant is that right now, about 2/3 of the attendees are just people who are of working age. A third are retired. Retirees are good for a nonprofit organization because they are often people who have the time and the money. And sometimes they have the money, but they're also the ones who have the time to become really dedicated and strong supporters and advocates. Working class, the people who are working adults, they're usually the bulk of the population, and they're also, this is starting to become a normal balance, a normal curve distribution. One thing that is unusual for us is that about half of our attendees are people with advanced degrees. And the normal population, people with at least in the United States, only about a quarter of us within the United States have bachelor's degrees, and maybe 5 or 10, maybe 5% have people with advanced degrees. So we are overrepresented with advanced degrees, and that's actually a good thing. It's also, I believe it's probably the norm for conferences, because people with advanced degrees tend to be the ones who attend those conferences. All right, moving on to STEM fields. If you are currently employed in a STEM field, about half of us are not, but the other half are or are aspiring to be. This is useful for us because it allows us to see that we don't only need to focus on a technical aspect of technology. It doesn't have to be like developing hardware or talking purely about the material science, about the aluminum or the titanium that's involved with something. We can also focus on softer topics such as the media and promotion, art, trying to see if there's a way we can get political support for something. Within the United States, there is we have a certain laws that regulate how we discuss politics within nonprofit organizations. That's something that we may be able to, there are ways to address it in a way that is still within compliance of the law. So, but it is an opportunity for us to explore in the future. Nonprofit organizations, these are people who are among you who have responded. The question is basically, are you involved in any nonprofit organization? It can be a religious or institution. It can be, if you support your local animal shelter. This is it means that of you who have responded, a lot of you are actively involved in your community. All right. And then I narrowed it down that question to if you're not just nonprofits in general, but space nonprofits. And so there are many of you who are involved with more than one space nonprofit. And because I could have structured the survey a little better so that I could have made it so it was only numbers, so we don't have this skewed strange chart, but there are ways to, in the future, we will come up with better surveys, and hopefully we give you a more pleasing chart to look at. All right. Next are what space nonprofits are all of you involved with, and you can see that we're starting to see a listing of nonprofits that we're familiar with, and some we're not as familiar with, but that's something that it gives us partnership opportunities. So if you are involved with more than one space nonprofit, you can become we would encourage you to become an ambassador to those other nonprofits and to create some dialogue between our organization and theirs. So maybe there's something that they're doing over there that doesn't quite fit their mission profile, but would fit ours. We would love to be able to explore that and learn more about, maybe there's something we can do together that would be of interest to you as a member of both. So if you can become a bridge between both organizations and build a stronger community across the board. All right, so obviously here, every 100% of us are all in support of permanent human space settlement. It's not surprising considering the conference we're here for. But I did put that out there just to make sure that there weren't some people who are sneaking into the conference and saying, all right, I don't really support what you're doing anyway. But it is a pleasing thing to see 100% of this community at least support this. All right, so this is something I think, so when we're doing anything related to an issue, let me back up. If we're doing anything related to advocating for any issue, you want to know where the sources of public support come from. And so in this case, this is when we're talking about space community, building a space civilization in the future, which is what our issue is, it's good for us to see that a lot of it some of it comes from people who are interested in science fiction, but also some of it comes from what the government is doing. And so the government, by pure momentum, is showing us that, hey, by the virtue of being in space, that's something that's kind of interesting and worth looking into. And a lot of people may not be aware of this, but some of the microprocessor, for example, that is the foundation of modern computers, was first used by the NASA Apollo program. And so there is, and NASA in turn also has inspired. So there's a lot of circular communication between science fiction and the science reality of space agencies and public support. And so by the act of being in space, that inspires us to think more about technology and think more about the future. And then by being inspired, it gets people to think, how do I develop technology that allows me to achieve that science fiction dream, and that feeds itself. It's an engine that creates innovation for Western civilization and global, and it's become a global phenomenon. And so this is something that is space agencies are a valuable contribution to both what we're doing in space and technological innovation. So I'll try to go through, I'll read just a couple of the stories here. Moon is a Harsh Mistress is a novel that is something that was written by Robert Heinlein. This is it's a book that goes into pretty strong, in-depth detail about what life may be like on the moon, and it goes through a potential scenario where the moon is cast off from the Earth, and there's a little conflict between them. So if you're interested in science fiction, you may want to read that. All right, so I'm going to try to go through. I got about 5 minutes left here, so I'm going to try to go through as much as I can. The questions here are split between those who are interested in these topics and those who are actively working or professionally involved in these topics. So general STEM, everybody who's attending this conference is interested in STEM in some way. A couple of you, just one of you right now is just actually, nope, four of you are just casually interested. So it's not really your forte, and that's okay. You know, we still welcome you in our community, and we would love to have your support in some way, in any way. All right, and there are some of you who are professionally involved and others who are not. But like I said, you do not have to be in STEM in order to be a space supporter. So, you know, if you still dream, if you still like the idea or support the idea of people living in space, or you know, of life moving beyond our planet as we move beyond out of the oceans onto land, it's, you know, supporting space colonization is something that we would love to have your support, and you know, we definitely want to hear from you. All right, so space science. This is actually kind of surprising to me. Actually, no, there's one of you who has no interest in space science. Maybe you just, you know, attended the conference on, you know, because of a friend. You know, we still welcome you. There are some of you who are, you know, a lot of you here are, you know, you have a casual interest or in space science, and some of you, and a lot of you have a more of a professional interest. And you can see that there's a pretty big distribution here, a normal distribution of, you know, people who are actively working in space science who are not. Sorry, I'm trying to go here. So, and trying to see if there's anything else here. All right, so space engineering and technology. Again, kind of similar curves. You know, this is something that is of interest to you, but you know, many of you are more casually interested in it than are professional. And so then I also shifted the gears to a little bit to domestic politics. Domestic politics is useful for, you know, issue advocacy organizations across the board, because then if there's if, for example, if NASA was considering canceling the Artemis program at some point, you know, we would definitely want the Americans here to, you know, voice their opinion on that. And, you know, and whether or not you're interested in politics at all is something that is kind of an interest here, because you can see that many of you you're not as much interested in election politics. You're kind of interested in social politics, but, you know, marginally, not really professionally. And there's a bigger interest in economic politics, and, you know, not involved professionally on this. International space politics is it's something that allows us to build alliances with other countries. So, for example, you know, we know that Turkey is interested in, you know, joining us with the Moon Society. We certainly welcome you guys. But the thing is that, you know, as you can see before with, you know, how big of an impact space agencies have, you can see that, you know, having Turkey, you know, working with Turkey to develop their space program is something that may be beneficial to them. And trying to see if I can kind of close out here. I know we have just a few minutes. Space commerce. This is kind of like the new space bleeding edge. So whether you support robotics or the human, you know, the human approach, you can see that both of us, whatever direction you go, there is a strong response here. But, you know, there's not as many of you who are more professional, who are professionally involved on the human side. Understandably, you know, human space commerce is it's a narrower field. You need to be in the rocket launch business to really do that. But space robotics has more opportunity for others to be involved with. All right, so I think in terms of this community here, and, you know, I have a minute left, so I'm going to try to wrap it up as quick as I can. You can see that, you know, of this community here, you know, we have a kind of a good balance or mix of the different people who are interested in different topics. So whether you want a more incremental approach, so you go on this route of space tourism, you know, building, you know, outposts and then long-term outposts, or, you know, you want to just go forward, you know, Robert Zubrin style, and, you know, just, you know, build it now, and then let, you know, and hopefully, you know, everything will work out afterwards. So you can see here that, there's a good mix of how people think about approaching space. And as you can see here, that there's also how we're split between whether you want settlement first or development first. It's a pretty good balance between us. And I think that kind of wraps up here. So yeah, if you have any other questions, feel free to send me an email or to chat in the chat. Thank you very much.
Philip, thank you so much. I think that's a really interesting survey. There's a lot there, and as we get more folks filling it out, it becomes a more useful tool. So I really want to encourage everybody to do it. I've posted it in the out in the wild west of YouTube. So hopefully we get some responses there. Yeah. And you'll come back on towards the end of today's program, and we're going to talk more about some of the interests and the activities. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Terrific. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. And thanks for the Moon Society for putting this together. I'm going to take you out of the panelists. So we're going to turn our attention over to Dr. Goswami. Hang on just one second.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, y'all. Good morning, Nami. How are you doing?
Hello, Michael. I'm good. And can you hear me well?
Loud and clear. Let me do some admin here for a moment. And we are set. Cool. I am trying to find your bio. Give me 10 seconds here. For those that don't know, Dr. Goswami has been a regular on many of my programs, so I'm always glad to have her here. Dr. Namrata Goswami is an independent scholar on space policy and great power politics. Recently, she has been invited to teach at the Thunderbird School of Global Management with Dr. Greg Autry and a bunch of other friends of ours. Arizona State for their Executive Masters in Global Management Space course. She's a consultant for Space Fund Intelligence. She was a subject matter expert in international affairs with the Futures Laboratory in Alabama and guest lecturer at India Today class for Emory University. Wow, I kind of butchered that part. Sorry about that. She works as a research fellow at MP Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi, a visiting fellow at Peace Research Institute, Oslo, Norway, La Trobe University, Melbourne, Australia, University of Heidelberg in Germany, Jennings Randolph Senior Fellow, United States Institute of Peace, and was a Fulbright Senior Fellowship awardee. She was awarded the Minerva Grant by the Office of the U.S. Secretary of Defense to study great power competition in outer space. In April 2019, Dr. Goswami testified before the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission on China's space program. Her co-authored book, which is on my shelf behind me somewhere, Scramble for the Skies, the Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space, was published in 2020 by Lexington Press. Her book on the Naga ethnic movement for a separate homeland was published in 2020 by Oxford University Press. Dr. Goswami, it's always terrific to have you here with us. You have the screen. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Michael, and let me share my screen here. Can you see my screen, and is it full screen?
Yes, thank you. Loud and clear and full screen. Okay,
great. So first of all, thank you for that wonderful introduction. And just a clarification, I used to work for IDSA, not anymore. But anyway, so I think the topic that has been given to me is critical because what we are going to look at in the 20 minutes that I have, followed by a 10-minute question answer, is to look at where Asian lunar timelines and space policy is. And this particular title actually came to my mind as I was celebrating the first Lunar Day in Huntsville on July 20th. And listening to the NASA presentations and the presentation by John Menkins on what other countries were doing, it came to my mind that it seems like the moon is calling for us, but are we ready? Are we ready to rise up to that challenge? And I'll talk a little bit about that in the time that I have. And also very much gratitude to the Moon Society for having me. So thank you for that. So in terms of my research, what I do is that I look at the space policy process. So that's my conceptual prop. So I basically look at how a problem or an issue is identified, how it moves to the policy formulation area, and then policy adoption, policy implementation. And once you implement it, what is the impact of that particular policy? So this is called the public policy process. I got this particular chart from the University of Pennsylvania website for their public policy program, and I find it very clear. So in today's presentation, despite the fact that I'm talking on Asia, I think I would not be able to actually talk about Asia without talking about the US lunar timelines and policy and the Russian lunar timelines and policy, because they have an impact on how Asia is actually viewing the moon as well. So if you look at the Artemis program that the US has put out since 2017, and these charts are from NASA. So we will be having Artemis 1 launch, which is an uncrewed mission on August 29th, which was announced during the Lunar Day celebrations. And then Artemis 2, which will be a 4-member crewed mission that will actually go around the moon. And then the mission Artemis 3 is actually the most ambitious mission since the Apollo program, because that's going to land humans, the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. The interesting thing about the US lunar program is that there has been shifts in terms of deadlines. So earlier when Mike Pence and President Trump had announced the program, the deadline was 2024 for many of the activities, but it's been pushed back. And NASA Inspector General said that they might have to push back the dates. The most exciting development would be, of course, the launch of the Space Launch System. We've been waiting for that for several years. And so fingers crossed as to how that happens. Now, US space policy, so we have the timelines, but what is it that actually is leading and supporting that particular timeline that NASA has put out? So for the audience, they're very aware of this. The US Space Policy 1, SPD 1, basically tells us what this Artemis program is about. Lead an innovative and sustainable program of exploration with commercial and international partners. You see this chart here. There are several countries that have signed the Artemis Accord, the latest being Saudi Arabia. But what is interesting is that beginning with missions beyond low Earth orbit, the United States will lead the return of humans to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization and expanding out into the solar system. So this is a very different program from the Apollo missions. The Apollo missions didn't have such an ambitious plan in terms of having permanent settlement or sustainable lunar base, whereas Artemis Base Camp and several other initiatives, including Human Landing System, is about that. And the Artemis program has been continued by President Biden, as we know. Now, given the fact that the US actually established the Artemis program, I would argue very much a reaction to China's far-side landing in 2019. China's focus on the moon is a very interesting focus. So unlike the US, where the focus is a lot about exploration and science missions, the Chinese focus on the moon is articulated as looking at the moon from an economic perspective. And so they argue that the moon is an Earth-Moon economic zone, and basically it's about utilization of lunar resources, not for science and exploration purpose, or to use the moon as a pit stop to understand how to live in space so that you can go to Mars. The US program is a Moon to Mars program. The Chinese program is basically focused on the moon itself. They do not connect it to their Mars program. They have a completely separate Mars program. And so they're also very proud that they became the second nation to plant a flag on the moon through their Chang'e 5 mission. So if you look at this particular chart, several of the missions have already been accomplished, including the Chang'e 5 to bring lunar samples back to the Earth. Now, they have actually brought up one of the dates for their Chang'e 6 mission, which was originally for 2025. But now they argue that by 2024, they're going to send a mission to bring back samples from the South Pole, and by 2035, test key technologies like 3D printing. Now, the most critical development in 2021 for the Chinese space program, or the Lunar program, was its Memorandum of Understanding signing with Russia. So they have a collaborative effort with Russia. And as you know, Russia has a lunar program as well. So what is China's space policy and how it differs from the US? So first of all, the moon is important for its own intrinsic value. It has a lot of resources. Wu Weiren, who's the chief designer of China's lunar program, gives several interviews and have written peer-reviewed articles arguing, and he's the soul behind their lunar program, that the moon is critically important for China's strategic advantage building because of the resources that it has. And he's very clear as to why they're going to the moon. They will be building a base with Russia, which is they call the research station, by 2036. And Wu Weiren, in several interviews, including translated interviews with the BBC, has talked about settlement and uses the word colonization. So it's a very interesting space policy push from the Chinese side that is coming forward. Now, Russia. So if you look at Russia's space program, and Russia is important from the Asian perspective because Russia has several agreements with China, but also with India to develop India's space capability. So the Roscosmos lunar program, basically, if you look at this particular chart, they talk about resource prospecting. They hope to launch the Luna 25 by the end of this year. The Ukraine conflict might change that deadline, as we know. But then they also have a very interesting timeline. So by 2028 plus, they hope to actually achieve understanding of resources on the moon, and in collaboration with Russia, establish their lunar base. Now, so what is Russian space policy? So if you look at Russia's space policy, it's about lunar base with China. The China-Russia strategic partnership is critical in terms of building that capacity. So the idea is that Russia is going to bring its historic Soviet Union technological capability and Russian capability today. Russia is actually a pretty serious space power, including having launch systems and ability to send probes to low Earth orbit and beyond. And the idea is that China, with its resources, will be able to prop up that particular technical skill base. And if you look at their joint statement that they submitted in February of 2022, this year, they're very clear that it's about strategic advantage. It's about identifying the moon as a key factor in enabling their superiority in space. Now, the Russian space policy is also interestingly talking about resource prospecting on the moon. I think in this, they have aligned with the Chinese perspective, because earlier they were talking more about exploration and science missions, but they are starting to articulate the Luna focus in terms of looking at the moon for its own value. Now, India. So as we know, the Chandrayaan-1 is a major Indian probe in 2008, in which we had a NASA mineralogy mapper that verified and vindicated that water ice is there on the moon. And so the Chandrayaan-1 missions, if you look at the Indian Space Research Organization statement, it's a very interesting statement. They argue, and this is actually an interesting argument that they make, that the moon can actually serve as an interesting base for developing not just human presence capability, but also understanding how you can prospect for resources. For example, water ice, critical from the Indian perspective. But another important element they talk about is helium-3. So the Indian space scientists, including senior ISRO scientists, who I interviewed during my fieldwork, points out that one of the technologies that India is investing on is nuclear fusion. It's a very difficult technology to crack, but something critical if you want to reduce the time of traveling in deep space. And helium-3 is going to be a critical resource for that. And in fact, they argue that whoever cracks that particular technology is going to dominate space. We know that in 2019, India tried to land the first probe on the South Pole, but failed in the last few seconds. And so by 2024, 2025, they plan to attempt that again with the Chandrayaan-3, learning from the mistakes that they suffered during Chandrayaan-2. And India-Japan actually is starting a collaboration in this particular aspect, where they will collaborate in terms of building their mission capability for the moon. So Indian space policy, what is it? So basically, it's a lot about lunar science missions. India has not articulated the economic commercial perspective that China has very clearly put out. And you hear that from the US commercial space sector. And resource prospecting, understanding what resources are there is of course a focus, but the end goal is not yet clear as to why India wants to do that. Not for helium-3, we know why they want to do that, but the moon has other resources, as Wu Waring will tell you, including platinum, titanium, which can return billions of dollars. But India has not made that particular claim as yet. And the India-Japan collaboration is extremely critical for India's lunar program. Japan, the key actor, I think, in Asia, who we I think is underestimated, is Japan. So if you look at Japan's capability, Japan's push for developing a US-led lunar program behind the scenes. So Japan actually has a very advanced space launch system. They have a very clear path for their lunar exploration program. In fact, iSpace is hoping to launch by the end of the year a Japanese private company to start resource prospecting on the moon. But JAXA, which is Japan's space agency, has their own program, as you see from this chart. And they're very clear that the moon is intrinsically important for Japan, and Japan wants to invest in resources that will enable Japan to have economic benefits from that particular exploration and utilization. Now, if you look at Japan's space policy propelling their timeline, it's about space resource utilization. In fact, last year, December, if I remember right, Japan came up with the most advanced space mining legislation. It moved ahead of Luxembourg and the US, because unlike Luxembourg and the US, where the process of who is going to give you license, who is going to regulate your mining activity is still not clear. There is the Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act that allows Americans to have resources. The Luxembourg allows companies to set shop in Luxembourg. But in Japan, the prime minister is responsible for any Japanese mining company that goes to mine resources. And Japan's law clearly states that if you have resources from the moon that you get, you can keep it and you can profit from it. And they tell you the process of how they're going to announce that, who is the body that's going to give the license. And I was amazed to see that particular clarity in their space mining law. They are a very important partner with the US on the Artemis Accord, not just rhetorically, but investing resources on the program. And I think a Japanese astronaut is going to go along with the US Artemis program, and partners with India. Technological sophistication and know-how is very high in Japan in terms of its space development. South Korea, and this is the last country I'll speak about before I summarize. So South Korea will be sending a probe to the moon this year. In fact, in August 2022, the Korea Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter, they're going to again study the moon for resources and its atmosphere. And as you know, this year, South Korea launched its own space rocket for the first time, another Asian country to now have a launch system. And they actually have a pretty ambitious lunar program. And I think it's to showcase themselves as a country that views the moon as intrinsically important as well. Space policy. So what is South Korea's space policy? Study the moon's weak magnetic field and weather that provides any protection from radiation. Plot future missions, study the shadowed region for water ice and future crewed missions, and resource prospecting. So again, very clear space policy as to why they're going to the moon. So in summary, what is interesting to me is that the US lunar program, when I listen to the conversations, at least today, which is coming out of the Biden administration, it's a lot about exploration and science. The moon is not seen as intrinsically valuable for itself, but as a bus stop for Mars. So no economic incentives are identified. And the argument is that moon is basically seen as a stepping ground so that you can develop missions for Mars. China's lunar program, moon is intrinsically valuable for its resources and for its own sake. And it's also cultural. So the Chang'e mission, as you know, is the Chinese moon goddess. And so spiritually, the moon has intrinsic value for its own sake, and they do not connect it to their Mars program. India, again, the moon is intrinsically valuable for its own resources and what we can learn about ourselves, including Earth, and so also the ancient past of Earth. And so there is no connection to the Mars program. India actually, as you know, has a pretty advanced Mars program, and China, as you know, has landed on the Mars surface. Russia, again, interestingly, the moon is intrinsically valuable for its own resources, and they focus on the moon for itself. Japan, very advanced in terms of mining concepts, and again, the moon is intrinsically valuable for its own resources. South Korea, space science and resource prospecting missions. And so I'll finally end by saying that if you look at the future that we are looking at here, this is a chart that I pulled out from the PricewaterhouseCoopers, and there is a reason why Asian countries are suddenly waking up to the prospects of the moon and the economic benefits that the moon can bring. Because if you look at this chart, by 2050, China is going to be the lead economic actor, not just from GDP perspective, but PPP perspective. And they give you a great detail in methods as to why they make that claim. India is going to be number 2, the US number 3, Indonesia is going to be up there as the 4th nation. And the basic confidence when I visit Asian countries, including ASEAN nations, is that the youth of Asia are very hopeful as to what space can bring to bear in terms of economic perspective. And they view the moon from a very spiritual perspective, but also as having intrinsic value by itself. So I'll end there, Michael, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you so much.
Always terrific having you. Thank you. Every time I talk to you, I learn like 10 different things. You surprise me with your assessment of Japan. I knew they were a solid player in space. I've known that for a really long time. They've been partners with the original development, the International Space Station. So they've been great allies with the United States for a long time. But I too had been underestimating their lunar focus. So I would like to explore that a little bit further, just for my own interests. And how do you think the Artemis Accords is influencing them and others? So it's kind of a 2-part question.
Yeah, sure. So I think what Japan recognizes is that if you have to play a serious role as a partner with the US in the Artemis Accord, it can't be just symbolic collaboration. You have to have your own technological base and capability. That's how you bring leverage and bargaining capacity. And they understand that very well, right? And so if you look at the thrust of their space policy and program since 2007, under the former head of Japan, Shinzo Abe, who was unfortunately assassinated, as you know, they pushed for a very serious space program where they would actually build lunar and civilian capacity so that they can showcase Japan's ability. Now, I don't think we realize, but Japan also has been a very critical player in actually enabling the Artemis Accord. They were probably the first country that signed the Artemis Accord. And they also signed an MOU with the US Space Force, right? And so they might be very quiet. And this is something I notice about Japanese involvement, that they are not very aggressive in showcasing it, but then when you actually study their involvement and their capability, it's very high. Now, that's one aspect of the Artemis Accord. But what I find very interesting is that Japan actually is quietly taking leadership in Asia vis-a-vis China. So one of the focus is that how do you ensure that the space order of Asia remains democratic, and Japan wants to play a very critical role, right? And so, of course, now they might have a lot of churning because of Shinzo Abe's assassination, right? And they might have to wait for a little bit of period. And I understand that from a strategic culture perspective. But in the long term, Shinzo Abe's advice, and I read some of his writing, is that Japan needs to take leadership in terms of building institutional structure. So one of them is the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, where US, Australia, Japan, and India are members, and space collaboration, civilian space capability is seen as a key factor since last year, right? And that was Japan's push for it, right? And so, and I think that's critical. And then they are actually developing bilateral technological capability with India as well, because India is the other Asian nation with very advanced spacefaring capacity and is not a member of the Artemis Accords, right? So Japan has actually reached out to India separately and build this lunar collaboration with them to build a structural capability of building space capability for lunar programs. And I think finally, I'll say that what Japan has understood is that if you are actually investing in the lunar prospecting capability from an economic perspective, you would need the regulation to support it. And that's why they are signatory to the Outer Space Treaty, but they have established their space mining legislation as well, which is very clear.
You just surprised me. Did you just say that India is not a signatory on the Artemis Accords?
Oh, India hasn't signed the Artemis Accords.
I guess I had just assumed that that had happened. Any insight as to why?
Yes, I think so. This is actually sometimes difficult to understand from the American perspective, but India sees itself as a very independent player, international relations from its own strategic culture. And there are historical ramifications of what happened with the US during the Cold War and memory of being sanctioned during the nuclear testing. And I think how the US has articulated its Artemis program is that it's very US led and others join in. And I think that's one of the reasons why India is probably hesitant to sign on to this particular order, right? But that does not mean, I think the US under the Biden administration has reached out to India, and India and NASA and ISRO actually has several bilateral collaborations, including their mission to Mars, right? Where NASA communication help. So this does not mean that India would not consider it, but I think it's critical for the US to articulate its Artemis program in a way that makes it look like a joint ownership of a program, right? And not led and NASA focused and sending Americans to the moon. You know, when you articulate it that way, other nations are a little,
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely I do. This came up the other day. I don't remember which speaker we were having, but I've made the claim for a while now that China cannot possibly sign the Artemis Accords, but they want them to exist because it's good for China, right? That same thing with Russia, that they can't sign them, but having a framework that they can fall within and know where the rights and minerals are, I think they're gonna wind up into forced compliance, which is why I'm surprised that India didn't sign. So that was new information to me as well. We only have a few minutes left. I want to jump into Russia for a moment. You showed 4 or 5 pretty advanced vehicles. It's pretty easy to build a PowerPoint. It's pretty hard to build this lunar rover. We already know one of them slipped. I think there's a strong suggestion that the Russian program is on life support. So how confident are you that they're going to be able to hit any of those deadlines at all?
So, I mean, I think the Russian economy and Russia's Ukraine conflict is their focus now. So given that, they might miss their deadlines. But I think, having said that, I would argue that since they are partnering with China, and China has very clear timelines as to where they want to go, what they want to build. And in fact, President Xi Jinping very recently reiterated the strategic partnership with Russia, which several people in the Western media had argued that he would give up on Russia, but actually the contrary happened. And I had predicted that given their joint statement in February of 2022, that that's not going to happen. So that would actually force Russia to meet some of their deadlines, because China is very serious once they put out deadlines. And as you know, Mike, study, I see that they like to meet their deadlines. They might miss it by a year or two, but they like to meet it once they put it out on their public platforms, right? And so
they can't risk the reputational damage.
Given that Russia is now collaborating with China, I think they might be forced to meet some of their deadlines. And I think China will work very hard to prop up the Russian capability. What Russia lacks is not technological know-how, but resources. Their program is strapped for resources, right? That's the reason why they actually signed an MOU with China, because China can bring resources and commit their private sector as well, right? So having said that, if Russia gets sidetracked with the Ukraine conflict, which actually I just read the news today, they're escalating it. So they might actually not meet some of their space goals, and they might actually have to retreat a bit.
It's going to be crazy days ahead. We don't hear that much about most of the stuff that's happening in Asia. Like, we're very European centric if we're looking anywhere. So it's really terrific to kind of have that broader perspective. We appreciate your wisdom and your insights here. We're going to switch over to Dr. Edelbrook here in a moment. But as always, Namrata, thank you for being a part of our show. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you, Michael. It's an honor, and thank you for having me.
Bye-bye. Bringing on Dr. Egbert Edelbrook. Just give me a moment here. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hi, Michael. Good to see you again. It's great to be
morning,
here.
It's not morning for you anymore. It's still pretty early on my side, but what
It's
time
just
is
4
it?
p.m. here.
Yeah, in the Netherlands. Yeah. Okay. All right. For folks that don't follow our program regularly, Dr. Edelbrook is one of my go-to people, because I really believe in the mission that he's tackling. I've said many times that as amazing as the International Space Station is, 20 years of continuous operation, we're only camping in space. And I say that because even though it feels like it's a semi-permanent outpost, if you can't have kids in space, then you're only a temporary visitor. And so Dr. Edelbrook's goal is to figure out how to have kids in space. And for me, that feels like a Holy Grails type program that I think everybody should support. And so I probably have had Dr. Edelbrook on my program 7-8 times by now, something like that. Because I think it's important to share that message. So without that, I'm going to, without like, getting all philosophical about it, I'm going to read his bio. Dr. Egbert Edelbrook is the founder and CEO of Spaceborne United. This research and mission design company researches and enables the conditions for human reproduction in space. The research outcomes and mission programs provide a crucial contribution for becoming a multiplanetary species. The current focus is enabling conception and early embryo development in low Earth orbit, for which Spaceborne United developed ARTIS, ARTIS, the assisted reproductive technology in space. And you can find more about what he's doing on his website, Spaceborne United. So I'm going to post that here in a moment. All right, sir. Thanks. The screen is yours. Great to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael, for the introduction. It's great to be here again at the Lunar Development Conference, second day. Yeah, it's exactly as you mentioned. The reason why Spaceborne United exists is that we are supporting all the plans for becoming a multiplanetary species. So let's talk about expanding the human comfort zone. Let me share the screen.
I was like that tagline, by the way, expanding the human comfort zone.
Yes, I mean, that's a little bit about my background. Initially, I did my PhD in courage development. So that's all about expanding the comfort zone. Well, you can do that on an individual level or maybe on a global level. So I'm also trying to expand my own comfort zone doing this.
Right, exactly. By the way, I'll do a little plug for you. Egbert recently released a book on courage, on how you can develop your own courage. It's currently only in Dutch right now, but there's talk about developing it for an English language version. So you can post the link to that. I don't know.
I'll make sure it.
Yeah. Thanks. All right.
I will find some link anyway. It's going to be translated, but it starts in the Netherlands, and we're including we're sending this book into space as well. The editors asked me to think about the book launch, and I think, well, maybe I can arrange a book launch.
Right.
Enough
Awesome.
about courage. Let's talk about babies in space. and how we are, what steps we are taking to make that a reality. As you mentioned, part of it is researching the conditions for reproduction in space, and reproduction is not one thing, it consists of many different stages. So indeed, we are focusing on the very first stages, the conception and early embryo development. But basically what we do is three things. So by the way, you're looking at this nice UFO-shaped building in the Netherlands where we rent part of our office space. So we just love that building. But we do three things. The first step is, of course, researching the conditions for the different stages of reproduction in space, mammalian and eventually human reproduction. And we translate that research into missions, door-to-door missions. So from the IVF clinic where cells are harvested or collected all the way to space and back the recovery to Earth, and the examination stage in the IVF clinic again. So we also include execution and implementation partners in our mission architecture. The third thing we do is translating the research outcomes into biomedical equipment that is necessary for these missions. So for the last couple of years, the next few years, that is focusing on re-engineering existing IVF technology. So in vitro fertilization, IVF, I think most people have heard about IVF clinics that help people who have problems getting pregnant in a completely natural way. But why are we doing this? Why is not NASA or ESA or SpaceX or those agencies or companies doing it? This is such a big challenge. And that's the question that we had initially ourselves. But we learned more and more that there's a reason to exist for Spaceborne. For the agencies that work with taxpayer money, it's very difficult to spend this money on ethically complicated or delicate subjects, such as life science or space life science, especially reproduction. So and NASA and the other agencies, they're very explicit about the fact that they are unable to address this important challenge. And they're open about embracing and encouraging focused biotech companies like ours to address this challenge, because it needs to be addressed. Otherwise, all the activities are, well, kind of pointless. You need reproduction to create a really independent human settlement of Earth. Other challenges related to this for the agencies are they need, taxpayers want a short-term return on investment, so to speak. So NASA also needs relatively short-term goals, and reproduction in space, well, that could take 20 years before we have all the pieces of the puzzle. A related issue is also the continuously alternating focus. If Obama wants to go to the moon and then to Mars, then Trump needs to do something else just because of doing something else. So he thought, well, let's give the rationale that we should go directly to Mars instead of wasting time to go to the moon first. And now we have Biden, and he has to change again. So those are all kinds of challenges for agencies, and that gives a reason to exist for Spaceborne United. As I mentioned before, reproduction is not one challenge. It's a multi-level challenge with different stages of reproduction. The name Spaceborne United clearly refers to also the very last stage of reproduction, the childbirth in space, and that's also a mission type that we are drafting. 85% is focusing on conception and early embryo development, but we're also looking at other areas, so childbirth in space, but we're also monitoring interesting trends like the realization of artificial wombs. But we're focusing on conception first. And space is obviously also a multi-layered area, and we're focusing on low Earth orbit to start with. So this is our mission patch regarding assisted reproductive technology in space. And what are the challenges that we're dealing with? When we are re-engineering existing technology, existing IVF technology, we are focusing on the embryo incubator. And if you try to make that work in space, of course, the difference is that you have to deal with a lot more radiation levels. You're exposing embryos, vulnerable embryos to radiation levels. There's a different gravity environment, obviously, and the technology applied on Earth, IVF technology on Earth is guided by manual interventions, and we choose not to do that. It's much more cost effective if you do everything remotely. So we're building a remotely controlled life support system. What is the background? What is the big scientific why of what we do? So what we can provide is scientific data that explains what minimum gravity level is required for healthy embryo development. If we want to have an independent settlement on Mars, reproduction on Mars needs to happen in the Mars gravity environment. And this 39% of what we are used to, what the human body is designed for, embryos are designed for, might not be sufficient for healthy embryo development. And our device also provides artificial gravity, initially 1G, but that's more to convince ethical committees that what we're doing is really similar to what is done on Earth in IVF clinics. But eventually our goal is to start varying the gravity levels, starting probably with a Mars gravity environment, to find out if that level is sufficient for healthy embryo development. And most of our IVF experts believe it will not be enough. It could be the outcome that, for example, 73.5% of the Earth gravity, is it like a minimum for healthy embryo development? And that outcome is valuable for all those agencies that are preparing structures to live in, and they could prepare for interventions like rotating bedroom areas, just as an example, that pregnant women might need to spend the night in to compensate for the low gravity during the day. That's the big scientific why. This is a visual of one of the standard IVF embryo incubators. They're used on Earth for what they call embryo selection. So people with not perfectly healthy embryos, they put some of their embryos inside and watch their development, and then they can select out of 10 or 12 embryos to the 3 or 4 that would have the best chance for a successful pregnancy. We're not re-engineering the device for that goal. We are just using this re-engineered device as a life support system that enables the conception, not just embryo development, but also conception. And we add, as I mentioned, a few extra functionalities, such as the rotational adjustable gravity, but also cryogenic freezing of the embryos. That's not a function of standard embryo incubator, but we need to do that because we want to protect the embryos on the way back to Earth. The rather violent, a lot of vibration, a lot of G-forces that we want to protect the embryos from. But the most important reason is after 5 to 6 days of development, the embryos need to be back in their natural environment in the womb. So we can pause their development in that way, in the same way that embryos or semen is cryogenically frozen in IVF clinics on a daily basis. So what kind of technologies do we use to achieve that? There is a lot going on in the world of making IVF work on a very small area, IVF on a chip, and we're using microfluidic technology to create a really small life support system in a cassette that can rotate, a micro 3D printed disc. And as I mentioned, we're using cryopreservation technology. And just to give you a brief impression of what such a life support disc would look like, we have on the outer edges reaction chambers where the female cells, the oocytes, will be just before fertilization. We have other locations on the disc where the semen, the sperm cells will be, and all kinds of channels that make the logistics possible. And there are some washing fluids, some culture fluids, vitrification fluids, all the steps to make all the steps, the biological steps possible. This is a slightly matured artist impression of the IVF layer in that disc. And I'm not going to bore you people with too much technical details, but you understand that they need a certain temperature bandwidth to develop in a safe way. So there's some thermal controls, some micro cameras to monitor the individual embryo development, some other layers necessary to make this a safe process. And such a disc will go inside our pressure vessel with the other subsystems necessary for climate control and some other functions. And it will go inside a re-entry device on board a rocket. In this visual, you see one of the options. Virgin Orbit has the Launcher 1 system, where they only need a rather small rocket to place under the Boeing, what they call the Cosmic Girl. The Boeing takes the rocket up to about 12 kilometers of altitude, so they can skip this part of atmospheric drag. And then you only need and all the propellant and the weight for the rocket, so you can work with only a small, more affordable approach. So that's quite a smart and even also more sustainable approach to get your payload into low Earth orbit. So our mission architecture takes care of all the different stages, the launch phase, the operational phase. This is like a 5 to 6 day stage, but also the recovery back to Earth. And also the pre-launch, all the work that we're doing right now to prepare for this launch. And each stage has all these different steps that are also referring to the IVF process inside the life support system. We're not doing this just with a small team. We need a lot of help. We are getting a lot of help from all these industry, space industry support companies and expert teams. We're getting a lot of help from Cranfield University and Professor Cullen, to name one, but also Space Ride. I mentioned Orbit, Virgin Orbit, but we're also talking to Space Ride, and it seems that their approach is even more cost-effective, even more sustainable than the Virgin Orbit option. But more about that in a minute. Yeah, Michael, I know Michael quite a long time now. He's also been really helpful in guiding us through all the organizational aspects of our challenge. And one of the funny things that he kept emphasizing was hardware beats PowerPoint. So we were very excited that this year we will transition from being like a PowerPoint company with a good idea, good plans, a good team, but you're not doing stuff, you're not making hardware yet. And we have started making hardware this year. And we're actually taking the next step already by the end of this year. So we're getting hardware in a rocket that will be launched probably by Space Ride. And we're also going to recover the payload. We need to examine the embryos. So we're also going to test a re-entry device technology. This slide was a little bit more ambitious even. We actually thought we would have a life science experiment on board, but we had a few small setbacks. So that's going to happen in the next mission. So that transit, we're super proud that we have these 2 transitions in just 1 year. But the life science experiment will be in the next mission. As I mentioned, we're not just exploring options with the Launcher 1 system. We've also been exploring options with Dawn Aerospace. You can see on the left bottom an example of their small spacecraft. It's a fully reusable spacecraft. They're also working on a much bigger version, the MK3. I think that's about 15 meters in diameter and capable of getting about 150 or even 200 kilograms to low Earth orbit. And there's the question marks. Well, I can reveal that's Space Ride with their even more sustainable approach than Virgin Orbit. What do they do? Why is it more sustainable? You can see this very small rocket. It's about 8 meters long. It's about 1 meter 30 wide. Here's a visual of a re-entry device that's inside. But here you can see a balloon. So this is the known raccoon concept, a rocket in a balloon, raccoon. And this balloon will lift this construction, this drone construction and the rocket all the way up to 25 kilometers altitude. So not just 12 like Virgin Orbit, no, 25. So that means you have skipped about 99.something% of the atmospheric drag. You've skipped a lot of gravity already. You only need a very small rocket to do the rest of the ride all the way to low Earth orbit. So you don't have to deal with these max Q kind of challenges because you've skipped 99% of all that challenge actually. So it's a very sustainable approach to getting payloads to orbit. And it seems that we're using this approach. About the hardware, I want to quickly mention Frontier Space Technologies, quite a young team with a lot of freshly, graduated PhDs working on pressure vessels. This is a very quick idea of the pressure vessel with the microfluidic disk inside and some other subsystems, cryogenic systems, a lot of sensors. Professor Cullen, as I mentioned, we like the educational institutions and helping STEM careers and students graduating at our projects. But there's more to it than just human reproduction. Our hardware, our ARTIS research platform, so to speak, is also suitable for selecting mammals, for example, for Mars. We're going to Mars not to live there underground like termites in tunnels. We will have to probably for the first few decades for 95% of the time because of the radiation and there's hardly any atmosphere. But as we are going to terraform Mars, we also want biodiversity, obviously. We want plants and trees and animals, but we can intervene for humans and the lack of gravity, the lesser gravity. We can instruct people to spend time in rotating bedroom areas or other solutions, but you can't tell animals to do that. And facilitating that would be an enormous challenge, obviously. So what do we need to do? We need to select animal species that would thrive anyway in this gravity level. We were in close contact with several astrobiologists, gravitational biologists specifically, and they explain, for example, that mice, they can resist a lot of gravity. They have a lot of hypergravity tolerance, so more than 1G, but they're also good with partial gravity, so less than 1G. And these crazy examples that a mouse can, where a human being, the lethal dose of hypergravity would be like 20 Gs for 1 minute. And what do you think a mouse can resist? They can resist 1100 Gs for 1 minute before they die. So that's a really big difference in gravity tolerance. But our platform, our research platform, providing adjustable gravity levels, enabling, facilitating embryo development for different kinds of species, mammalian species, can therefore also be applied to select which species would thrive in that environment. And there's more to come. So the future of reproduction in space, well, obviously I've been referring briefly to childbirth in space, to give you a brief idea of what will be necessary to make that happen. We could never just have 1 or 2 participating women that meet some strict health criteria, mental and physical health criteria. No, the natural process of pregnancy requires another approach. So, oh, by the way, as the slide mentions, this is not a 9-month mission. Humanity is not ready for that yet. It's going to be a pretty short, probably only a 24-hour mission, maybe 36 hours. It's just giving birth. It's not being pregnant in space. Those are other pieces of that puzzle. We're probably going to work with a couple of dozen participating women passing all these strict health criteria, because if anything happens that could be an indication for not a super safe childbirth in space, these participants, for their own safety, will no longer be, so to speak, in the race for that crazy historical event. So we will, the pregnancy must be completely flawless, and we only can work with participants who have already given birth, and that childbirth should also have been completely flawless. And we would probably require giving birth twice before being a participant here, because the second giving birth is usually a lot more smooth than the first time. And it's nice if you have heard about that, but it's a lot better if you've experienced that yourself. So you will be mentally a lot more relaxed. It's exciting. It's more than exciting enough. So everything that can help to get our participants to be more relaxed is going to be part of the selection process. One more detail about this mission, obviously exposing vulnerable pregnant women to the forces of a launch, of re-entry, must be dealt with the ultimate care. And one of the items is then the G profile of the spacecraft that we will be using. and we're monitoring the upcoming space tourism sector and the different types of spacecraft that they're developing. Like the Dream Chaser, Shara Space is developing and testing the cargo version. I think it's all through the testing stages, but they will also be launching crew versions. And those spacecraft have a very comfortable G profile, as they call it, already. So they will not exceed the 2G level, during re-entry, and that might already be low enough for a safe re-entry. But we are not in a rush. If it's going to take 20 years, it's going to take 20 years, or we think it could be between 10 and 15 years, but that's more or less the scope we're looking at. I think
Egbert, we're out of time.
I should wrap up now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we are out of time.
One last slide, or should we just wrap it up right now?
Go fast.
Go really fast. I want to say thanks to all these amazing people that we are seeing, that we're attracting. One example, Dr. Sheila Ali. Her expertise is IVF in space. What a perfect match. She worked for NASA for 10 years. She's speaking on a symposia for reproductive biology. There's so many more people I want to thank, but let's wrap it up here and see if there are some exciting questions. Thank you.
There were some questions, but we do have to move on to our next speaker.
Okay.
So post your contact information in the chat. There's questions about experiments planned for the moon instead of gravity. That's an obvious thing because this is the Moon Society's event. How is gravity affecting embryos? I'm going to post all of these questions in the chat. If you want to tackle them, I'll make sure that people get to
I'll be happy to answer all of them.
Terrific. All right.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. Terrific having you, of course. And I'm going to move on to my next speaker. Let me promote Nicholas and Ulf. All right, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Hey, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Let me just get a little bit of housekeeping here. All right, sir. And Egbert, it was Nicholas who's about to speak who posted these questions, so I'm going to post them in the chat.
Okay, shall I go on? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Ulf Andersson, who actually was a speaker on my previous attempt to start a moon validator 13 years ago in MoonMine. Ulf has for a long time been working on environment and sustainability, and he is obviously a space exploration and settlement proponent and quite active, being the chairman of the Swedish Space Society for quite a while. He has also been working with the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency, so he knows his onions on environment and sustainability, obviously. And he is the CEO for Svensk Framtidsbevakning, Swedish Future Watch. Is that a good translation, Ulf? Anyway, I'll
Swedish Future Scanning, actually.
Sorry?
Swedish Future Scanning is
scanning. Good. Thank you. And with that, I'll leave the floor to you, and feel free to fill out some more in your background if you want.
No, that's okay, Niklas. And thank you, Niklas and Michael, for this invitation to this very interesting conference. So I would like to speak about this. Can you see the slide?
Not yet, sir.
There should be a share screen button at the bottom.
Right. What about now?
Started.
It's
Yes.
coming. Yep.
That's great.
It's in edit mode. It's not in presentation mode yet.
So what about now? So I would like to talk about the similarities for a circular economy for Earth and for the Moon. The circular economy is a basic thing for the Moon, and it's a key concept. And it's also a thing that we should do on Earth, but don't always do. So let's start first on Earth. In Europe, there's a growing tendency to implement ecocycles and circular economy in new cities. And basically about the circulation of water, materials, and energy. And you can see it in a more detailed level. I don't want to go into all the details here, but you can surely see the similarity to what is necessary to have in space. In space, regardless if you talk about European or American systems, to circulate air, water, and in some cases also food waste, and try to make a circular system of the whole thing. And that's what is necessary to do also on the Moon. And I will give you this, and let's say when you are talking about the circular economy from a policy perspective in Europe, or at least, there's an elephant in the room. We are focusing on products and how they should be, let's say, reprocessed or not end up in landfills. But the big thing is we are not talking about, for instance, waste heat or wastewater or the circulation of air. In fact, speaking about wastewater, is the biggest single waste we produce every day. I'm not talking about what we do in the bathrooms, but what we do in all industries and households. Let's say the average Stockholmer uses 120 liters of water per person per day. And if you take the perspective to United States, I'm sure that people in particular in the southwest of the US use much more wastewater. And we do have to recirculate this and reuse it. So what about the circular economy principles? This might be familiar to everyone, but still, the thing is, the circular economy is a bigger thing than not just recycling. Of course, we should eliminate waste and pollution, but we should also circulate products and materials at their highest value. And that's a key point. For instance, talking about food waste, you should, of course, not just throw them in a landfill, but you should do something better than just producing biogas. You should try to take, let's say, waste stream back towards food or other materials. And the circular economy also is connected to nature in two ways, because when we make a better circular economy, we can save a lot of nature, and we need nature also as a part of a circular economy. And the space community is basically engineer driven. No offense to any engineer here, but we also need to have biological and ecological principles when designing moon settlements. For instance, if you have a bucket of wastewater and throw it in your lawn on Earth, everything will get recycled by nature. I mean, the water will evaporate and the hydrological cycles will get back to you eventually. And all the nutrients will sooner or later be absorbed and will be reused. But if you throw a bucket of wastewater out on the moon, on the surface of the moon, you won't go get anything back. The water will evaporate and the nutrients will decompose. So we need both biological knowledge and engineering knowledge to implement the circular economy. And we have to think in new ways of how we design technology and systems for doing this. We need to connect systems to each other. For instance, the ventilation system of a building would be used to heat a nearby greenhouse. We have to use all the underused areas, surfaces, or volumes in the built environment. On Earth, we are talking about using rooftops for new things, as urban gardens, parks, restaurants, and social places. That is just an example. And we need to use all resources in the waste streams. Talking about wastewater, we don't just need to purify the wastewater so we can reuse. Need to use all the nutrients, all the heat or energy stored in the water, but also the water itself. And we need to combine technological and engineering solutions to make this happen. Now I give you some examples, which is a good part of a circular economy. The first 3 examples are spin-offs from space. This is the Orbital Systems water recycling shower, a Swedish company using a key technology component from the ISS.
Ulf, we're still only seeing the first picture. If you could try to scroll.
Oh, the very first picture.
Yep.
That's why didn't you tell me before?
I posted in chat.
Okay.
You might be sharing the wrong screen if you have to.
I don't know how to do this.
Click on it. Click on the shower picture, then it should come up in the left side.
I can't see anything. That's strange. I'll pause the share and redo it, okay?
Yep.
So do you see the first picture now?
Yeah. I see. We see the. No, there now. It's second picture. Yeah, good. That works.
Oh, so well, I already talked about this picture. Apologies for my clumsiness with the computer. If I do anything more stupid, Niklas, please tell me.
I'll try.
So we are talking about how modern cities implementing in circular economy more in detail, and the similarities with space-based life support systems, and the principles of the circular economy, and how you can design system thinking more for doing this. And I give you some examples of spin-off. Now I hope you see a shower with the silhouette of a woman right now.
No, we're on the previous picture still.
That's strange. Why isn't this working?
You flipped nicely up to number 6, but we don't have number 7 yet.
Oh, apologies. I don't know. And now, do you see?
No. Sorry. Try just clicking on it in the left hand of the left panel on the screen.
No, I have a new picture, right? No.
No. Can I share screen instead?
Yes. Could you please take over the thing? Apologies, Michael. This was unforeseen.
Chip. Let's see how I share. There, I have the same button. Yeah. And I have that one. Yeah, right.
Why isn't this
There.
working?
There.
Okay. Now I just tell you when to shift.
Yep.
And this slide shows the Orbital Systems water recycling shower. Actually, a Swedish company has adopted a technology from the ISS, where the key element is a filter with very small, that separate very small particles. And the thing is that you get 5 liters of water and it's recycled all the time. And you save lots of water and also lots of energy. And the purification is so efficient that the water actually has drinking water quality. And this is this company is actually expanding fast, also internationally. Niklas, next slide, please. Another example, which is interesting, is also another Swedish company, Sally R, which actually is a paraphrase of Sally Ride, the astronaut women. How you can use new kind of air ventilation systems. I mean, on board the ISS, you can't just open the window. And they have adopted software to do this, and also saving a lot of energy. But the key thing is also that you can use the carbon dioxide produced in indoor air to feed into greenhouses. Next slide, please. And the third spin-off example from space to Earth is Endocycle, a company in the UK where they cultivate black soldier fly larvae, feed on food waste, and giving this also to produce animal feed and fertilizer. And one can ask, okay, what has this to do with space? But actually, the ESA business support system has taken control technologies and monitoring technologies from space, which making this into a profitable, efficient system. Next slide, please. Now we come to different category examples. There are lots of things that we are doing for a circular economy on Earth that should be applied on the moon. Aquaponics is one such example. For instance, aquaponics is a greenhouse where you combine fish cultivation with the greenhouse propagation of crops. And the effluents from the fish farm is actually feeding the crops. A very water efficient system that could produce also bananas in Stockholm, which is not exactly a tropical country. Next slide, please. Another example, for a long time, Singapore has produced drinkable potable water from wastewater using microfiltration and diverse technologies. And in order to overcome what you call yak factor of drinking wastewater, They are producing bottles for tourists, calling it new water and providing it for free in order to get a better public acceptance. Next slide, please. Another thing that has something to do with public acceptance is Stockholm, where the Carnegie Brewery actually makes beer out of wastewater. And as you can see, hopefully, the name of the beer is Purest. And I think that's a joke that goes to English people. Quite a good beer made out of wastewater. Next slide, please. In space or on the moon I'm quite sure that we need nature around us. And who would like to live, let's say, on the ISS for years and years? As someone said before, we shall not only be camping in space, we should actually living in space. And this is a picture from the Atocha train station in Madrid, Spain, where they have actually implemented a small jungle inside the train station. Next slide, please. But on the moon, we have lots of different challenges and problems that I think would provide a driving force for new technologies for circular economy and green tech. Dust control, the dust or the regulator on the moon is pervasive and a health hazard. Next slide, please. As you can see on this slide, how dirty the spacesuits are. You would never like to have that inside in your own living space. Next slide, please. Another things that are specific to the moon, which could be a driving force for new technology and new systems, is the extreme temperature changes on the moon. New systems for thermal management and also for energy production is needed. And of course, we will build lots of the habitats underground, but there are lots of underground space also on Earth. I'm quite sure that when we do this, we learn how to make and live in underground spaces also on Earth. Next slide, please. So what should we actually do to utilize this synergy between circular economy on Earth and the circular economy for the moon? Of course, we should emphasize the similarity of both challenges and opportunities for a circular economy on Earth and on the moon. We should also create information resources of what actually are accessible, and also focus on what are done on Earth. And because we have, I would say we have a blind spot in the space community. We are seeing things we are doing just for the space, for the moon. But there are lots of immense development on green technologies and recycling technologies and circular technologies on Earth. And there's a factor of about, I would say, about 100 or 1,000 factors, 1,000 more person working on recycling and circular economy systems on Earth. And I would be very surprised if nothing new happened on Earth that could not be adapted for the moon. Therefore, we need to make better survey of this. We should also widen the search for technologies, not only to pure survival, but also for livability. And that includes also, let's say, nature components. Next slide, please. And of course, we should use also the other way, spin off from space, not the least in order to make a part of advocating for space and moon development. And we should use Niklas and other places that are having analog moon habitats as demo sites for these new technologies. And then my last and final point is we should support collaboration between, let's say, space people and terrestrial green technology thing, at least with pro-tech environmentalists that could have a better view of space development. I'm kind of tired of seeing in lots of sites on the internet that why should we go to the moon before we have solved all the problems on Earth? And we must counteract this rather simplistic view. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. And if anyone would like to have references and underlying material to this presentation, and apologies for my clumsiness with the computer or whatever, please feel free to mail me a request and I will send you them. Thanks a lot, Michael and Niklas.
Thank you, Ulf. Do we have time for any questions, Michael?
We do. We just have 5 minutes. Ryan's got a comment. He says, you go to solve Earth's problems. You go to space to solve problems on Earth. I mean, I think that we know that in this community, but we're pretty awful at outreach and sharing and communicating our stories. So, the work that you're doing at the Swedish Space Society is important. That's why we host these meetings in the first place, is to start, hopefully, start a conversation. We're streaming on 4 channels to the internet right now. It's not just the folks in the core Moon Society that are paying attention. So hopefully that message gets out into the world.
Yeah, and I do think that all the, let's say, space NGOs should collaborate on those points that I mentioned in my presentation.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about the Swedish Space Society, because it was new to me when Niklas told me about it. So how do you do outreach? How do you tell your story at the Swedish Space Society?
The Swedish Space Society is actually very similar, if you're American, to your National Space Society. But since Swedish is about 35% smaller than United States, we are a bit smaller organization. And we have been in a new form about 10 years, about 1,000 members, not that impressive in an American context, but we are a smaller country, and we work with outreach, most of us recently, of course, on the webinars, but also study visits and try to connect, as someone said before, not only STEM people, but also other types of competencies, people in the media, in the arts, in the humanities, and to show that space development is for everyone, not just rocket scientists. No offense to any rocket scientists.
No, right.
It's also needed. And you see our homepage. Unfortunately, most of it in Swedish, but we will try to be more internationalized in the future and avoid these embarrassing mistakes with Zoom.
Oh, don't worry about that. We have all been there, sir. Every one of us over the last 2.5 years, we've all stumbled at one point or another. So don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I want to ask that you post your information to the chat here, and then I will take it and post it out to the YouTube channels.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
I wanted to know, and I'm kind of taking speaker's privilege here, moderator's privilege here, but I want to know if there was one technology. You showed several, but what's the one technology that you think this is the one that we should put a lot of effort into because it has, a larger bang for the buck? Which one?
I would say that water recycling and water reuse is a key technology.
That was
both on the moon and on Earth.
Yeah.
And look at the world today, it's getting hotter and hotter, and we need really to utilize find new sources of water. I mean, there is exciting new technology that can extract water from the air, for instance, and also more cost-efficient ways of purifying ocean water, and also ways of purifying wastewater. And I would say that's a key technology, because we need water, and we could do that without having some kind of technological and biological system to do that.
That was, we could have a long conversation about this, but I did a project down in Greece. They have 3,000 islands, but only 150 of them are habitable because they don't have water.
Yeah.
And so how do we, they're surrounded by water, they're islands, but they didn't have, and so how do we do that? And so one of the ideas was taking stuff from the International Space Station technologies. So I love this. I'm fascinated by that. Please post your links in the chat. I'll switch them over to the rest of the outside folks. And it's time to move on to our next guest. So gentlemen, thank you very much. And we'll move on. Appreciate your time. Give me a second to do minor 10 seconds of housekeeping. And we're bringing on Adam. Thank you, Adam. Okay. While you're coming online, I'm going to read off your bio. Adam Williams is the founder of the Off-Earth Agriculture Company, a recent winner of a National Space Society Award, a professional engineer by trade with a focus on quality, test, and product management. Adam is passionately committed to a permanent human civilization in space. And Adam will be sharing a bit more about his research and company efforts and focus. Thank you, Adam. Let's dig into that a little bit. Can you give a little bit more of your background before we jump into your program?
Yeah, it's actually in my slides, so I can.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear, and yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay, let me try and share here. Can you see the slide?
Perfect.
Slideshow?
Although there seems to be, oh, that's it. That's what I was going to say. There was a gray box. I wasn't sure if that was it. All right, perfect. Thanks a lot, sir. I'm going to be quiet now.
All right, thank you. So first, I'd like to thank the Moon Society for inviting me here to speak. I'm going to speak on the Off-Earth Agriculture Company, or OEAC, which is a startup initiative of mine coming out of my graduate research. And the mission is to provide the food and bioproducts needed to support human civilization off of Earth. So first, a little bit more about me. As Michael said, I'm a professional engineer by trade. I've got a lot of experience in test, quality control, system architecture, and project and product management. My educational background, I have a bachelor's in economics and philosophy. I have a master's in software engineering. I have another master's in bioinformatics and computational biology. I just completed my graduate certificate in space resources from the Colorado School of Mines, and I'm going on to do my third master's in space resources because I have a problem, I guess. And I'm a PhD student in bioinformatics and computational biology at the University of Minnesota, where my thesis work is focusing on developing this technology. But really what I want to be is a moon farmer. So what's the problem here? So
that's the best line of the event so far. I want to be a moon farmer. I like that a lot. Thanks a lot.
So what's the problem, right? So I would argue that food is perhaps the critical factor for gating human space habitation, right? So we're all probably familiar with the tyranny of the rocket equation, right? The further we want to go, the more fuel we need to bring to get there. But the more fuel we're bringing, the more fuel we need to bring to get that fuel there. Well, humans in their own way are kind of like chemical rockets, right? We also survive off of fuel. It's food. And if we need to bring that food, the farther we want to go, the more fuel we need to bring it here. So on the left, the chart's kind of squished. This is basically just to demonstrate that the supply of astronauts supportable in space is inelastic, right? So there's no efficiencies of scale. This is a concept called the break-even point in some circles, right? You know, how much food and fuel and time, you know, how far can we get using chemical rockets? So just for perspective, right? Astronauts in space eat around 4 pounds or 2 kilograms per day, which is nearly 1,500 pounds or 750 kilograms a year. And if we look at launch technology, basically with current rocket tech and lunar landing systems, we can get one supply drop would provide one astronaut the food for one year. So it's not just food though. We also need medicine and entertainment and health and psychological support and all of these things. My calculations, I don't think we can really support more than 10 people on the moon. Logistically, we don't have the rockets. So we need to find a way to produce food and bioproducts on the moon. And more than that, we need to also provide value back to Earth to continue this positive feedback loop of funding so that until the cislunar space economy can self-sustain, right? We've all heard people say, oh, we're throwing money away. We need to be able to bring something back that's interesting to the public and can get us some income. So OEAC is working to solve this problem, right? And the first focus is to use lunar resources and transform regolith into soils to shorten these supply lines. And it intends to do so using regenerative agricultural techniques like water harvesting, microbiome management, system design, this kind of thing, and leverage biology to reduce costs and equipment overhead. And it has in mind the idea to develop multiple revenue streams to support this continued expansion, as I mentioned, and to dovetail this research back to support regenerative improvements on Earth. So to this end, our mission is to provide the lunar-based food and bioproducts needed to support human exploration and habitation of space, and to do so by leveraging a life-affirming regenerative approach, developing biologically based ecosystems and products. So you may be wondering, how do we take the regolith on the left and turn it into something fertile on the right? Well, as you may or may not know, lunar regolith is primarily igneous material. It's plagioclase feldspar, olivine, pyroxene. These are the exact same minerals that we see on Earth, particularly in tropical volcanic environments like the one pictured on the right. So the question is how do we transform this seemingly dead, and I would argue that the moon is not dead, it's just not yet alive, material, and to transform it into the right? And this is where the work that I'm doing is going to come in and make this happen, right? So this begs the question though: can we grow plants on the moon? And I'm here to tell you that I believe yes, absolutely we can, right? So just recently, a few weeks, or I guess maybe a month or two ago now, researchers at the University of Central Florida grew plants. You can see them in the bottom right in actual Apollo samples in lunar regolith. These plants sprouted and grew. They weren't, it wasn't amazing, but they were doing, they were doing all right. And then, back in the 1970s in the Apollo era, in the upper right, the Apollo sample, the regolith was more in short supply. So they put a woody base, and then they put seeds on top, and then covered it in like a dusting of regolith. And those plants were really evaluated for health and safety and toxicity and all this kind of stuff. The fear at the time was that the moon may just straight up be poisonous. So these experiments were done to alleviate that concern, and they were found to be, no pathogenic effects in terms of being exposed. The Chinese space program launched a Chang'e 4 a few years back. You can see that in kind of upper the green thing. So they sprouted plants on the lunar surface. There's not a lot of details about this mission really beyond this photo, but the plants did grow upwards, and they did sprout and they survived until the lunar night came in, and the mission didn't have a heating element, so they froze. We've done proof of concepts here on Earth, where lunar simulant has been shown to be a relatively good test bed and analog for lunar actual regolith. So if you look at the bottom right again, just the JSC-1A is a simulant, right? And then we've got Apollo 11, 12, and 17. So they're all relatively similar, and really, if you didn't know what you were looking for, you probably wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. And then, of course, plant seeds have gone to Earth. These are the kind of infamous or famous moon trees that an astronaut either brought or smuggled, depending on who you ask, to around the moon and back, and their progeny still live today. So, all of this tells me that, yes, absolutely, plants can survive on the moon if we give them the conditions to do so. So really, with that in mind, what's the business strategy here? And the first is building key partnerships, right? And reaching out to organizations like the Moon Society and others, both traditional organizations like NASA or these newer or private research organizations, right? Nobody goes to the moon alone, and we recognize that in order to make that happen. And it's adopting a prove on Earth, sell on Earth model, right? Space is hard, but it's not impossible. And we need to be able to prove and demonstrate the technology on Earth to increase our TRL or technology readiness level, to reduce risk and increase the likelihood of success in the mission. And it's to build with scale in mind, the human scale, right? As if we go back to that 10 astronauts or whatever, I don't want 10 astronauts on the moon. I don't want 100 or 1,000 astronauts on the moon. I want millions, if not billions, of people in space. And I've spent a lot of time, I cannot think of a single way we can do it without developing off-Earth agriculture, leveraging this kind of regolith to soils pipeline. And so with this in mind, we're building the technology with scalability at the start. And we have to be active researchers, right? We can't just have marketing jargon in a nice PowerPoint slide and expect to succeed. We need to test, validate, build, and iterate to make this as successful as possible. So towards that end, right, I'm building kind of private research, public-private research collaboration, right? So I have started to reach out and I'm connecting with various academic and private sector researchers. If anyone's interested, I'm always looking to make more connections. I've secured a source of simulants for Earth-based testing. So those will, some experiments will be beginning just a few weeks. And it got access and guidance kind of in my unique status as dual enrolled. So I've got Colorado School of Mines, which is a great space school, and I've got University of Minnesota, which is a great ag school. And so I'm leveraging both worlds, and we're making progress pretty quickly. So that's going along. And so, yeah, so when we return to the business side here, what's the business model? Well, the primary and most obvious one is use in space, right? It's to provide fresh, safe, and nutritious food to astronauts and other people living on the moon or elsewhere. But really the second one, and maybe it's not as immediately obvious, is return to Earth products, so value-added products. So how many of you would be interested in maybe having a sip of moonshine that was made on the moon, right? Well, we can ship back this product, right? Sell it, at a premium for sure, but then we can begin to develop that Earth to moon cislunar economy and trade, right? There's other products as well, right, that we can think of. And then it's to provide Earth-based value, right? As some of the other speakers have said, that there are people out there like, oh, why are we even bothering with the moon, right? They don't quite see. But if we can green the moon, we can green anything, right? We can restore Earth environments using these regenerative techniques, extend agriculture, do things like go underground, right? As the previous speaker was saying, right? We can suddenly develop underground farms and things like that to maybe augment or offset some issues. And then the final one is entertainment, right? So I don't know about other watchers, but I watch like homesteading channels and things like that, and a lot of these channels have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of subscribers, right? And if we can, data is by far the cheapest product we can send back and forth from Earth to the moon. So if we can build these kind of entertainment things, we can bring the moon back to Earth, make it fun, interesting, and help influence public opinion as well. So when we look at these products and services, right, I would see we kind of have the primary products and services and the secondary ones. So again, the most obvious is food, right? Tourists aren't going to fly to the moon, spend hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to eat, ration bars, right? If you know, we can open up culinary experiences, herbs and spices, right? You know, for most of human history, the spice trade has dominated. So, you know, how many would like to try moon mint, right? And just mint grown on, I would try that, right? You know, I don't know if it tastes any different, but it would be cool. This also opens up animal husbandry, right? We're co-evolved with animals. We need them for psychological support, but there's a lot of also products and things that could come from them to also add to our diet. There's medicinal uses, right? So how many of you have had a glass of chamomile or mint, you know, peppermint tea if you were trying to go to sleep or your stomach is upset? Well, if we can grow that on site, not only can we sell it back to Earth, but we can reduce the supply line so we don't have to ship in as many pharmaceuticals. And there's plenty of other advanced bioproducts, right? So we could start looking at biopolymers, making limited amounts of plastic, things like that. Really anything that we could do on Earth. And again, there's all these secondary applications, right? We have the terrestrial side to each of these, the return to Earth of really anything on the left into the market. The entertainment and education that I mentioned in the last slide. The research alone is probably going to be just, there's many lifetimes of work to be done and comparing what happens on Earth and what happens on the moon, and you know, comparing epigenetic expression and all sorts of things. New cultivars can come out of this and that kind of thing. And then there's all these non-traditional things that are really hard to quantify in terms of a business product, but it's absolutely we want on a lunar base or Martian base or anything. You know, green space, right? You know, I've talked to several astronauts and I've heard from others that you know, when they get back from space, they all just become like fascinated with grass and stuff. Like it's just like, whoa, you know, right. And then we get the essentially free oxygen to CO2 recycling, and then we get that fresh plant air. We also get this water nutrient reclamation cycle, which the previous speaker was, I think, speaking to as well. And we can do it without, or at least with limited mechanical and electrical systems. So, you know, why do the work when biology will do the work for you is kind of one of my underlying principles here. The psychological support, right? I've talked to analog astronauts and stuff that the flowers that they grew in their facilities just really supported them when they otherwise felt trapped. And you can create these natural areas, and hopefully eventually we can create parks and things, right? So where we have trees grown in 1/6 gravity. You know, I often wonder, do they grow 6 times as tall? I don't know. Is it all very kind of Dr. Seuss? I don't know, but I want to find out. So all of these can play into this effort. Right. So what's the plan here? Right. So I very much intend to make this happen, or try my best. So first is to use a phase-based approach. This is coming out of my engineering background. We have some clearly defined phases. And the second is to prepare for risk early. The valley of death, or where kind of space projects go to die, is very much a real thing. And by recognizing it early, we can budget for it, we can plan for it, we can use risk management to mitigate risks not only in space missions, but also to the project itself. We can budget for the long haul, and we can start to develop terrestrial revenue streams by understanding and building this technology. Another is to collaborate, right? To work closely with university researchers and others to accelerate the program and drive legitimacy. So I'll be, you know, hoping to publish some papers here in the not so distant future and continue to build this. And I'm already having collaboration agreements with other researchers out there, and really to prove, right, to go back to something I said earlier, to prove it on Earth, test it heavily, and be able to quickly deploy to the lunar surface, probably sometime in the late 2020s or early 2030s, and develop this and kickstart this cislunar economy. So really, this is a rare blue ocean opportunity. There is no competition in space right now for food, and really by the 2030s, the sustained human presence on the moon is I think very likely. So of course we have the national programs like the Artemis program in the United States, but we also have ESA, JAXA, the Korean Space Program, others. Chinese have a program, the Russians have a program. But it's not just these national programs, which may end up taking the back seats, but there's also private programs, right? And it's not just your SpaceX or Blue Origin, it's tourists, it's mining companies, it's NGOs, manufacturing companies, universities, and more, right? And all of these people, if they can get a ticket on a Starship or something, there's plenty of people, myself included, who would do a lot to make that happen. And if we can grow these soils, it's not just on the moon, but it's also ability to build orbital platforms, right? So if we're looking at something like building a Dyson sphere or something like this later on, or not Dyson sphere, an O'Neill cylinder, these are often envisioned as having these like luxurious gardens, right? Well, if you do the math, there's just no way we're shipping up that soil from the Earth. So if we want to build these kind of rotating habitats, lunar-based soils are, in my opinion, our best bet. And when we look at the general marketplace, in general, most people, in fact, very few people have been looking at ISRU-based soils. Most are in hydroponics, aeroponics, insect, fungal-based systems, that kind of thing. Those all have their place, in my opinion, but there's difficulties, particularly in scaling, right? So if you know, we can't have a baby in space if our hydroponic system is only suited for 10 people, right? So we have 11 people. Oh, we got to call back to Earth, ship in more pumps and grow beds and things like that. Whereas if we're using soil, we just pressurize an area, move some more soil in and scale. Okay. So kind of financial predictions, key metrics. So KPIs or MOEs for the systems engineer out here. Quality, quantity, safety, nutrition, availability, reliability, and cost are the big factors we're looking at here. This is out of my systems engineering work. And in terms of financial projections, I believe we can grow 2,500 kilograms, which is enough to augment four astronauts. Relatively easy. And our current projections, right? So at Mines in the space program, we use about 50,000 a kilogram to lunar surface is our kind of working rough number. And the business idea here would be to sell produce at a 20% discount, right? So 2,500 kilograms times 40,000, which is the discounted price, would be $100 million in revenue. And there's arguments that the fresh food on the moon could actually cost more, but really this is an attempt to subsidize and encourage lunar development. So the real strength of this is the intellectual property. I've got 2 patents pending really directly around this, the methods and technologies of off Earth farming and agricultural systems. And the second is systems and methods for the management, monitoring, improvement, and research of medicine health in non-Earth environments. Beyond that, there's 6 patents already granted and another 6 pending in addition to those 2. So that really adds to the strength of the effort. And so, you know, where is this? So as Michael mentioned, this project and plan won first place in the National Space Society Space Settlement in Our Lifetimes business plan contest just a month or 2 ago. I have completed a Great Lakes Regional NSF National Science Foundation I-Corps program, and I'm looking to go to the National I-Corps. I've got a source of simulants established. I am building a team of interested researchers, partners, and mentors. And if anyone else is interested in talking about it, I'm always happy to chat or wanting to be a part of it in some way. I definitely would be willing to have that conversation. I've got a lot of technical design documentation complete, working towards SBIRs. We've got 14 plus research projects identified, and we're actively applying for grant and fellowship funding. So this is kind of just the overall view. It's an ambitious timeline, but currently we're kind of in the phase 1 PhD self-research kind of phase. We've got the NSFI core where we're looking at SBIRs, where we're beginning the proof of concept. We go into phase 2, and you can see our TRL level would increase with each of these. This is where we begin prototyping a facility and really working out the kinks, making it analog ready. Phase 3 is to deploy an analog ready facility to an analog environment. So I know that's a topic of discussion here. And we'll do at least a 6-month trial to vet the system, but also kind of human factors, that kind of thing. And then product hardening would be to iterate again, build, work out any improvements and continue. And then we hit the valley of death, right? I'm quite sure we can get through phase 3, but by seeing that's coming. But so then phase 4 currently looks like NASA is talking about 2028 for kind of a permanent presence. That number or that date tends to move around, but that's a general target. And right, so the idea would be to secure final funding and then to ultimately launch towards the moon, right? So and I don't have it here, but we currently believe, right, that the $100 million in revenue, we believe launching this facility and deploying it to the moon would be $350 million to $500 million, right? So if we let's say $400 million, we're producing $100 million in revenue a year, we're looking at a payback period of about 5 years. Right, and that doesn't include scaling, adding additional modules, or that's just selling produce into the lunar market, right? So the entertainment revenue, the trade value of return to Earth products, that doesn't get factored in there. So I believe this is financially viable, I guess is the point there. So yeah, that's kind of the overview of this initiative and a little bit about my research. So I'd like to thank you all for attending, and happy to answer any questions or try and speak to them.
Cool. That was really interesting. This idea of how do we do this, like the logistics of it, it's mind-boggling, right? I like what you had to say about, you can't have babies in space if you can't feed the babies in space, right? So I do think this is a necessary precursor. Let's first, you mentioned the phrase "the Valley of Death" several times, and a lot of people on our call may not be familiar with that. So what does that mean? Research, Valley of Death, then what?
Yeah, so the Valley of Death, so this is the TRL levels. If you're not interested, you can just type in NASA TRL. It's a nine-step system of evaluating the maturity of an idea. I don't remember all the names, but it's basically, it's an idea. We've done some research. We've maybe done some calculations. We've actually built small prototypes and then deployed them in test missions. We've vetted them and then usually no, there's not exact area, but usually like somewhere around 5 or 6 is where you have something that's relatively mature. But then you have to actually test it in space, prove it in space, right? Get up on a rocket, prove that it works, and then actually deploy to space, right? And so, unfortunately, the funding model, certainly in the U.S., I'm not sure about elsewhere, you can get really up to like 5 or 6 using these grant-based fundings, and then you're just kind of on your own. And so they call it the Valley of Death, which is where good ideas kind of go to die. There are people who kind of go through and look at these old things and attempt to resurrect them, but that's just a turn of phrase.
That's it's endemic across the entire industry, and it's true whether it's a NASA proposal or a DARPA proposal or a National Science Foundation proposal, that really great research is sitting on shelves all across the country that hit that Valley of Death and wasn't able to kind of cross over into full commercialization. I have a whole wall of stuff that there are casualties of that valley. So it's pretty rough. And I want to say hats off to you, because I think you've got a pretty good plan. Certainly the I-Corps program at NSF, if that's the one you're using, is certainly useful. I want to pass along some questions. There's 2 of them here. Dr. Jobstrat is asking, it seemed like the business models you mentioned assumed bringing back stuff from the moon. Do you have any pre-launch revenue ideas that you can share? Maybe lunar certified rather than lunar grown could work as well with much less markup. So how do you make money before you're actually on the moon?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Actually growing kind of lunar certified or simulated products is something I've thought about. It might be more of a niche, but people might be interested in, again, maybe getting that moonshine a little earlier at a discounted price or something like that. And then again, this entertainment kind of idea I've played around with, and I've talked to some of my friends are cinematographers and things, played around with it, maybe again, like kind of homesteading, moon homesteading kind of channel, to possibly bring in some extra revenue. But that is a serious concern. Another area we could also look at is the regenerative tech, right? So if we found some method or system really works at taking this not alive regular simulant and making it alive, we could maybe commercialize that somehow, particularly in areas stressed by environmental degradation or things like that. So
yeah, everybody's always looking for that dual use technology. Usually that implies military use and civilian use, but in this case, dual use is down here on the ground where we need it, that supports what we want to do up in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah. Peter's asking, how much power do you need? How do you survive the lunar night? I'm assuming that's what he's talking about, the some of the greenhouse earlier examples.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I don't have an exact answer for you. I've done some rough system calculations out of the SMAD, the system mission and analysis design book. They've got some guidance in there. It's difficult to give a power need just because we don't have a facility built yet, so we're not entirely sure. It's important though to recognize I don't view this as a standalone facility. This is part of a larger base camp or village, right? You know, there's no point in growing food if there's no one else around, and if there's other people around, there'll be stuff. So if you look at NASA's Artemis roadmap that they just released, I believe 2027 is when they're looking to have a small nuclear reactor on the moon. So my guess is we can buy power from them or trade them, you know, potatoes for power or something like that, and make it work. And in terms of lunar night, right? You know, it's my personal opinion based off my research that any facilities on the moon are going to need to be buried. So that will give you some good insulation and protection from radiation and the lucky or unlucky micrometeorite impact or something like that. So that thermal insulation, right? If you go, I don't want to give the wrong numbers, but if you go, say 3-4 meters underground, the thermal insulation of the regolith, the temperature swings greatly get mitigated, and I think it sits around -20 or something like that. You know, I live in Minnesota, so it regularly gets to like minus 50 here, and so we can certainly survive and make it work. So.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much. It was really interesting. I'm hoping for the best for y'all because one of those critical problems that needs to get solved. So congratulations on your award. I knew the Martin Rothblatt Award, I think, is a pretty big deal. I think that's something that most people don't know about, but I think it's going to open doors for making a lot of things happen. So congratulations. And with that, I'm going to move on to Nicholas. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Nicholas, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear. 5x5.
Good. Shall I just start there?
You know, we didn't introduce you earlier. You know, there's not much of a text here, but Nicholas has recently bought an old schoolhouse that he has started to convert into a moon-based validator. He specifically asked that we keep his intro and bio short and sweet, but there's a lot more to that story, sir. So share a little bit about that. Your background, Dr. Jobstrat, start there, and then let's jump into the schoolhouse.
Okay, I'll need to fill out the bio for next time, I think.
You will.
But yeah. Okay, I have been working on my PhD, and my most of my work has been on metallurgical thermomechanical simulation of metals at high temperature. Specifically aero engines mainly. Currently, I'm working for a wind turbine company, so that's a completely different kettle of materials then.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Let's jump in and tell. Well, you know, tell people that weren't here on Wednesday about what you did on Wednesday, and then how. And let's get into your schoolhouse. And I'm gonna turn the stage over to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Yeah, what I did on Wednesday was that I launched the schoolhouse kind of by making a footprint in lunar regolith simulant that I was given by Shimizu Corporation some 13 years ago when I made an effort at starting essentially the same thing, but then in iron mine in Swedish Bergslagen. Now I'm north of Sweden. If we have time, I'll show you where. And I bought a schoolhouse. I think the permissions are easier to get in a schoolhouse than in a mine. That was the main issue then. So Lapträsk 2022, Lunar self-sufficient analog. And that's kind of a logo. If somebody missed where I stole it, that's it. And this is what the schoolhouse looked like when I arrived. And I want to make this into a self-sufficient moon base analog. And what do I mean by that? And why do I want it to be self-sufficient? And do I mean the same thing as NASA does with self-sufficiency? And no, I don't. I mean, with self-sufficient, I mean that if abandoned, it should survive. So it's not economical or even biological. It's much stronger than that. And the reason I think that's important for a moon base is that it gives an infrastructure backbone. You can add commercial activities at additional cost only, and you get the psychological security. Most people wouldn't dream of building a hotel in the middle of a desert, but if you do it in Las Vegas, that's much easier because everything you need is already there. Also, it gives the complete self-sufficiency means that the society in the moon base is self-contained. It's budget cut proof. When the Earth decides this is not worth the while anymore, that's fine because it doesn't actually cost anything because there's no recurring cost. And from a personal and research perspective, it avoids having to make trade-offs. It's easy to say that the diameter 5 screw, it's easier to ship one, but if you instead have the mindset that you're going to make joining elements, then you make sure that you make joining elements that you can make on site instead. So my ground rule, that is essentially one main ground rule. If you use it, be able to replace it. And that means that what I'm looking at is a backwards technology roadmap. There's a lot of talk about the technology roadmaps and TRL levels and things like that. But most of the time it's made forwards. You look at where are we now? And if I take the next step, where do I get? I want to do it the reverse way. I want to look at what is needed in order to be self-sufficient. And then from that go backwards and find out which steps are most economical to take in order to get where I want to be, which is completely self-sufficiency. Okay, what do I mean by a self-sufficient production system and what am I going to study in this moon base? Essentially, and I'm going to do this very simple and very quick as well, the most simple self-sufficient production system I have been able to think of is a stone axe. And for that to be self-sufficient, you need raw materials, you need stone for the head, and you need some wood for the shaft, and you need something sinews or something to put it together with. Then you need, actually, from my perspective, you need somebody to do the work there. You could be a robot, but I like people better than robots, so I think we should have people on the moon. And if we have people on the moon, the guy needs to eat and drink and breathe, so that puts some more requirements on the raw materials and also on the production system. Okay, we had the deer previously, and we kill it, we can eat it as well. And he might want a bit more conveniences, some clothing, maybe some more tools than just the stone axe, heat, and somewhere to sleep. So let's split this in raw materials, that is input to the production system, and this is the simplest production system. Well, okay, it's a very simple production system. It might be possible to find something that's simpler. Anyway, this is on the Earth. So what's the difference on the Moon? Well, to start with, the raw materials are a bit more meager. You have essentially rocks, more rocks, and regolith, which is pulverized rock, so it's just rock. And with us, we'll need a bit more of a production system. I'll get back to that, but do we have the resources we need on the Moon? And I say we do, more or less. Plenty of oxygen, which is the first thing you think about lacking. There's no atmosphere, so there's no oxygen. Plenty of oxygen. If you want anything else, you will have oxygen. Pretty much metals. You would normally not call this composition ore. It's likely that there is some kind of ore on the Moon, I would say, some enrichment of whatever you want to have out of it. There's also plenty of non-metals, silicon for solar panels, calcium, nutrients for plants. The things that lack is carbon, nitrogen, and hydrogen, which is, well, nitrogen is part of NPK, obviously, so that's very little and difficult to get at in lunar regolith. I'm talking Apollo samples here. And from research project I did in 2000 together with the Orbitech in Wisconsin. The conclusion there was that nitrogen would be limiting because we calculated with the same leakage as the ISS. 400 metric tons of moon dust per person and day is not really feasible. But if you look at to the poles and what is believed to be nitrogen rich, we come down to something around a kilo per person and day, which seems doable to me. However, we get a bit more complex if we're gonna extract metals and we're gonna brew food. We can't go out and kill a deer because there are none. We need solar panels, and we need a bit more convenience than the caveman I had before. So we get a bit of a complex production system. I'd like to make a process view of this because that's essentially my focus on the analog. It is not to be a place where you go and you live as the first ones to go there would live. I want to put pieces together that will fit together in order to make a completely self-sufficient system. If I don't have the complete production capability of a complete system, that's fine, because a complete system will be bigger than would fit into this school anyway. So I want to have small and scalable processes that together can be put together, and I will have a demonstrator more than and a validator more than an actual pretend you're on the moon analog unit. So a bit about the differences from Earth and what I'm going to simulate and what I'm not going to simulate. Low gravity is first thing you think about probably, which is makes some differences. You have less downward force, so it's digging. If you're using a spade, that's awkward. Then you have slower mold filling, there's less convection, so things stir less easy. Lack of minerals, and from I've talked about that. And then because I'm looking at the reasonably small moon base, you can't have the Earth production facility backing it up. It has to be contained. And so it's small-scale solutions. The advantage of looking at small-scale solutions is not only attractive for the moon, it's also attractive for looking at the circular economy that was talked about earlier, which is receiving a lot more recent attention on Earth as well, from many perspectives. Then we have an environment such as vacuum, radiation, meteorites. So the conclusion from all this essentially is that the moon base will be built underground. So it doesn't really matter what it looks like, except that we can't simulate the low gravity. We need to calculate for low gravity where that is important. But in the rest of the cases, we're just doing it inside, and that's simulation enough, really. Okay, so that's where I'm headed, and I'll show some pictures of where I am. This is an unfurnished room in the basement of the schoolhouse, and this is a really great surprise to me when I got here, or a couple of weeks after, actually. There is a piece of bedrock sticking up, so this is the mine. I'll do mining here, and it will be small-scale mining. So essentially, I want to do hammers, feathers, and chisels, and then hack into this piece of bedrock, clear out this space so it looks more like the ground is, well, the ground is bedrock, all of it, and not mostly soil, and take away the broken ceramic roof tiles as well. So that's one room and one process. High temperature processes. I'm running low on time, am I? I have a ceramic oven that was part of the school. So they were doing ceramics here, which is up to 1400 degrees. I won't be able to melt steel, but I can do aluminium, and I'll put in a welding torch, and then I have the high temperature process. This is the life support room. I will add some habitation modules, which I intend to buy in plastic from China, and start growing things. I'm looking forward to talking a bit more with Adam about what to grow and how to grow it on that. And also Ulf and some of our friends, one of our friends is doing aquaponics, and that's a key technology that I will be looking at here. There is a gymnasium, and this will be a conference hall, so I will actually be able to have real full-scale conferences here. And here is well, actually, it is the kitchen and canteen. I'm not going to change that. That's where we eat. Near-term plans, urgent renovations. The roof is leaking. It's not just in the basement that there are broken tiles. So I have started to sort that. I should improve the insulation to reduce the heat loss. It gets 40 degrees below 0 centigrade here. And there are some, some standard renovations of an old house. I'm also starting to create a process network in order to network with the people who are doing these processes in the daily life, essentially. I'm not that interested in getting collaboration with space agencies from the perspective of process network. I want to talk to people who are growing things in order to know how to grow things. And I want to talk to people who are mining in order to know how to do the mining and or processing, basic manufacturing. And I do have a bit of a network since my previous efforts. And also, of course, I'm not made of money. I need to establish income streams, need to get some founding partners, use it as a think tank, try to get some research grants, conference facilities for smallish conferences. I think I can be 100 to 150 people in this gymnasium, and the canteen kind of handles that as well. Then of course the sleeping facilities, need to use them to science and exploration themed hotel or youth hostel. It's obviously a great place to be for a honeymoon because it is a moon base, right? That's essentially the end of my presentation. This is a plan of the facilities. Life support is one room, canteen and kitchen and conference, that's the ground floor. The mine in the basement, other processes, hot processes. There is a sauna, obviously we're close to Finland, and showers, and there's 2 separate sections. How am I for time?
Good. We've got about 10 minutes to do some Q&A, so no surprise there's some Q&A.
Good.
You know, this is I think the 3rd time I've seen parts of this, and each time I see it in a different venue, a different context. I learned something. I learned something each time, so thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
For my own curiosity, before I get to the other people's questions, there was a moment where you said that that the smelting ore process and filling a mold would take more time, and that I had never considered that before.
Yeah.
Does that damage the product that you're trying to make? Does that limit the size of the thing, the widget you're trying to create?
It could very well be you get more porosity. So it is quite a lot slower. So essentially what you would use for filling a mold would be pressure. So you push liquid into the mold rather than just pouring.
Like gravity do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. That adds a level of complexity I hadn't considered. You know, I was thinking about, you know, you first start with a stone axe, and someday you're going to want a metal axe. Not that you're going to go cut wood, but you want to evolve. You want to evolve from tool A to tool B, and I just took that process for granted. But I suspect we're going to learn the hard way that you can't. So yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah. No, I'm going backwards as well. I'm not going to start by making stone axes. I'm going to use whatever technology I think is suitable.
Yeah.
And well, as I said, if I use it, I need to be able to reproduce it.
Right.
Maybe not in the exact same tool that I brought, but same function. Like if I use a plastic tool, I might settle for aluminium on the moon instead, because plastic is expensive.
Yeah. Clever. I think 2 of these questions have been answered already. From Ryan, have you considered an Airbnb experience to generate revenue and for public outreach and education? I know your answer, but I want you to tell the answer.
Yes, that's it is a bit of a touristic area, not any core areas as such, but it does see some tourist traffic, and there are other facilities nearby who just cater for tourists. So I thought I have a bit of a twist on that. So you come here to watch the nature, and then you can swing an axe in the mine as well.
Well, specifically, Airbnb has these things called experiences that are booked packages that you tell people about, and then Airbnb like broadcasts that if you're in the area, you're staying in the area, hey, check out this experience that you can, and that you're gonna have a once in the world location, right? So I think there might be something really clever there.
Thanks.
And then Dana from the Moon Society also, he's asking, have you looked at Patreon and a series of updates as a minor income stream and PR?
I have thought about it. I haven't actually started, but essentially what I think I'll do for starters is to start giving a bit of a small video clips and put them on YouTube so that it starts looking as if something is happening. And then I go in and say, now I need more money in order to do this specific piece of thing.
Clever, good. He's also recommending a book called Build Your Own Metal Working Shop from Scrap. I think that's when the apocalypse comes and the zombies show up, I'm gonna wish I had that book. All right, so we only have a few more minutes, so let's we've got 6 more minutes. When does the first guest arrive? I know you've got work to do, I'm not putting any pressure on you. You've got a roof to repair at the very least. But
Yep.
when do you think you're going to have space open for business, so to speak?
Well, we have about 6 months winter here with snow. So and the tourist season is summer, so it's kind of the middle of the rest of the 6 months.
Right. Yep.
So next summer, I hope to be able to have some paying guests.
Okay. All right. So at the next,
then of course I aim to also have it open during the winter, but it's better to start when there is some traction.
Okay.
Easier traction.
Yeah, for sure. Well, certainly that's going to be something we look forward to at the next Lunar Development Conference, right? So
yeah,
because you'll be in the middle of the busy season at that point. So
exactly. So then there will not just be me here, I hope.
No, it should be a community. What is the first technology that you're going to try and build out? I know you're trying to build out mine. I know you're trying to build out some tool making, and you're trying to build out some agroponics, hydroponics facility. So what's the first thing that next summer your residents and your visitors are going to be able to see or participate in?
Well, the mine is easy. I mean, you just crush the rock, right?
Right.
Take a hammer, swing it, man. Or if I haven't got that far, take a shovel and get the soil out, because I don't want that.
Right.
So that's a very quick one. I have sort of started.
Good.
I brought up some of the tiles that weren't too broken and started changing tiles on the roof, so that there is progress there.
Good.
And then the other end of the chain with growing things, same thing there. I have kind of started. I have a bucket where I try to grow tomatoes and and salad, and yeah, I've eaten the salad, and there is one tomato on one of the 3 plants. but this is not an aquaponics system. This is what is called a Kratky system, which is a very fancy way of describing. It's a bucket with some nutrients.
Bucket with some plant. Yeah, exactly.
But then you have the plants in holes in the top of it, and the roots go down into the water.
My mom does that. So you're starting. This is the beginning. You've only had it for, I don't know what, 3 months?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So you definitely have your work cut out for you. I'm gonna hope that the Swedish Space Society has at least come up for a meeting, or will come up for a meeting when the weather clears.
Yeah. It is pretty far from Stockholm, actually.
Right. Is that where the cursor is? Stockholm, and you're in the middle up there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty long. Is it on the coast? Is it a ferry ride? How would you get?
It is. There is an airport in Luleå. Sorry, wrong direction. There is Luleå. Stockholm is outside this screen. I'm zooming in a factor 10.
Okay.
And then zooming in another factor 10 there. So I'm a bit inside.
You-
There is
you
a
just-
railway station in Kalix. There is an airport in Luleå, one in Kemi, and one in Rovaniemi, which is slightly outside here.
Well, Ulf has already responded with an exclamation point. We will come. So that's great. I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Give us for the folks that weren't here on Wednesday, and we're running out of time. Give us an overview of what happened on Wednesday. A reminder.
Okay, we watched a simulated clip that I have permission from I forgot the name. Well, it's simulation of the lunar landing, and then having landed, we had a toast for the moon or for back to the moon, and then I made a footprint in lunar regolith simulant from that I got from Shimizu Corporation 13 years ago. And I will make a plaster casting out of that, and maybe even reproduce it from the negative.
Nice. I think that footprint was. I told you I thought it was a little on the cheesy side at first, but I think it's going to be pretty significant. So yeah, I look forward to.
Yeah, I thought the footprint was a good way of starting a lunar base, man. And that's what you do on the moon.
That's what you do.
It is barefoot, obviously, because I'm not on the moon, and I don't have any vacuum suit manufactured yet, so it is barefoot so far. And once I get a spacesuit manufactured, then I will use one to make another footprint.
I think barefoot on the moon could be a logo. I think, or a book title, All right, Dr. Jobsat, we're gonna say thank you very much. I look forward to working with you later on, and we're gonna switch over to Terry Trevino. So, Dr. Jobsat, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Terry, how are you, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, so we did the same thing yesterday or Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah. Don't bother with the soliloquy. It's just I'm a guy. Just trying to get.
We went
talkie
from
done.
Wednesday we went from Portugal to Hawaii. Now we're going from Sweden to Hawaii because that's how the internet works. Yep. Well, welcome, sir. I'm gonna read off. I'm gonna condense your bio
Please.
a little bit.
Yeah,
because,
simple.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. All right, here's what we got. I have a lot of stuff here.
Just
he has a 30-year history in real estate, which I find pretty fascinating. That effectively allowed him to pay for his hobby to eventually become an astrophysicist, and I think that's a pretty awesome transition. He recently finished his Master's of Science in Space Studies. He's a member of a whole bunch of different organizations dealing with space. He is working on some satellite tracking software, and he's going to talk to us quite a bit about some. Well, I'm gonna leave it open. I'm gonna let him tell you what he's gonna talk about. All right,
Plenty
Terry,
to chat
thanks a
about.
lot, sir.
Let's do it.
Plenty. Jump in there.
All right, here we are. Share screen. Boom. Time. Excuse me. Having only woke up 45 minutes ago, it is 6:03 a.m. here in Hawaii.
What'd you say? 6 o'clock? Yeah.
6:03 a.m.
Yep.
Taking really, how you and I met, actually. I had done this research a couple of years ago on Arthrospira platensis, which is really, and here in Hawaii, it's called spirulina. It's an algae. It's a microalgae. It's a blue-green algae. It's pretty hardy, and I started researching it pretty extensively the year before. So it's been since 2019, and one of the things I found fascinating about it is it's a record. The record of its existence on this planet dates to about 2.3 billion years ago, approximately, and it's it's been through quite a bit. It's also associated with, and perhaps the key to, the great oxygenation event 300 to 400 million years ago. I love how we use, 100 million years here and there. What's the difference? And it's just taken off, right? It's one of those things where I just got deep into it, and I thought, wow, this really is a magic. It's just one of those, I don't know, organisms, if you want to call it, that is just spectacular. It's a hearty, healthy, good for you, good for the world, good for Earth. And I started deep diving into it. AIAA gave us some money and some time. APU is APUS. It's a school that I got my space studies degree from. We're also a sponsor on this. The West Hawaii Education Administration or Association, excuse me, were integral as well in helping us. And Sanotech actually gave our team some money and gave Erin Stamper, who is one of our biologists, our lead biologist, gave her quite a bit of money and time to kind of really deep dive into what this microorganism does. Some of the things about spirulina: it has been approved for use on ISS as a supplement. It was fairly well studied in the 70s and 80s by NASA. It probably offsets quite a bit of these horrible things that happen out in microgravity, particularly the cardiovascular issues that might kind of surface, so the negative calcium balance. These are not proven, so I have to mention that. And the reason they're not proven is that it's going to take quite a bit of support financially to figure those things out. I love that image of the astronauts finding. Isn't that cool? This is actually, and that's a picture of me working in the UND lab during one of my analog astronaut missions, which is a fantastic facility, and me working right in front of a bunch of microalgae that I brought with me. Interesting story. I'll get into that. Hawaiian spirulina, particularly, is different. Limnospira, which was the new name of Arthrospira platensis, is a different strain of spirulina. And what you're seeing there is, it looks like, Aaron calls it, it looks like bad beach hair. Those are the actual cultures that we grow. They replicate, and we have to harvest. We have to thin the harvest every 6 to 7 days. If we go any higher than that, they start passing away and dying. Yeah, and the bloom it's funny. The bloom it crashes, so it crashes and then it comes back, and it crashes and comes back. And in a healthy environment, it would just continuously bloom. And the way you do that is you move air through, you move carbon dioxide through the culture, and you just kind of make it as healthy as you can. Give it a healthy environment. Quite a bit of light, 10 to 12 hours of light per day at a Hawaiian light, which is in the 600 plus nanometer range. And yeah, that's a great slide. I love that picture. How are we going to grow it on the moon? Here we go. And why? So we are going to have to, in some ways, be fairly self-sufficient. We're not going to be able to shuttle back and forth a pineapple when we need it. Well, we might be able to. Let's not pin all of our hopes on Elon Musk and Starship or any other large vehicle that might be heading that way, Artemis included. Are we going to be able to use the resources there in situ to develop and allow things to grow? My guess is that the lunar regolith is just not a healthy substrate. It's not even, we can't call it soil because there are no microorganisms that we found in the soil. Regolith. And so I really think it's just going to be an additive, right? Plagiocase and some of the other heavy elements that are on the surface of the moon just don't allow for a plant to propagate. AKA the recent news that oh they've grown plants in regolith, and I said, well, did they really? They may have had regolith juice, lunar regolith juice mixed with a substrate of something that was just water that allowed the root to breathe, and that was it. And I beg to differ with the finding, and I haven't really dug deep into the paper yet because they haven't published, but I'd like to know a little more about, did it really grow, or is it just a root that was looking for, something to survive? And what's interesting is as a seed opens up, it already has quite a bit of nutrition in the seed casing that allows that plant to come up and open up, and the canopy to open up. And so, I love the news was brilliant, but I think we have to grow our own things in our own contained environments on the surface of the moon. And so that's one of the things that I found interesting about that study. Anyway, continuing on. Oh, and that's a picture of Exolith Labs LHS1. It's brilliant if you want to try to mimic lunar regolith. They're really good. Exolith Labs, great sponsor of ours, and has been very helpful for me. This is, let me minimize you and I. This is kind of the breakout of what they've added to the lunar regolith, and then it's the Highland simulant. Again, there's nothing here that's really beneficial for a plant, and so I really just put the slide in just to kind of technically show everyone. Well, we don't have much here. We are going to make lunar concrete, or lunarcrete as we call it, with a lot of these minerals, and I'm also working on that on another project. Very little offer here, so I just wanted to highlight that. I did bring the product to the ILMA, which is the inflatable lunar Mars or lunar Martian analog habitat at University of North Dakota, to see if it would do well there. I also, in my lab on the far right, my lab, which by the way, I have sometimes 3 people working in that little tiny lab. Now there is some room in front of me, but we do cram in there to work. Thankfully, it's well ventilated, has to be. But I did try to see, and I actually attempted to grow many different types of plants in that little device in the middle. That's an electromagnetic wave generator, just to see how and if we could protect the environment around our plants. And particularly, I'm looking to see if I can even allow algae to propagate on the lunar surface. Of course, in a habitat and in a habitat that will be protected from the kind of the environment, and really, honestly, I'm trying to protect it from radiation, GCR, solar storms, solar winds, etc. Spirulina, the goal of the work at ILMA was to really determine if someone at my level could grab a lunar simulant, mix it with a lunar or Martian in this case, and mix it with the algae and see if it would propagate. And then that Erlenmeyer flask on the right, we've actually got a Martian regolith mixed in with that, and the algae did very well with the Martian regolith. It did not with the lunar regolith. I actually don't have an image of that. I'm here on the island, and I asked Erin if she could pop over and get a photo of it. If she's working actually right now, so if I get it in process, I'll pull it up for us. Anyway, the hypotheses were would we be able to grow it? And if we were, and if we could, would it do well using a couple of things? I use quite a bit of light, and I use a Xerox media, which is really heavy in nitrate and phosphate, things that you really need off-world to grow green things, particularly. One of the interesting parts of the work was, because I do hopefully want to have something similar to the Kinetics. Kinetic is a company out of Europe who are making a closed loop system. Closed loop meaning, will we be able to use algae as a source of either nutrition for and consumption of CO2? Will we be able to make oxygen with it? And so this device on the right is Kinetics. They've allowed me to use this slide because they and I are visiting about purchasing that device at about 135,000 per device. I'm not too keen on doing that at the moment, so I'd love to be able to reverse engineer it, but I don't want to steal their idea. So I've been chatting with the Melissa Project out of Toulouse. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they are deep into algae as a off-world source of nutrition and part of a closed loop system. I have been chatting with them. They are really fantastic. These PBRs, these photobioreactors, I could see a line of them on a wall, maybe on ISS, several of them kind of at different stages, and then one down here for control, just to see if we could actually allow these microalgae to, first of all, to survive in that environment. And if they do survive, do they consume CO2? Do they produce enough oxygen? Actually, they produce a lot of oxygen, to the tune of many kilogram of it if we do it right. They didn't do very well in the vacuum chamber. So at UND, there are 3 vacuum chambers, and they're not going to do well in a vacuum chamber. So if we got down to atmospheric conditions on Mars, as an example, Olsen and Francis did the same in 2010, and it had died off immediately. As you realize, right, it just freezes almost instantaneously and dries up immediately. We did a bunch of, these are all different little samples on the right, and samples that we tested, and Erin did all of this work. She's amazing. If you ever want to chat with her, she's wonderful about visiting about spirulina and in particular. But each one of these vials and these jars have different levels of regolith included, and to see how they would do. And they all did fairly well. If we got up to a really high percentage, the test sample would just crash and it would die. The cultures themselves, again, arrived after almost 7 days with no oxygen, no sun, and I was able to revive them. And oddly enough, they, speaking to how hardy it is, it was amazing how quickly it came back. The people that helped here, so I had two people on the team, and I'll show pictures of them here in a second. West Hawaii Exploration Academy helped us quite a bit. Not association, excuse me, I said earlier. Dr. Brian Murphy was brilliant. We had 2 members of the team who were experienced with NASA projects, and in particular, taking things to ISS. Let's see, what else do we have here? None of that's really, I mean, it's not fodder, it's important. And I'm happy to share these slides after the fact with you guys. Here's the team. Larry's here on the island. Aaron is here on the island. Kara was our kind of liaison with NASA in terms of getting product up to ISS. Christine, brilliant for helping us getting us funding. Dr. Miller are always wonderful for sponsoring us. The other people involved were those folks that were actually on the mission with me, and then two high school students at West Hawaii Exploration Academy actually jumped in and helped us. John Reese, Andrew Culverwell, brilliant, great kids. And my list of references, you can have this, I can send this to you. And then I wrote a paper with 3 other participants in the previous study. And this is my contribution. So this page and it's there for the taking if anybody wants it. I'll just leave it on these slides. And that's what I've got for you, sir.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the obvious immediate question, you know, relevant to all the Moon Society members is, why do you think it grew better on the Martian simulant than the lunar simulant?
Does very well. And so MGS-1S was our simulant that we used through Exolith Labs, and it has it's high sulfate, and Hawaiian spirulina does very well in a good salty environment. And then it also is high in nitrates, and both of those are wonderful for off-world, and in particular for Hawaiian spirulina.
Interesting. You know, we're going to have 2 different simulant producers. I'm not sure if that's the right word. 2 different organizations, one near me in Seattle and one in Turkey. They're both creating simulants. So I'm wondering if, you know, the moon's a big place. Did the simulant that was trying to simulate, you know, point A, but then the Seattle group, the Turkish group, are trying to simulate simulants from B and C. Maybe it's the location that you're trying to. I use location as a really loose term.
Loosely. Yeah.
So compositions A, B, and C. You tried A. Maybe it's worthwhile taking a look at B and C.
I don't know, Michael. I'm everything I see as it relates to lunar regolith particularly just doesn't show any biologics, right?
Right.
I mean, there may be, you know, and one of the things that we had a quick chat about on Wednesday is, you know, we're also talking about an environment that's been fully exposed to solar radiation for 3.5 to 4 billion years, or whatever the number is.
It'll be fine. It's fine.
Well, that's a couple 100,000 years.
Right.
I just don't see it.
Mm.
I think we're gonna have to bring it with us.
Yeah.
The beauty of Hawaiian spirulina, in my opinion, is it replicates so fast that that we can, after multiple generations, we can use it to line our walls. So the Melissa Project have actually developed a system that can line the walls of, let's say you're in the Shackleton crater, or you're on the edge of the Shackleton crater, and you can just permanently protect yourself from the sun as it comes around and starts coming right at you. Right, and so you've got a barrier that keeps solar radiation from your plant module. And in my case, working in this near null field, and thank you for connecting me with Dr. Egelbrock.
Edelbrock.
Yes, yeah. Edelbrock. Thank you for that, because I think that's something we really should talk about, right? Is these magnetic fields that we have here. Oh my God, I just finished a brilliant book on this too. I'll send it to you. It's just amazing how, if we don't have some form of protection overall from these environments, particularly with a magnetic field, a magnetosphere of some kind, I don't see life doing very well in outside of Earth's environs. And you look at it right there. We haven't seen it yet, and we're peering out now. James Webb's telescope, the JWST, is getting out to 13.5 billion years, and nobody's going to respond because, light and travel of light waves and frequencies, just, it's never going to happen probably. Who knows? Knock on wood. I I don't know. I think we've got what we have here. We should probably try to take it, replicate it, bring
Maybe take
bring
it
with us.
seriously, maybe, protect it a little bit, put some
Yeah.
work in. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's start doing that. Yeah. All right, we got about 6 minutes left.
Cool.
Let's talk about your little green grass here. So put on your break out your crystal ball and imagine 5 years from now, the next boot prints are going to be on the moon. Is your stuff there on the early trips in support, or is your stuff like the second level when we start building out larger systems? I'm just wondering, like, we're going to build an Antarctica style research site, but before we do that, there's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 people that go back and forth a few times. So where does your tech fit in that cycle?
I could see us having photobioreactors up there early
Day one,
on.
right? Yeah.
I could, and I think that's just back to Diallo Wallace. He's a dear friend of mine. He's at U.S. Naval Academy as a professor of engineering. He's like, you have to test before you invest, and I love that. And I know it's probably been said for donkey's years, but test before you invest is that, right? We must know that this will work. Let's get up there. Interestingly, I had an offer for a ride on the Maston lander. I can't remember the name of what their 2 landers were, but it was not environmentally controlled. And we were like, well, that's not going to work, right? We can't have vacuum of space, and we can't have the absolute cold and freezing temperatures, even with full sun. I saw it wasn't going to work, but I did get someone come up to me and say, hey, would you be interested in bringing something on New Glenn? And my eyes just kind of went, yeah, count me in. And I think other people are seeing that as well, right? We really probably should get outside of Earth's magnetic protection zone and out of our magneto tail. And let's get up there and figure out what's going to survive. What human tissue will survive up there. That's really where I see us going. And the sooner we can get up there, better, because that lab, that's going to better be a big lab, because there are a lot of different things we need to test up there. Hopefully we get something relatively large.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff going to the moon that's already manifested. Some of it's under construction already. Most of it is paid for already. Most of it, that's a stretch. About 40% of it's paid for already.
That's a lot.
So yeah, I've seen estimates of 100 missions, 200 missions, 250 missions. So there's probably something you can hitch a ride on, even if it's not big, right?
I hope so. That's the goal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep asking. I do have a friend at CASIS ISS, and he's also very supportive.
CASIS, for those who don't know, CASIS is the International Space Station's U.S. national lab component. So we don't, the United States doesn't control or own the whole International Space Station. There are portions of it that we do, and those portions that are open to public experimentation, that's CASIS. And CASIS stands for the Center, I don't know what CASIS stands for, CASIS. So that's a gateway path to get to ISS then.
Yeah, I think so. I love the New Glenn idea. Was a brilliant, just an idea, right? He came up to me and said, hey, would you be interested in hitching a ride on first on one of their orbital units, because they're not doing suborbital. They're actually, New Glenn is actually going to go on orbit. I said yes, as long as it's free. I have a little money, and you know, we are spending quite a bit of money to spin up the project. And I'm also NIAC has been really keen on what we're doing, and NIAC is Ron Turner has been very supportive, great ideas, great concepts, and is really helpful. And that's early on, right? That's NIAC is early innovative stuff, and God, I'd love to have that relationship bloom as well. Bloom.
Yeah. Yeah. We get that a lot. All right. So what are you doing in Hawaii that you couldn't do in North Dakota or in San Francisco?
Well, Cyanotech are here. They're literally up the road.
Oh,
or
okay.
Down
Right.
the road. They're south of me. Yeah, and so I've been here now twice since the first of the year. Brilliant, awesome stuff. Yeah, they're very helpful, and let's see. I'm hoping we can. I'm pretty sure we're not going to get Lunar Regolith to work for us. So anyway, that's it. 6:30. I heard the noise.
Drat.
Could go on for hours.
Well,
Probably.
we might have to go on for a little while longer because our next speaker is not actually on screen.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So
we got some time to kill.
That's cool. Well, they'll be here in a second.
In the background, we've been trying to connect, but we're not connecting right now. So let's
Cyanotech, the CEO, they're a publicly traded corporation, so they have to be cautious about their contribution to this project because we are nonprofit and educational too, right? This has really been sponsored by American Military University, which is part of the American Public University system. And of course, it's just been amazing the support we're getting. I think everybody realizes that we've got to bring it with us, right? This is not going to be something that we can, throw it on the ground and hope that it does really well on the lunar surface. I don't even think on the Martian surface, right? To be honest with you, we're still going to have controlled environments. I do love the idea of the oxygenation event, and if we could get enough up there one day, maybe we invigorate Mars again, but I doubt it, right? Again, same problem, no magnetosphere to speak of other than the rare anomalies on Mars that they have for magnetic protection. Hopefully we can use those and manipulate those in some ways. Another project that we're working on is seeing if we can't take those magnetic fields, grab them, bring them around a module, a plant module or something in general, plant and human rated modules.
Right.
It's been talked about quite a bit, of course. Anyway, that's Ruth Bamford out of the UK. She's been studying that since 2014, I think. Anyway, there's a lot happening. I'm very excited about where we're heading in such a short period too, right? It's been really thanks to honestly, like we had that quick chat on Wednesday. If we get down to 50 to 150, 200 bucks a kilogram, watch out. We're taking it all with us.
Yeah.
We are bringing this thing.
Yeah, we'd bring everything. And good for us, right? Good for I've been talking about this Starship Singularity concept for a while, that and I keep saying it's not limited to just that one company, that all of the other organizations are going to build out additional capacity. China just yesterday announced that they're going to build. So SpaceX is building a 100-ton system, 100 metric ton system. China is like, well, we're China, so we're going to do a 150-ton system just because we think we can. So who knows whether they actually can or not, but the ripple effects of Starship Singularity haven't even begun to be measured yet. So
yeah, that's why I miss the shuttle.
Yeah,
even though we lost so many lives with the shuttle, and comparatively, clearly it wasn't that wasn't a lot. I mean, hundreds of millions of people are dying every year down here for all these various things that, more than likely are a part of what we're doing to our environment here. And in fact, I posted something the other day. This is the only planet we know that harbors life. We should do the best we can to support ourselves down here. But what we do up there, certainly extreme environment stuff that we're working on.
Yeah. Hey, there's a question. Oh, thanks. Somebody from the chat saying that CASIS stands for the Center for the Advancement of Science in Space. So there you go.
Love that.
One of the questions from the chat is asking, are trees going to grow faster and taller on the moon in a sheltered habitat? I've wondered that question for a long time. Have you seen anything that would start shedding some light on that answer?
Yeah. Tell me if we need to bug out.
We're good still.
Yeah, I don't.
No offense, I wish we weren't, but we are.
So I love the chat. Are you mad? We could talk about all this. It's funny when you and I have these conversations. They always go on, tangentially as well. Well, that's a great question. Microgravity is what it is up there, right? We're at 1/16th of our gravity. Taproots tend to, no matter what, reach down for whatever reason, and I don't know that it's gravitational, because even on ISS, if there were a down on ISS, the canopy of a plant reaches up and towards the light, and the taproots kind of go the opposite direction. We think that that's magnetically influenced. In fact, I'm pretty sure of that.
Mm-hmm.
But these are things that we need to know before we invest. All of our we can't throw all of our cards on one table and say, oh, this is it. This is all we have, right? We have to figure it out there. We have to figure it out for Mars. If we're going to live out in L1, we need to figure it out there too. Sure. I love the idea of doing L1 habitats a lot, which is why I like the tether so much. I think tethering down to and from the surface of the moon, brilliant concept. I think we're close. I think I mentioned something the other day to you that you got a shout out, and in a meeting that it was an international meeting. Yeah. Not you particularly, but the tether. Yeah. And I'm sure the international tether folks were.
So for those that don't know, my background is I was on the Earth's space elevator research team a long time ago, and I switched over to a lunar space elevator more than 10 years ago. So that's what Terry's transitioning to now.
Yeah, if you look at it, right, it's perfect, right? We're stable at L1. Back and forth, no problem. Or L2 even, maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about that. I love the fact that graphene, we're going to have a lot of graphene if we learn how to remove carbon from atmospheres. Mm-hmm. Brittany Zimmerman at Yumit is working really diligently on that, and others. So we will have a lot of carbon. Hopefully we can get it synthesized down enough that it becomes a graphene. I love that idea.
I love it. Absolutely. Yeah. There's another question. It's a bit of a follow-up. You were in your hab the other day. What if you could build, a really large inflatable hab? And I'm sure you remember that Bigelow Aerospace had a giant hab kind of in development. I always wanted to see their 330, because that was, 3,000 cubic meters. Yeah. I mean, it was a giant facility.
Yeah, but went up in a fairing.
Yeah, because you still got to put it up in a rocket. So I think the idea of inflatable technology married with Starship-sized fairings means you're going to build Well, I'm in Seattle, so you're going to build the Tacoma Dome in space with one rocket launch, with one big launch. So I think marrying those two potential technologies changes the scope and possibility of everything that we could do up there.
I like, is it Sierra Spaces? I love Sierra Spaces inflatable. It's looking very good. Bill O'Hara is a dear friend of mine. I spent a lot of time with him, and he's on that team that are kind of working for developing those habitats for I always forget what's the name of their spaceship, or not their spaceship.
Dream
Dream Chaser is the back and forth. That's the shuttle, but Axiom and Sierra and Orbital Reef.
Oh yeah.
So Orbital Reef, if that happens, which it sure looks like they're 50% funded, maybe even a bit more.
Yeah.
I think that's happening. That's going up.
Yeah.
Another great example. And those are inflatables. Those are partial, some of those, and they're 3-level inflatables.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep. Gonna be good stuff. I am going to ask Vince, since you are online, can you give me a thumbs up or a point in the chat if you are able to take over now? Sorry about that. We're missing a speaker, so we are tap dancing for a bit.
You learn to dance in our business.
Yeah. All right. I think he just said yes. So I'm gonna say yes. Stick with me, Terry. Don't go anywhere. I want to verify this, but let's see what we got.
Copy that.
Vince, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Terrific. And you're able to go on early. I don't mean to
There
put
he
you on
is.
the spot.
Yeah, I can go on.
Okay.
I'm always ready to talk about what I love.
Terrific. Well, good. Terry, I'm going to sign off on you.
Yep.
Have a great flight. Are you headed
Right.
back to, where are you headed next?
Back to San Francisco and then down to Pasadena. JPL and Caltech have our annual exoplanet workshop. So I'm gonna go.
Find a path up here to Seattle. Vince is just north. No, stick with us, Vince. Vince is just north. Edmonds, Everett, where are you?
We moved our company up to Everett.
Everett, right?
Oh,
And
hey,
so I'm
that's
in
where I met
Tacoma,
Siobhan.
and I don't know, Vince, if you heard, but I was saying that Terry's using some simulants, and I was wondering if it was if what you're doing is different than what he's doing. So y'all should chat. I'll connect y'all afterwards.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Terry. Appreciate it.
Take
Safe
care, guys.
travels.
See ya.
And Vince, thank you for showing up a little bit early. Appreciate that.
No worries.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously I'm not prepared, so I am gonna stumble and find your bio. Let's see. All right. Wow, it is really long.
Sorry, I love to talk about myself. So.
Yes, excellent. I'm gonna read highlights here. Vincent Rowe has a master's degree in mechanical engineering with a focus on the interaction between technology and the surface environment of other worlds. That all by itself is super cool. Vince is one of the owners and lead researchers of Off-Planet Research and was one of the world's leading experts in simulating extraterrestrial surface environments on the Moon, Mars, and other worlds. Vincent's efforts are focused on helping humanity to achieve these objectives while not repeating the mistakes of the past. We were just talking a moment ago about let's not mess up our world any worse, because right now we know that that's all we've got so far. Yep. Vince's previous experience includes over 30 years in engineering roles in the aerospace and space communities. Vincent, thank you so much for being a part of our show. I often talk to your counterpart Melissa, but so it's nice a nice change of pace. I like seeing you. How are you, man?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's generally, we have our heads definitely down in the work. We are extremely busy with several different projects, and it's great to actually have the opportunity to get out of the lab and talk about what we're doing. So
Okay.
thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. We're going to talk maybe a little while longer. If we can turn this into a 45-minute conversation, that would simplify everyone's life. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm often, I get teased a lot about going off into the weeds. So let's do it.
You're like, I've got permission. So here we go. All right, sir. I'm going to turn the screen over to you. Thanks a lot.
Okay. So it's been a while. Where's my share screen at? This is the usual embarrassing part. Oh, look, share screen in green. Okay. And there. And can you see my screen?
We can see it, but it's presenter. It's not presenter mode. It's edit mode.
There we go. That should fix it.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay. Shall I just jump into it then?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So
And I'm here, but I'm eating lunch, so I'm going to go off screen for a moment.
okay. So what I'm going to talk about, first of all, I want to say thank you to Michael and to the Moon community to allow me to talk about this stuff. This is the kind of thing that got all of us at Off Planet Researchers involved in what we do, and we love what we do, and we love the ability to have the ability to come out and talk about it. So thank you. The organization is Off Planet Research. We are based, as we said earlier, in Everett, Washington. And what we do is we simulate surface environments or aspects of it on other worlds for testing spacecraft and landed technology, ISRU processes, human environment interactions, that sort of thing. And what I'm going to talk about specifically today is developing the promise of lunar icy regolith, and seeing as we haven't been able to get our hands on lunar icy regolith, we have to use simulants. So what we're going to be talking about is cryogenic vapor deposition and how it's used to make simulated lunar icy regolith, and then what we can do to understand what we're getting into with this material and the promise and how we're going to make that happen. So the first thing to do is to talk about the material itself. Icy regolith is a combination of these two components, ices and regolith, but our only experience as a species is with the type of icy regoliths we have here on Earth. And that's basically mixtures of ices and dirt or soil, and mostly occurring, when you talk about icy regolith, a lot of people talk about permafrost and Arctic and Antarctic environments, but they're not necessarily the same thing as the kind of icy regoliths we're going to find in space for a multitude of reasons. So to briefly talk about that, the regolith portion of it on Earth is very different, and I'm sure we've heard plenty about this already, but I'll only touch on it briefly. There are major differences between the types of soils on Earth and other planets, and we're talking about the Moon in specific. So we have an example of terrestrial regolith or rock particles that are on the right-hand side of the screen, and you notice they're very rounded. And then we have lunar particles on the left-hand side of the screen. You'll notice that they are very different, not only chemically, but mineralogically and structurally. Very large differences in between the two. And that creates differences in how you have to handle and work in and with these materials. The simulant that we used in what we're going to be talking about is a highland simulant. That's the lighter portion of the Moon that is a northazitic regolith. And as an example, the image on the left there is we are making up some of our highland regolith, and this is the anorthosite component. And you can see in the upper portion of that mass, about 50% of the material that makes up this regolith is finer than cake flour. It's 53 microns and less. And that makes it a very unique material. And those particles in the regolith that we provide can go up to a couple of centimeters in diameter down there at the bottom. And this all gets mixed together and it develops some very interesting properties. The important thing to remember about what we're talking about, though, is that this simulant is 90% anorthosite and 10% basalt. The reason for that is we're trying to use this material to simulate the regolith at the north and south poles of the moon, which is mostly anorthosite. Any basalt or most basalt that would be in that soil has been transported to that area from the Mare regions of the moon through impact and ejecta. So that's why there isn't very much basalt in it. And the interesting thing I was talking about, the very fine portion of this, is it makes this material very cohesive. And if you look at this image, we basically took some of this material and put it in a scoop and tapped it a few times to settle it like it would be settled on the moon, and turned it over. And what came out of it is on the right-hand side of the moon, and it is so fine and so cohesive, you can still see the engraved markings on that material. So it would make an excellent mold material. We get asked about that occasionally, but it gives you an idea of the difference between lunar soil and Earth soil. There's all kinds of other differences, but we'll move on. The icy regolith is a mixture of these regoliths and then ice components, and the ice can come in various forms. It can come in intergranular ice. It can come in globular forms. It can be sheet, or it could be a frost on the surface. The thing to remember here is that we know the ice is there, but the only direct observation, or mostly direct observation, that we have about icy regolith is through the lacrosse impact plume. And all indications are that where the lacrosse craft impacted kicked up intergranular ice, which is a different type of material, obviously, than what we're used to here on Earth. But it's also important to remember that that is a single data point. And as you travel around in regions that have icy regolith, you're no doubt going to run into various species and types of ices. So it is not a one kind of material. It's not homogeneous. And that's kind of key to the research that we're going to be talking about. It has a great deal. Icy regolith has an amazing amount of scientific importance because it does tell us an awful lot about the history of the solar system, not only what's in the ice, but potentially where the ice could have come from. And then, of course, it has an enormous commercial value, which I'm sure previous people have talked about, including Georgiana Kramer, I think, talked about ices and the promise that it holds. The icy regolith that we make is modeled off of the cross impact because this is our best source of data, specifically about the components as well. So our icy regolith is modeled off of that, and it contains all the major components that were kicked up, including things like hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, ammonia, methane, ethane, all these nifty things. So what's important to remember is it's not just water, although water is the major portion of it, but there's certainly a lot of other materials in there. And these materials can be a blessing or a curse depending on what you're doing and why. But they are there and they have to be dealt with. And when you're trying to mature technology beyond a rudimentary level, you have to start taking all these other components into account. And there are some very good reasons for that, which we'll see in a little bit. Why, just to take a brief step back, why we use cryogenic vapor deposition is because that is the most likely method of ice formation on the moon and a lot of other bodies in the solar system. It is not mixed in or added as a liquid and then frozen. And the process of icy vapor deposition is similar to the process that would be formed by like frost on the Earth, but it's much more complex and it's much more difficult, and the material that is formed is very different. There are many, for instance, with water ice, there are many different forms of ice. There's ice 1, ice 2, ice 3. They all have their own mechanical properties, and they vary differently. And when you form ice directly from vapor at temperatures down around liquid nitrogen, or more realistically, down around 50 to 30 degrees above absolute zero, which would be the temperature in a lot of the PSRs, you get types of ice that have very different mechanical properties than what you're going to form on Earth using most processes. So it's very critical whenever you're dealing with regolith. You have to pay attention to how you make it and why, and your methodologies The objective is to get as close as possible to the real thing. So that's very important. So these, when we make this ice, it's important that it is accurate and that it has the right materials and the right concentrations and the right form. And we were very lucky in having an opportunity to work with the NERVIS team, which is an instrument that is going to be on the Viper lander and rover, that's going to the moon to look for icy regolith. This is the engineering model that was used to test the processes and the software and that sort of thing. And it was used to observe some of our icy regolith simulants that we made specifically for the NERVIS team to verify their designs. So this is an opportunity to have an outside source take a look at what we're doing and take a look at the results and see how accurate we did. And the results were very interesting. These are some of the results from the analysis of that observation. The black line in this graph is the actual data from the LaCrosse mission. And we made 2 batches of ice with slightly varying components as requested by NASA. And that's the red and the blue lines. And they wanted to see not only would the instrument pick up the components of the ice, but if the components in the ice varied, how well could the instrument differentiate those variations to help calibrate that whole system. So you can see the black line ends at about 2400 nanometer wavelength. This was an engineering model. The actual model that's going to the moon has an extended field of observation for those wavelengths down into the water. And they were most curious for this engineering model about the smaller wavelengths because we all know, I'm going to say it, we all know there's water there. So they're more interested in making sure that they could detect the other things as well. But the instrument that's going to the moon can detect basically across this whole spectrum. So the nice thing about this, though, is they asked us to make a specific mixture. We made this specific mixture from our point of view. Anyway, they tested it and it verified that we do what we say we do. So that's kind of cool. It's also good to know that this is what we're dealing with when we talk about some of the test results you'll see later on. This specific discussion is more about the physical qualities of this material. And what we used was a cone blade penetrometer. It is a replica of the penetrometer that went to the moon in the 70s on the Lunar missions. The reason why we chose this is because there are several thousand measurements made on the moon over many kilometers using this instrument. So it's considered the best single source of data. And we could make this material and test it and then compare it directly back using a very similar instrument, a replica of the instrument, to get a good idea of what we're looking at as far as this data is concerned. We did our initial test back around 2017, where we made our first successful batch of this ice that includes all these components, cryogenic vapor deposition, the whole thing. We are one of the first people, first organizations in the world to be able to do this, and we're still one of the few that have this capability. So that's kind of the history of it. This is an initial finding, and you can see the light gray background in this graph is the summary of the data from the actual lunar observations, the lunar penetrometer readings. The colored lines are from our initial test, and you can see the to move something on my screen here so I can do this properly. You can see the blue line is loose highland simulant, and then the red line is settled. And the reason we did this is because regolith on the surface is very loose. It's called fluffy by some people in the industry. And then once you get below about 5 centimeters, it becomes very dense, very compact, and becomes down a bit more, and it becomes incompressible. It's hard as a rock, even though it's a granular material. So we wanted to test this both in a loose and a settled state to give us an idea of how the characteristics changed with different levels of compactedness within the material. And what this shows is that when you take dry regolith that doesn't have any icy component in it, and then you add ice to it, it radically changes the physical characteristics of this material. And this graph shows that the material on the surface, that upper 5 centimeters or so, is even more slippery than the dry material. and then it becomes dense much more rapidly as you go down in depth. And this has a lot of implications for things like rovers, specifically smaller exploratory rovers. It could change, say, the angle of bank that you expect the rover to climb, and it could also change whether or not the rover actually does climb it, or if it just sits there and digs itself a hole. It also means that getting farther down to try and get into this material and take samples could be more difficult than previously thought. So in 2017, these were some very significant preliminary results. This is some material, some data from this year. We received a SBIR phase 1 grant from the National Science Foundation to take our method and expand it out and make it so that it was more affordable, so it was portable, and we could produce much larger quantities because you need larger quantities to do any meaningful work. Not only experimenting and discovering the mechanical properties, but also in ISRU processes. The calls from NASA and from other organizations working on ISRU are looking for pilot plants that can process hundreds of kilograms per hour of realistic icy regolith. And so this is the objective of the grant, was to get to the point where we could support that research. And there's a lot that comes out from that, but we just finished that phase 1. We are applying for a phase 2, and our future plans are to take the temperature of the icy regolith and lower it down to that 50 to 30 degree Kelvin range that's actually within PSRs, and expand the number of components in the ice to include some of the minor components, make larger batches, make this test facility available so people can put entire systems in here and do the testing. So there's an awful lot that can come into this. But getting back to this graph, what it shows is that the different components of the ice, when you add them to the regolith, change the mechanical qualities of it. So the solid lines are for, see if I get this right. The black lines, I'm sorry, are for the tamped regolith, icy regolith, and the red lines are for the loose regolith. And then the solid lines are for ice that is only water and CO2. And then the dashed lines are for the full component of what we call the full suite for this set, which includes the sulfur dioxide and all that other material. And it changes the mechanical properties of it. And this is for a standard cone penetrometer. It's the same size diameter as the Lunicod penetrometer, so we can compare across the board, you know, apples to apples when we take a look at these test results. So there is a big difference that you can see between not only the states of the regolith, but the components as well. And this is important because the edge of a PSR is going to have, it's going to be warmer probably because you have reflected heat or radiant heat coming from outside the PSR that is going into the PSR, which means that the composition of the ices around the edges is going to be different, and it's going to change as it goes toward the center. You're going to probably get more ice, and it's going to have a different composition because of the ice that it is able to retain at various depths. So it's important to know the mechanical properties of the ice as the composition changes both chemically and as far as the percentage of ice goes in these components. So we need to test a spectrum, and we wanted a system that could do that. I think we achieved it. This is a really interesting graph. So when you look at that Lunicod penetrometer, it has the fins on the side. And there's a test that is done in soil dynamics called a shear vein test, where you push some veins, a veined instrument into the soil to a certain depth, and then you turn it and you gauge the torque and you compare it to the degrees of rotation, and it tells you how strong the soil is. And this tells you a lot of things like how much force it's going to take to dig into it or to drill into it. And it also tells you, once you get this material up out of the ground and get it into, say, an ISRU process, and you're pulling it or pushing it or conveying it through that process, how easy is it to move this material, and how hard is it to keep it moving? And this is really important. And you can tell on this graph, the dry loose regolith is very easy to get moving and to keep moving. And this correlates to directly to the Apollo astronauts' commentaries and observations as they're moving about on the surface, where once you got the surface material moving, it flowed like a liquid. It was very slick and slippery, but once it stopped moving, it would seize up. So The loose material is, and this graph, agrees with that you get it moving and it stays moving. The dry tamped agrees with it again. It should be a little more difficult to get moving and it should be a little more difficult to keep it moving, which is what this shows. And then when you start adding in the ice components, the CO2 and H2O only are the red lines. And so here you see a very marked difference between the partial ice and the full ice, which is the black. And this information, if you're going to be talking about anything to do with icy regolith, whether you're traversing across it or digging in it or trying to move it through a process, this is vital for designing the equipment. And this information, until now, or until very recently, has not been available, and it now is. And this is a direct result of that NSF grant. And our ability to produce this material, starting to produce this material in volumes where you can do this kind of work. So this is kind of groundbreaking stuff, and we're really excited about it, and we're really proud of it. And it's going to really enable a lot of the technology that we're looking to develop as a community. Without this data and without this test material to feed through the equipment to develop it, we're kind of hampered as far as our ability to get to the moon and do what we want to do. And this material is going to allow that to happen. And so this is really exciting. We're very happy with it. Some other examples about icy regolith. One of the things that icy regolith that has these components in it, it's very reactive. Once the regolith starts to warm up, it can become quite violent because specifically ammonia and carbon dioxide are known to sublimate very quickly. Once they hit a certain point, they just bang and they go. And what you're looking at here is an example of this. This is a very small cup of icy regolith that is just sitting there in a vacuum chamber, and it's warming up slowly. And what's going on, you can see these depressions and cracks. This stuff is literally boiling. And you can see it's on a scale because we were trying to measure the mass loss to help determine and prove whether or not we put in the amount of icy regolith that we thought we did in the ice components. And so we put it in there and we thought, okay, once we dry it out, then we should see this difference. And we did, but this is also what we saw. And these points on this graph were taken once every 2.5 seconds. So these don't even capture the full violence of what was going on. And this is only like a quarter cup. And you're seeing this. And so if you take, 50 to 100 kilograms and stick it in a full-size reaction vessel to do an ISRE extraction, this is something you're going to have to be aware of, because this could produce some stresses that if the equipment is not designed to handle, you could run into problems. It could also throw regolith up into areas that you didn't expect regolith to be, which could cause problems. So all of these things, we started out just wanting to make the regolith realistically, and then we want to determine its mechanical properties, but in the process we get to see all of this other stuff. So you're going for this much knowledge and you get huge amounts of knowledge, which is great. So this is another reason why we're very excited, because it really is going to accelerate this technology development. Another thing is there are chemicals, and as the chemicals are deposited, they're deposited at extremely cold temperatures. Chemical reactions occur at a rate that is largely proportional to every degree of change in temperature. So the hotter the temperature is, the more rapidly a chemical reaction will happen, and the inverse. The colder it is, it gets down to a point where reactions don't happen at all. There's just not enough energy to allow that reaction to happen. So when we're doing cryogenic vapor depositions, the gases that are put in, and two examples of this are sulfur dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, will not react at these temperatures. But once you allow the temperature to come up, or you raise the temperature in ISRU processes, these gases will react and they will deposit. And what the appearance here is that it will deposit sulfur as a result. And it deposits it in all kinds of different ways. And then also in this picture, you can see in the center, a little towards the top and then down towards the bottom as well, there are vents. So that rapid sublimation and violence of the outgassing basically formed little mini volcanoes in this mass. And it's about 18 inches, so we sized it way up. And that was a really interesting result as well. And this is more confirmation of what I was talking about, not only changes in vibration and the forces involved, but also spraying. You can see where there's some evidence where the material was sprayed out through these vents and it covered things. So this is this definitely has to be taken into account. The nice result is when you react hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide, you get sulfur and water. So this raises the possibility of the amount of recoverable water from icy regolith being a bit more than expected. And that's something that may make the difference in whether or not a certain operation is profitable or not. One other thing to remember, though, also is that as these gases are carried away, the sulfur that's forming, although it is a solid, is very, very tiny, only a few microns wide, these sulfur particles, and they will be carried along with the gases. So you have to have a way of not only separating things out chemically, but also physically. If the sulfur goes downstream, you could poison catalyst beds, you could coat valves, you could do all kinds of damage. So this is why it's really important to use realistic simulants when you're designing these systems. They have to work, and you have to know they're going to work, and you have to know how they're going to work if things are going to do what they're supposed to do. So I could go on and on and on. Another nice thing is that, as I said at the, closer to the beginning, that cryogenic vapor deposition happens on worlds other than the moon. And here's an example where we used a Martian analog simulant. Analog is not the same as simulant, a Martian analog regolith. And we use cryogenic vapor deposition to make Martian icy regolith, or the simulant of it. So it contains primarily water and carbon dioxide ices that are cryogenically vapor deposed. And we were attempting to recreate a situation that you can see in image A there, which is an image taken from the Phoenix lander on the surface, where you've got some Martian regolith, then you have a layer of ice, and then you have more regolith, and stuff is mixed in. So that's what we were going for. And this was just after we did our main experiments with the lunar icy regolith, we said, okay, let's do Mars. But this process could also be used and will also be used to study other worlds, such as comets and icy asteroids and other worlds in our solar system. So it's not just the moon, which is great. So the lessons learned, really briefly, high level from all of this, is that on the moon anyway, for the near future, we have the surface of the icy regolith in the upper layers is going to be more slippery than dry regolith. It's going to have increased cohesion and density with depth, which has to be taken into account. When you have any situation where you're warming regolith that has icy components in it, even water, which is relatively benign here on Earth, when it thaws out in space in a vacuum, it's going to volatilize quite readily. It's going to volatilize possibly violently. So anything that raises the temperatures, such as ISRU processes, but also when you drive a rover into an area that has ice, the rover is really hot. So it'd be like taking an iron that you're going to iron your clothes with and running it over ice. It's going to cause issues. And if you have a regolith that's kind of boiling away under rover wheels, that could cause issues too. So there's a lot of things that have to be taken into account when we're starting to do this. And now we have a method of figuring that stuff out. Icy regoliths can be physically reactive. And while being worked with, not only with the tools, but the rovers, that there's also the chemical reactions that need to be understood. And then finally, what we noticed, this little note on the bottom, when you take this regolith and you put it in a reaction chamber and you warm it up and you volatilize off the gases, and now you're working with the water, there's a lot of work being done where the regolith moves through various stages to remove processes or remove different types of materials. Wet regolith it's like Play-Doh. Just a little bit of moisture in it, it's like Play-Doh. It's really hard to get moving. And it also expands a bit. And then as it dries out, it tends to solidify. And that could really cause problems in an ISRU process. I mean, we had difficulty just dumping it out of a container once it dried because it comes out in really hard clumps. So that is probably a result of the combination of the water and the chemistry. But there's a lot that is going on. And now that we can make these realistic simulants, we can observe the behavior of this material as it travels through a whole process beginning to end. We can start to predict the difficulties and challenges and rewards that we're going to see in these processes, and start to design systems that can actually handle it. And in the end, get to where we all want to be, where we've got hundreds and hundreds of pounds of icy regolith going in one end, we have these valuable commodities coming out, and then we have the byproduct that can be sent off to somebody else to make bricks or cement or whatever at the other end. And this material enables that to happen. So as I repeatedly said, we are very excited about it and eager to make more progress. So the end result of this, as we talked about in the beginning, Michael and I, is to solve problems like this. We want to make life better for everybody. It's not just about space, it's about everyday life. And if we can replace a lot of our damaging processes and activities on Earth with things that are more clean, such as operating off of a clean, plentiful, and eventually inexpensive source of electricity, we can solve these issues and we can arrive at a world that is better for everyone and improve everybody's lives. And one of the ways that happens is by expanding out and becoming a multi-planet species and gaining the benefits of that, as we said, without carrying forward the errors of the past. And we need to become our better selves, not only as individuals, but as a species and as guardians of our world. And that's the goal.
That's a beautiful ending. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No worries.
So we've got about 15 minutes. I really like the slide that you had that has the super small pebbles that are all nice and round, and then the super small regolith that is not round. I'm going to make the guess that you said that when in the dry regolith at the top, it's really slippery, and as you get down further, all of those edges basically interact with each other, and that's what's causing. There's just so much. The coefficient of friction of all those super tiny objects that are all rough basically make it impenetrable, right? That's
yeah.
All right. So there's a bunch of missions planned to the moon. There are some penetrators that have been attempted. There's some more in development. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do to get down there? Is it a blade scraper? Like what's the tool that's going to get us down there without breaking? I mean, they break tools now all the time, all over the world.
Yep.
So how are we gonna? What are we gonna do?
That's a really difficult. You're right. That's something so simple as digging a hole.
Yeah.
Or putting in an anchor, or it's really difficult on the moon because of these challenges. It's because we have, tens, hundreds of thousands of years of experience as a species here on Earth, and now we go to this alien world and we've got very little. So that's something that a lot of people are working on, including us. We have some designs that we have tested, and some of them show promise. Eventually you do run into a rock below the surface, just like you do on Earth, and you've got to find a way of going through it or around it. It depends on what your capabilities are. And then we all understand that if you break off a tip on a drill on the moon, it's going to stay there for quite a while, and you just have to get another one, and you don't want the other one to be back on Earth. So there are some real challenges. And I think the solution to this is to design missions and equipment and objectives that graduate in complexity. So your first generation ISRU processes, I think you're going to have to go after the low-hanging fruit, which is easily collectible icy regolith and easily collectible materials. And that comes down to the regolith without the rocks. So you've got to find a way of getting at that regolith and getting around the rocks, and whatever you qualify rocks is. We generally draw the line at about 2 centimeters. Above that, I personally call it a rock, but there's a lot of discussion about that as well. I think it depends on the tool you're using. So you don't want to get in a situation where you could break something off, or that's the end of your job. That's the end of your mission.
Right.
So it's going to have to be in stages, and it's going to have to be very carefully developed. And another thing, if you're NASA or ESA and you send a mission up and you break a tip off of a drill and you only get 3 samples, you've still got lessons learned, you've still got data, it meets your goals, you can still move forward. If you're a private company and you got to pay people at the end of the day and keep the lights on, that's not going to work. So this is a hard question, fortunately, let's stick to the positive. Fortunately, you can design your methodologies and your goals to allow for what is and is not possible on missions as your infrastructure on the moon develops. So your initial stages, I think you're going to want to stick to harvesting and ISRU processes that are mostly regolith involved, which is great because it's all over the place. But eventually, admittedly, if you can get a block of solid water and dump it into a process, you're going to get a lot more out of that than icy regolith. But that's more along the lines of maybe third generation infrastructure, having the drill tips or the equipment to break up that material and get it into a piece of ISRU equipment. That's not going to be your first or second generation, but you've got to get there. So you've got to make money in the process. It has to be an economically viable path. And you have to support not only the people that you're employing, but you've also got to pay back your investors. So what that comes down to is realistic testing and making sure your technology is going to work. And that means not only using good simulants and good materials, but having realistic and aggressive testing regimens. And it also, the analog environment, the mixture of rocks to regolith and all this other stuff. You have to be able, when you talk about simulants, it's generally people expect it to be 1 millimeter and down in particle sizes. And it's like, do you really want to test in that? No, you have to test in the stuff that's mixed in with rocks and working not only with a regolith on a daily basis, but also with the feedstocks. I mean, you get a sack of anorthosite and this mixture of rock and sand and everything, and that's hard as heck to dig in. I mean, it's just amazingly difficult. And then you make the simulant itself and you get a hand trowel and it's like, oh yeah, that's hard to push in, but it's a world of difference. Wow. And unless you know the difference personally between the two, and unless you know your technology can handle that kind of stresses, you could get yourself into a situation you don't want to be in. So a lot of forethought, a lot of collaboration, a lot of testing.
Terry, just before you was talking about test before you invest. And we at Liftport have a phrase, test what you use, because we had an experiment that they were almost the same, but not the same. And one failed and one succeeded. And the failure cost us a lot. And we didn't even know that we thought they were the same, but they weren't. So yeah. Yeah.
That's how we got into what we're doing, because we started out wanting to design rovers. And we realized that we had no way of testing to see whether or not they would work. And we had difficulty talking to investors because they wanted to see a demonstration of technology. And there was no way to test it that we could get our hands on that was a meaningful test. And so that's where we started. And, you can't, the rovers are like the third or fourth floor on a shiny new building.
Right.
You can't build that fourth floor without having the basement and the first and second and third floors.
Yep. Yep.
And it's infrastructure. And this is what we've got to pay attention to build this.
And there are rocks in the basement.
Yes, there are.
Everywhere. There are rocks in the basement. All right. So Phil's asking a question. Have these regoliths been tested with mechanical devices? I know what the answer is. Are there insights regarding lubricants? I think I know what those answers are. So what do you tested with mechanical devices? Answer that one first.
Okay. So far, our testing that I can talk about is limited to penetrometers of different types. Cone penetrometers, shear vane penetrometers, that sort of thing, blade penetrometers. And we're still analyzing a lot of the data we got from our testing. It's a little more complex to analyze than you would expect. Trying to tease out things like cohesion from a penetrometer test can be difficult, especially when you're dealing with icy regolith that has limits on your ability to observe things like mechanical, the physical structure of the ice grains, especially at that temperature and with these materials. So there's a lot of work. As far as other mechanical testing goes, like being able to get it to flow through something, that's where we're heading for. And That's why we are trying to produce not only the material, but also the test environment. So you can take, we've talked to people that want to take rovers that have various types of tools on them and put them into this environment and test it and see how they work. And that's what this is all about. So even though I can't say yes to that question, what I can say is that we now have the beginnings of the ability to do those tests. And as soon as that ability comes together here in the next, within the next year, I would imagine, you're going to see a lot of rapid advance because there's a lot of people who are waiting to go on this and who need this. And it's going to be really exciting. It's going to move fast. As far as lubricants go, does that mean lubricant within to help move through the material, or is that?
No, I think if I'm reading this correctly, it's a joint, it's a claw, it's
Right.
how do you get that thing to move?
Oh, and that's that is one of the many $1 million questions.
Maybe $1 billion question.
Yes, it
Right.
is.
Because there's a lot of money there's a lot of money going towards these ideas that have not been fully tested, have not been put through the systems.
So one of the things that we are working on are seals that will be effective at these temperatures and in this chemistry and with regolith.
Okay. He's asking specifically about wheels and drills, by the way.
Yeah, and this is critical because that is our primary mechanical method of doing all kinds of things, those twisty turny things that are attached to other things, to put it simply. And so you have to keep friction down, obviously. You've got to keep the dirt out so you don't just destroy your equipment. And then you have chemistry now as well, plus temperature and absolute vacuum, which destroys just about everything that has a polymer in it. It'll suck the polymer right out of Viton and Teflon and grease. And yeah, so all of that stuff breaks down very quickly and turns into something you don't want to work with.
Right. So
the answer is not a lot. Yeah, and airlocks as well. Yeah, the seals on airlocks. Seals on spacesuits. There are so many things that are tied into this, and the only way to make sure they're going to work is to test them in the environment. So there's a lot to be blunt. There is so much work to be done on this. This is not something that's going to stop us. This is not going to stand in the way of the Artemis missions, by the way.
Right.
Because you can get seals to work over a period of a couple of days. We know that because it worked on the Apollo missions. They degraded really, really fast. For many reasons, but they did work for a couple of days, even though they were monitoring leakage rates quite aggressively. But we can move forward. We can discover what we need to discover. We can fill in our knowledge gaps and move forward. We can test processes. But when it comes to making it work economically, so that you have a mining rover that will work for a year before it needs a major overhaul.
Right.
That's the challenge. That's where we've got to get to. And this is one aspect of getting to that. I hope I answered the question.
You did. And then, by the way, Phil is the chair of the Moon Society. And so he's asking, would the Moon Society be able to acquire some regolith for our own research? So I would be happy to connect the pair of y'all to have that conversation. Yeah. That's what you do, right? So,
well, it's one of the things we do, and we don't have a buy button on our website for a reason. So my first question is, what are you testing, and what are you looking for? Because we have standard simulants, but more than half of our sales are non-standard simulants. Because standard simulants will not be a good test material for the test that a specific client is conducting. So variations in particle size, variations in mineral composition, all kinds of other things. If we talk about icy regolith, then it becomes more complicated. So the question is, do you have, what we try to do is we try to assist in the testing, assist in making sure that the testing is successful, so the mission is successful. That's the real thing that we do. The regolith is part of that.
Okay, cool. Terry, the guy that was speaking just before you, is sending a message. He says, Vince, we had terrible MGS1's results. And unless we mixed in an additive at about 20%, a biologically balanced compost, everything thrived. Now, that sentence doesn't make a lot of sense to me, Terry, but did it make sense to you, Vince?
I don't understand what MGS you're talking about.
That's one of the simulants that he used.
Oh, okay. And what was the problem that they had?
So they're trying to grow stuff in it.
Okay,
So they're adding something to it.
right.
An additive at about 20%.
Okay.
Um,
So it's a good question. You have to remember that simulants are terrestrial sourced. So if you take a simulant and you don't say what you're using it for, and this is where the help comes in. We take, say, a rock and we crush it up and combine it with a few things and sell it as simulant. You try and grow plants in it. You may have success, you may not. It depends on a couple of things. But the rock is, no matter how hard you try, going to be a biologically rich material compared to what's on the moon. And plants need to have that biology in the soil in order to grow. And so there's a lot of work that's done with agricultural testing that you really have to take a look at the base material. When we provide assistance to people that are doing agricultural research, we basically say, here's the situation. It has to be sterile to start with. You have to bake out a lot of that. Even no matter how hard you try, you get things like carbon and other types of biologically derived material in the simulant, even if you sterilize it. So when you get, the closer you get to the bed, to the lunar soil, the harder it is to grow. It is not uncommon to have to add something to the regolith in order to get the plants to behave properly. So that's not unusual, and that's something I would expect on the moon. The question is, and we've done some work on this, the question is, where are you going to get those additives on the moon? Fortunately, there's ammonia in lunar icy regolith, and you can convert that ammonia into biologically agreeable ammonium, which is a primary component in a lot of fertilizers on Earth. And you can find sources of carbon that you can add to it and that sort of thing. But it doesn't surprise me what he says. Not knowing the specifics of the testing that was done and the material that was used and even the plants that were used, I wouldn't be able to answer that question other than, in more detail. We have done some work with some researchers where they use some really, really tough, hardy, pioneering plants that could grow in just about anything. And this isn't the verdant, you're not going to get a verdant field of plants that you can roll around in and, oh, this is wonderful. But they will begin the process of creating soil as pioneering plants. And so there's a lot of options, but this whole field of turning regolith into soil, I find fascinating.
Well, it is fascinating. We're going to leave it there and pass on to our next speaker. But Vince, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a little bit flexible.
No worries.
And I'll definitely connect you with the Moon Society folks and with Terry. So thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks. Have a good day. And thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right. And with that, we're going to switch gears to Dr. Toklu. Terrific, sir. Can you enable your mic and your video while I get your bio up?
Yes, I'm here.
Terrific.
Video is starting also.
Okay. Professor Toklu obtained his BS and MS degrees in civil engineering from the Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey, and his doctorate from the University de Paris. It's hard for me to get the French out. Université de Paris Marie Curie in Paris, France. Being a member of several technical and scientific international and national organizations, he is currently affiliated with Beykent University in Istanbul, Turkey. His most recent project completed is the production of lunar soil simulants using soil samples from different locations in Turkey. I think that's pretty cool. This made Turkey the 10th country in the world to produce lunar soil simulants. Dr. Toklu, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to turn the screen over to you. And you've got about 45 minutes.
Okay.
And then we're back on track.
Okay, you are seeing my,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, good evening, because it's 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. here in Turkey.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, you know, the name of Turkey is changed, you know, officially, according to the United States, United Nations. Now the name is, as written there, Turkey. It is changed. So I will be talking about lunar regoliths that we have done here, and some further considerations about this subject. Just, you know, 2 words about the what is talked, you know, previously with Terry Trevino. You know, in the discussion you said that, you know, the soils from moon from this point and that another point are different. Yes, and I will have a few words about it. And secondly, for Nicholas's you know, place, I would like to go there, but not for a honeymoon, because I have, you know, the word honeymoon is very good, but it's not honeymoon that if I go there, because my marriage is, you know, not very new. So please let us find a word for it, keeping the second word moon there. Okay, now coming to the subject, you know, I'm a civil engineer, so I'm looking to this subject from a civil engineering point of view. Thomas Treadgold in the 19th century, you know, was defining civil engineering as you know, that species of knowledge which constitutes the profession of civil engineering, being the art of directing great sources of power in nature for the use and convenience of men, etc. So the critical word here is using the great sources of power in nature. In the moon, on the moon, and in other places, you know, we will have only one source of power, which is the soil. So we have to make, you know, maximum use of lunar soil in our considerations. And roughly, you know, we can say that as time goes on, use of lunar materials will increase. At first, of course, we will use materials coming from world, but then its quantity will, you know, the lunar materials will, of course, will be used much more than those coming from the world. Now, first of all, of course, we have to learn about the lunar soil, but lunar soil is rare on Earth because there are about 400 kilograms of lunar soils and rocks on Earth, about 380 kilograms brought through Apollo missions, about 300 grams brought through Luna missions during Soviet times, about 1.7 kilogram brought recently by China, and some lunar rocks ejected from moon after meteor impacts. So we have about these 400 kilograms of lunar soil, and of course they are not sufficient for all the research to be done using these soils. So the solution is producing soils using terrestrial resources resembling to lunar soils. And this can be done for Mars also. You know, the idea is taking samples of soils from different parts on Earth and making soils similar to the ones on moon. Now, in Apollo missions, there are Apollo 11 up to 17, except 13, of course, and landing sites are there, and sample returns are written there from 21 kilograms for the first one to 110 kilograms from the last one. And Apollo 11 and 12 were landed on mare areas, Apollo 14 and 15 on highlands, Apollo 16 and 17 landed on some contact areas. So the soils coming from all these types are different. These are at this, on this figure, you are seeing the Apollo descent areas. Now here we have the components of all Apollo mission soils. Now the first rows are the soils brought through Apollo missions. For example, for Apollo 1, there is one, and there is another one, which is, at another sample. In some others, there are more than one samples. Of course, we are looking always to the first ones. The second rows are the calculations that we have done for producing their simulants. So the first rows are the components of the Apollo mission soils as to silicium dioxide, titanium dioxide, etc. Now on this graph, we are seeing the lunar soils. Again, we have the components here, chemical components here, numbered from 1 to 13. And these are the soils brought through Apollo 11 to Apollo 17. Now, if we spare them, now this is again the same graph again before, but these are the Apollo soils from mare areas. These are from highlands, and these are areas in between. So you see that, although there seems to be a completely difference between soils in mare areas, they are similar to each other. In highlands also there is a similarity. And this, of course, became an international project. Everybody trying to work on lunar soils, tried to produce lunar simulants. Many countries did this. Of course, this is not a very expensive project. So the countries that went on this project are not always very good in financial components. Now here are the list of all lunar simulants according to their countries and years, and some references related to them. Countries with lunar soil simulant produced. Now these countries are the ones that made lunar soil simulants until now. We have become the last one because in 2021 we were able to make this study. Now, if we make a comparison between the lunar simulants, for example, in the series LHT produced in Marshall Space Center, they used minerals olivine, ilmenite, and taken from a mine in Montana. For this simulant from Australia, they considered basalt characteristics taken from a mine in Australia. For this KLS type Korean simulant, basalt samples were used. In producing this DNA 1 and 1A simulant in Italy, materials obtained from Bolzano crater were used. For producing Japan simulant FJS1, materials from many different locations around the world are used and tested. They are not used, all of them, but they are tested, and the results were chosen according to them. So we have started with this idea from 9 locations in Turkey, 9 locations known as volcanic areas. We took samples, and also these are the 9 locations. And also we have obtained olivine, fly ash, basalt from Ankara region, basalt from Kayseri region, and ilmenite from different mines. So we tried to make an optimization process for obtaining a lunar simulant. But what we have done is we didn't choose a single Apollo soil, but we have made for our calculations for all Apollo soils that we have seen in the table that we have seen above. So for all 18 samples, we tried to find formulas for mixes. We used, a relatively new meteoristic algorithm in our optimization calculations. That was the Jaya algorithm, an Indian name here. So we have, that means that the computations involved optimization of function with 13 terms involving 14 variables. And this calculation has been repeated 18 times for all Apollo soils. So we now have formulas for all Apollo soils, which makes our study, I think, interesting as compared to the others. Now, these are the simple computations, and those who are familiar with optimization processes, meteoristic algorithms, etc. So this is how the process approaches to a minimum value, to a minimum distance between the simulant and the original soil. Now, here we are seeing that we are comparing the distances that we have obtained after this process. These are the Apollo soils, and these are the distances that we have obtained, we have seen after making our optimization process. So we see that the best one the best match we have obtained was for the number 7 from in the table that we had seen before. We will see that table before again. And there is also the least match here with the 13th Apollo sample. Here we have the results of them, all of them. Now, starting from the Apollo 11, this is the first one, second one, etc. We have the best match with this one, with this soil. We have, of course, matches with the others also, but the best one is this one. And here we can see that this is, for example, this is the same table shown in a different scale. These are the original components, and these are the components that we have obtained after our calculations. Of course, those who have worked on these subjects, since you see that the components vary too much. For example, here 48.1% for this one, and 0% for these ones, 0.5% for these ones, 0.14% for this one. So when you make the calculations, if you make the calculation directly, then the highest ones will take more importance, and those with less percentage will not have any importance. Therefore, we have used weight factors, so that the least ones have a weight factor 100 times bigger than the highest ones. Now, this is the results that we have obtained. This is the Apollo soil on blue, and on the red we have our simulant. We see that it is acceptably close to each other. And this is a photo of that simulant. and we have called this simulant as TVG1, which is similar to the Apollo 14 soil. Now, as we said, we, according to our calculations, etc., according to our system, we are able to find simulant for every soil coming from Moon or Mars or wherever it is. Now, on this table, we have added the properties of the China sample that was brought last year, and they made a publication this year. And after their publication, also we have obtained a Chinese simulant also. This is the paper, 2022 paper, which gives us the composition of lunar samples returned by Chang E5 mission, China mission. So this is to say that, we are able to, if we are giving the properties of any soil coming from anywhere, we are able to find a simulant for it. Of course, it will not be an exact match, but it will be close to the original one. Now, this is a Raman spectrum of soils. Here, on the right-hand side, we have three types of simulants. One of them is ours, the other one is the Japan one, and this one is the Chinese one. So you see that, all of them are harmonically, they are close to each other. Now, of course, having lunar soil simulant does not complete any study. Our aim is to continue with, lunar concrete, producing lunar concrete. Of course, on this subject also, there are many studies made on the world. Here is a list of them. And you see that, they have made, there are many studies, and they are almost all of them working on compressive strength. There are some studies on flexural strength. Here, we have to make the following comment. On Moon and on Mars, because of lack of atmosphere or, the small level of atmosphere, all the structures will be pressurized. There will be, 1 atmosphere, or let us say 0.8 atmosphere pressure in the building, in the structure. That means that we will be living, or people will be living in pressurized structures. In that case, the compressive strength will not be important, but the tensile strength will be important. Therefore, we see that although, most of the studies are on compressive strength, we have to concentrate also on tensile strength. Of course, with these materials, with some compressive strength, we can, using cables, etc., we can build structures, but some strength of tensile strength will always be necessary and useful. Now, these are, the well-known photos that we are all familiar with for choosing lunar soils there. Now, the structures there, because of the properties that I have just said, will be tension resistant. Therefore, they will be spherical or like ellipsoidal, toroidal, etc. So there may be spherical structures connected to each other by cylindrical tubes. Inflatable structures is another solution. Tensile integrity structures these are other solutions. Pre-stressed or post-tensional tension concrete in order to, seeing that concrete is not very strong in tensile strength. We have to use press stress or post tension. And also we know that important shielding is necessary or the structures will be underground. Now the shielding, as we know, is 2 meters or 3 meters high regolith shielding is sufficient, is said to be sufficient for radiation. Our calculations have shown that the weight of this shielding is not important as compared to the tensile forces in the structure also. So even with this important shielding, again the structures will be tensile resistant. Here we have some photos of tensegrity structures. You see that they are made of very less materials brought from Earth, and there's you can consider a membrane around them, and with inside pressure. So these are as we know, these photos for all types of lunar structures. Everybody is working on these type of structures. Also 3D printing, but 3D printing is we have also in infancy in studying this type of structures on Moon and on Mars. Now, man will certainly go to other space bodies for good. There is no doubt about it. Now, here I have a graph for showing how high we are going. Now it starts from a minus 3,000 in order to show that we were always on Earth level. Just before 2000 we started to go up. This is height is logarithmic, and Gagarin is here. Moon is just before 2000, and after about 2000, after 2050, for example, we will be on Mars, and then perhaps there. So you see that the humanity, the behavior of humanity is very interesting. Now the humankind started living on Earth in caves. That they were their first habitats, and first environment of humans was a few miles around their habitats. They were exploiting the resources of that environment. They knew the characteristics of the nature which was prevailing around this area. As their environmental area got bigger, the resources became richer in variety and quantity, and the humans met new natural conditions. Increased richness enabled humans to discover larger areas, thus to enlarge their environmental area. New natural conditions made them more flexible and more powerful to deal with new difficulties, thus increasing their technological abilities. So this is a globalization. So increased environmental area, increased use of resources, and higher level of technology. This continued so that we had such a spiral. So our world, starting from the in front of a cave, we have at the end almost completely discovered all parts of this globe. We are now conscious that we are living on a globe in 3 dimensions. This is our new world. But a few words about climate change, etc. We are not completely masters of this globe, but we will be in the coming future. And as Tsiolkovsky has said, Russian scientist, the Earth is the cradle of mankind, but one cannot expect to remain forever in the cradle. Now, this is this will be our world in 2050. Earth, Moon, and the space between them. Mars is soon to be added to this world in year, let us say, 2100. So we are living in an area of, I don't know any English word about this, extraterrestrialization. That means being spacemen, living in space. So in this time, in 2100, our world will be Earth, Moon, Mars, satellites of Mars, space between Earth and Mars. Going to space permanently is a natural continuation of globalization. Now, this is all I will say about these subjects. Now, another thing that I would like to tell, we are trying to form a congress in Istanbul in 2023, first International Congress on Space Habitations. I don't think that there are too many congresses with so general title. I hope that this will be a success, and I hope that you will all be interested in this one. And our first keynote speaker, we have talked with some people we are speaking. Our first keynote speaker will be Professor Chairman of the Space Committee of the American ASC, American Society of Civil Engineers. Malla Marshall. I'm just confused now at this moment, but this is it. And we are in talks also with Haim Benaroya, etc. I think it's an early date, but I'm trying to arrange it. These are the subjects, the topics list at this moment. Of course, they are not exclusive, but we have tried to be as general as possible to consider all the parts, all the components of space habitations. Now, here there are two publications just talking about what we have done, the Turkish lunar simulant. I have taken the figures from there, and the lunar soil simulants and lunar construction methods and overview. This is about the concrete, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I really like the idea of your Congress. I want to come back to that in a second. When you start talking about an international Congress for space habitations, that's inclusive of Mars as well as space stations as well as the moon? Is it all of the above?
As general as possible.
Fantastic. I think that's terrific. I think that's going to be, I'm not aware of one that's similar to that, and I think that's kind of missing. So that sounds great. I know you don't have dates yet, but how should people get in touch with you to get involved with that?
Of course, I think that in 1 month at most, I will send to this community all information necessary.
Okay, terrific. Let's if you will, let's dig into your dirt. So you made simulants from several sites within the region. How is that being used? Who is starting to use it now?
as I said, we are in the process of launching a project for producing lunar concrete.
Yeah.
Again, considering the tensile strengths mostly, this is the thing that I think we have to do.
Yeah. I guess my question was more: are you sharing it with other people? Are other organizations able to have access to it? We just heard a moment ago that Vince doesn't have a buy button on his website, but the community, the global lunar community, would be well served if we had access to some of these simulants. Is there a way to get access to it?
Yes, not now, not in the very near future, but in let us say in 4 or 5 months, what we have done was a preliminary study. Okay, we have taken soil samples, not of big quantities, but now our aim is to take big quantities and to produce important amounts of lunar soil, and of course if necessary share it with other people from anywhere in the world, of course.
I'm kind of trying to picture how you went out and got these samples. Is it how did you identify the locations that would have the stuff that you needed?
I'm not a geologist. I'm a civil engineer. So I have taken, information from my, geologist friends, and actually, roughly we know the volcanic areas, but they gave me more, information. They gave us more information, and we went there. But I should say that actually, the soils that we have taken from different areas did not have too much effect on the results, on the final mixes. In the final mixes, basalt, olivine, ilmenite, etc., they took a very important part.
Okay. If it was you in one of these structures, would you trust it? Like if you made a 3D printed house out of this material, how much confidence do you have in it?
Now, if you talk about 3D printing, there are too many, there is too much work to be done.
Okay, we're not there.
We are not ready for it because I haven't seen any study on 3D printing in zero pressure, no water area, etc. All the studies made until now are on Earth. So I haven't seen any study in a simulated lunar environment.
Right. I've been one of those people that have been somewhat skeptical. I mean, you showed some of the pictures earlier about these really impressive dome structures on the surface. I've been skeptical of that for quite a while. As I understand it, we're going to wind up digging rather than building on the surface. So I was just kind of curious if you think that these potential printed structures will give us enough protection. Maybe that's not the right question. I just have been worried about that these structures, as I see them, tend to be kind of thin and somewhat flimsy, and I just don't have a lot of confidence in them. So I was just wondering if you've seen anything like that.
You know, my idea about 3D printing, you are talking about 3D
Yeah, yeah,
structures. I told you my thoughts about it. You know,
yeah.
there is too much, you know, work to be done for those structures. Perhaps, you know, after 2 or 3 decades, you
Right.
know, somebody will come out with some solution.
Yeah, I feel like it's that far off as well, 2 or 3 decades. Philip is asking in the chat, in Biosphere 2, concrete absorbed oxygen from an enclosed environment. Have you tested to see if your concrete will also absorb oxygen?
We will do it. We didn't start any, you know, study on concrete, and again, I will repeat that, you know, the studies on concrete also are not sufficient at this level,
Okay.
this moment.
Okay.
I feel like that. I know.
Nicholas is asking, have simulants been made from volcanic ash? That's kind of what you're doing, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I live in the Seattle region in Washington State, and we have a lot of volcanoes. And I've wondered if some of them would make good test facilities for that exact reason. Cool. I'm going to scan to see if we have any other questions on the other channels here. No, I can't. I'm not going to. I've heard lunar dust described as electrically charged glass. Have you been able to do any simulant ionization? I don't think that's the kind of work that you're doing, correct?
No, we didn't.
No. Okay. 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 If there are any other questions, I'm happy to field them. We're going to switch here in about 4 more minutes. Dr. Tolku, what is your maybe the 6-month, 12-month, and 18-month plan? What do you think you're going to have done in 6 months?
In 6 months, I hope that we will again, you know, repeat this what we have done for producing lunar soil in larger quantities, so that we can work on them on other projects and start a project on lunar concrete. And of course, this Congress seems to be very important to me also.
I would like to see that as well.
Ramesh Malla, sorry, the chairman of the Space Committee of American Society of Civil Engineers.
James Golson, you've got your hand up. Can you put your question in the chat? I'm waiting for his question. I'm not sure what it is. Well, so I asked a second ago with the 6-month, 12-month, and 18-month. So this next 6 months, you're going to kind of do most of what you've already done. What does 18 months look like? Assume success.
Some results for concrete.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any expectation? Is that concrete going to be stronger or weaker? You showed a bunch of tensile strength numbers, but I don't have the background to know, is that stronger or weaker than concrete we have here on the world?
the results obtained until now show that they are much weaker, more, there's a quite difference
Okay.
between the concrete on Earth and concrete there, because the aggregate, etc. We have here many other possibilities to make concrete stronger.
Okay.
We don't have, at the moment, we don't have them. Actually, there are no studies like that.
There's surprisingly not a lot of studies in a lot of these areas. We haven't been up there in 50 years, and we only had one geologist up there. So yeah, I think the next few years are going to open our knowledge base and teach us a whole lot. So fingers crossed. Okay. James, I don't know what your hand is up for. If you'd like to add something to the chat, please do. Yeah. We're still waiting on our next speaker. He's not here yet, so we're gonna tap dance for a moment longer. Tell me about your team. Tell me about the folks working on this with you.
Okay, basically we had some funding from my university, Beykent University, but we worked with 3 other universities also from in Turkey. So I get accustomed to say Turkey because, as I said, this is the official name now. So we have a group about 6 researchers. 4 of them are civil engineers, and 2 of them are chemists. So I think, of course, in the next steps, there will be more people working with us. We will try to enlarge our group. Of course, I will be happy to work with people from the other parts of the world also. I hope that we will arrange these things. This Congress perhaps will help to do these things. You're mute.
Sorry. I'm gonna sign off here in a second, but Phil is asking, what opportunities do you see for cooperation from the Moon Society? Is there any projects you see that we could work on together?
Oh, there will be many projects. I will be happy to be in contact with them, and I will be happy, to promote them in Turkey also. It is for sure that I'm not myself and my group is not the only group in Turkey for working on this subject. So I will be happy to promote Moon Society in Turkey so that we will be, a more, crowded group.
Terrific, sir. And please excuse my ignorance. You're pronouncing it Turkey. Is that? Am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
Our pronunciation is Turkey.
Turkey.
But the second vowel, the first vowel U, may be difficult for you. So it is.
I'll get it.
Something similar to it.
Okay, I'll get it. Turkey. I gotcha. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm happy to, to meet with all these people. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thangvalu.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Good.
Loud and clear. Dr. Thangvalu, Dr. Madhu Thangvalu conducts the Graduate Space Exploration Architectures Concept Synthesis Studio in the Department of Aeronautical Engineering within the Viterbi School of Engineering at the University of Southern California. He also teaches the Extreme Environment Habitation Design Seminar in the School of Architecture, where he is a graduate thesis advisor. Dr. Thangvalu, thank you so much for being a part of our event.
Thank you for.
I love the work that your students have been doing for years and years. So please, please share us. That's terrific.
Okay, let me bring this up. Are you able to see my slides,
Perfect.
Michael?
Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the right one here. Let me see. Good. Good afternoon, everyone in the East Coast region. I just got into the program, and it was good to listen to the last words from Turkey. That country is very special at this time in our times. It is fascinating what is going on in the world. The challenges are many, but the opportunities are incredible for that country that straddles Europe and Asia. It's symbolic, also very literal in the things they're doing right now. With that, let me get to my slides here. I was thinking that this event was happening on July 20th, and I excused myself, Michael, because we were involved with the.
You had your own program going.
What's that?
You had your own program going.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
The United Nations declared the International Moon Day, and the inaugural event was going on all around the world. And yours truly and many others were stuck doing that, including the Moon Society. I think I did connect with all of you to see how we might engage. But we had a terrific program in Palos Verdes here locally. And but anyway, I want to let you in on some of the thoughts that are happening at USC. USC and the moon go a long way. And the astronautical program, Michael, you are excused from the blasphemy you mentioned. We are not an aeronautical program. We are an astronautical program. We do things that happen beyond the atmosphere. And so I have a couple of observations to make on some of the ideas that are happening now. In particular, many papers are flying from our last project. We dealt with the commercial involvement, and I'll talk about some of them and some observations. So USC and the moon go to the first moon landing. Neil was attending the graduate program in what was then the aerospace engineering program when he was assigned to the to command the Apollo mission. And Buzz Aldrin, who is local, is a friend of our studio. He comes in and announces, because he otherwise charges quite an honorarium. And please go to our site and see the things that we are doing. So Neil flew on the Apollo 11, came back, and then a year and a half later, he published his thesis as a seminar at Johnson Space Center. Here we see the man. You know, there was a time in our history of human space flight when we looked at astronauts as literally superheroes. They are superheroes even today, but there was a styling about it. And of course, you're looking at Neil posing in his Gemini G2X suit, laces tight and so on. Fascinating. It is still my favorite design for a spacesuit. Of course, this wouldn't save you on the lunar surface, but it still tells you that there is some magic in human space flight and in wearing a spacesuit. We have a very big, bad, incredibly stunning statue of Neil in the engineering courtyard, Viterbi School of Engineering courtyard. And my classes happen in the evening to accommodate working participants who are from the local industry as well as from around the globe now. And once in a while, we get visitors. And here you see a group of UK students who turned up in the most advanced stats class that we offered aerospace to do on that day. So it was not the most encouraging in terms of questions, but it's very important because you know, on day of flight of any launch vehicle, we go through a rigmarole, a series of advanced calculations on you know, on liftoff or no, or go or no go. Anyhow, we have a good class. Now, the astronautical engineering program is all over it used to be all over the United States, but it's now all over the world. And we are graduating a large number of students. And still, it is a small program compared to many other schools, but it's a very focused program. And within that program is listed our studio. It's called the ASTE 527, Space Concept Studio, as Michael said. It focuses very simply on unbridled imagination and creativity. And usually in the architecture school, you are taught, if an engineer can't do your concept, we hire a new engineer. You know, that is the way life happens on planet Earth. And this is true in many other quarters too. But in astronautical engineering, there are many rules that need to be followed, particularly in applied physics and thermodynamics. And so we focus, we make sure there are no warp drives in the class because we're not there yet. Concept creation and connected with quickly visualizing your hardware and your dream is focused on this class. Originality. And most importantly, we do not use the rules put to us by the agency or the industry. We pose academic freedom, and we include the whole world of ideas in the things we propose. As I said, our class is small, usually about 10 students, sometimes 15, like it happened last year. And our guests are special. Aldrin comes to class. And if you look at the number of guests,
Usually there'll be 30, 40, 50 guests and reviewers with our little class of 10. And it's a joy to come to the final presentation. We have professors, doctors, lawyers, cinematographers, movie makers, all walks of life come to attend our studio finals. And that happens in the fall. In the spring, as Michael mentioned, I teach in the School of Architecture, since my degrees are in both areas. And in the School of Architecture, they ask you some very, very pointed questions. What is space activity doing for planet Earth? What are they doing for buildings and our civilization to bloom and grow and thrive? Again, you will look at our students here. We have students from all over the world. In fact, most of our students are global and fewer Americans in the group. And this is typical of world universities. And here you'll see France, Italy, Germany, Turkey, India, China, Japan. Here you see Shanghai, Iran. I mean, this is what we call a global society. And we reflect that in our universities. So they ask things like, what do we do for the Earth that is plunging towards a 2050? Will planet Moon be sufficient to give us a glorious future? What are the literal implications for building cities that reflect a glorious future? Is there a philosophy? Are you looking at something deeper than what we have, a spacefaring civilization? And that leads us to this discipline we call space architecture, a give and take between what happens in space and what happens on Earth. And that is important, particularly in this administration. This is our book, and I think Michael may have a copy, and the third edition is in preparation. These are the first and second editions. And Buzz Aldrin wrote the foreword for it. So every time he comes to school, we get him autograph a few copies. It's a very interesting copy. It is on Amazon. Please buy it, because every time some new idea comes up, we flip through the pages, and I send an email to our co-author, who is a radiation medicine doctor, and I say, hey, page 234 or page 5. They're getting there. Yeah, good job. Okay, so we have a good discussion. So with respect to this talk, we've been running our class since in the early 90s. And so this year, it will be the 30th year that the class is running. And I want to mention to you that the last administration did some magic for NASA. It was a shot in the arm. And if you look at we'll look at some of the thoughts that came out of the 2018, 19, 20, and 21, particular the last project. And if you have your cell phones on, now is the time to click, go right into and check out our archives. And the gateway. So in 2018, we started with what the White House mandate was then. It had to do with revamping a lot of things that were happening at NASA, and the idea that we should quickly go back to the moon. And a low lunar, the idea of the near rectilinear halo orbit has been a driving point and a focus for a lot of people, because we think the South Polar region is extremely important because of the volatiles there, and we can use it and so on. So in that project, we focused on how an orbiting spacecraft can help with teleoperations on the surface. But looking at it further on, we realize that there are some very serious problems in going to the poles, because it takes you away from the equatorial plane, where we can use what we call the free return trajectory for new systems, for new transportation systems. It's very, very important to the mission manager to know what is a safe trajectory, what is not. So in the 2019 Maxim project, we focused entirely on the social context and narrative, which sometimes we don't pay attention to. And though NASA has a mystique all over the world, if you ask them, what did we do at NASA? They don't tell you that we drilled holes and pulled out soil samples and so on. And people want to know humans going there and doing things. There's a lot of nostalgia about it. So, Maxim project looked at that angle, paying homage to Apollo, and was a continuing weave in what the United States has done for the world in moving people from the Earth to another extraterrestrial surface. So we wanted to preserve the Apollo artifacts on the surface of the moon, and explore and do science do science as a backseat, literally, and put adventure and excitement atop all of it all. So, and then of course, the previous administration really brought focus on the private sector core, and in there is the Hermes project that really talks about what we could do there. So in 2020, we continued that, and that's when the Artemis Accord started to instill, bringing people of the world together, and we studied some ideas, and in that team project, the cislunar idea of the cislunar cycler was born, and the idea that we should go to the moon, also considering planet Earth and what we could do on planet Earth. That brings us to the CHASE project of last fall. CHASE is the acronym for Commercial Human Spaceflight Expeditions. As you know, private space is putting people into orbit, and there are joyrides now on suborbital flights and so on. And so we think it is high time that the International Space Station be operated by private space industry, and that NASA moves on to doing other things. And as you know, the new administration came on, and we have a new mandate to look at climate change and how to mitigate the effects of climate change have moved up the rung in NASA priorities. The administrator has been a vocal advocate for climate change for many years. And so we can expect to see that moving up the ladder. And cislunar cycler, we think, is more important than all the gymnastics of orbits and flying in one orbit and then hoping the three-body problem would move you into poles and so on. In fact, there is a mission flying now called Capstone that is going to execute that over a period of time. And so the CHASE project papers are just getting ready. And yesterday, we pitched it at the NASA Science Forum, and we're getting ready for the IAC in Paris. Some posters here, and the interesting one that I have for you is called Buscraft, and the idea is very, very simple. We want to unite the world through existing assets in space and on the ground to accomplish a mission that we think needs more priority than going to the pole and so on. Here you see many of the building blocks are already in orbit. CLIPS is getting ready. The optical systems are already operating at White Sands, and we know that we have returned very high bandwidth information from the moon. We think that we can include the world of nations and their assets in launching to get us into low Earth orbit, where we want to integrate the mission and then continue to kill the dragon of deep space radiation, not on the moon, but in geostationary orbit. So we think a plant and animal lab in geostationary orbit in this time, as a solar maximum is approaching, can give us all the results we need. We don't need to go to the moon. We could put plants and animals in on a dragon vehicle, and we can service it using the Orion. Use optical technology because Starlink is already operating in Earth orbit, and it is a killer app for advanced missions to further orbits. So this can be done very, very fast because these are existing assets. And then by the time you're in 2023, we bring it back, the stack back to LEO and assemble what we call the buscraft architecture. And there we would have the lunar lander on it. And the critical aspect is the modular, clustered, reusable propulsion. Everybody is talking about refueling in Earth orbit, which is a very interesting thing because it is much, much, much easier to refuel in Earth orbit using water from the Earth than to depend on a technology development program that goes to the moon, looks for water, and does it over time. Maybe in the next 30, 40 years, that's a great idea. But if you want to do something now, water is on planet Earth, and the fuel is on planet Earth. And I think SpaceX knows that. So anyway, we can get a stack operating from here all the way into low Earth orbit. And it is a cycling mission where we don't drop stages. We fly between low Earth orbit and the moon. And as part of it, we would land people on the Artemis mission. Again, all of this will happen along the plane, equatorial plane, not flying off to the polar regions, because once you do that, you are getting into some risky propositions of returning people back if your transportation system fails. You need to remember, in the Apollo mission, Apollo 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all flew before 13 caused problems. So in complex systems, there is a difficulty of it's not a difficulty, but there's a challenge of safety. And so crew safety is paramount. And so by the time we get to 24, 25, 26, we can expect service from the antediluvian SLS system, or by then I think Starship will really change the paradigm of human spaceflight. So we think and the three projects I selected are buscraft, and second one looked at the evolution of station. We think we should privatize it, and most importantly, provide good food for these private residents who come to do their work, maybe space tourism, maybe manufacture or other things. We want to provide a good accommodation and 5-star facilities on station. And we think a robotic kitchen module is central to it. We have all the technologies to do this. So the idea would be that crew can order food they like and fresh food. And it would be a module dedicated to it, and they would have pressure cookers that cook fresh food for you when you are, it is a module that has several pressure cookers on it, and they would just open up to the sun to get the heat during the 45 minutes the station is seeing the sun in orbit. And this is going towards a patent in the coming months. And to inform you about how the Earth and the Moon are connected, for several years we have known that the Moon is the place where you have access to the solar activity records over 1 billion years or more. Right now, our activity records are from the ice cores and from other proxy data, and range approximately 10,000 years maximum. And it's a blip in solar history. We want that spread out over geological time. And this is the way to do it. All of us are scratching our heads on how to get this information, but it is something that links the Earth and the Moon. So we think that solar activity record data on the dormant Moon, because the Moon does not have the tectonics that churns up all the surface, we think that this is the place to go to bring back solar activity records. And that is engineering. How to do that is engineering. This is the problem. Again, if an engineer cannot do it, we go to the next engineer. That is how we study and do things in architecture. All of you need to be aware of Artemis Accords and how we are going about bringing the groups together. I think we have 20 nations now and adding more. I know that the Czech Republic is coming on board. I know they're framing something the last few days and weeks. All of you need to read this book, from the White House of the last administration. There were 2 or 3 documents that moved us in a direction that I very much appreciate. It is really not party dominated or anything. It is agnostic. It's written very well. And if you read through it, the thing that comes across for me, and maybe I am biased, it's the value, free world values. Every sheet of paper in the document reads about the freedom of humanity to do things. And space is the largest domain for freedom, physical freedom. And some of us in the global community don't like some of the things in it. And they say, oh, these are American values. But, we are in the midst of the greatest experiment, as Lincoln mentions, that we should rethink what we have done in the past 100 years for the world. And at the end of the day, the lion's share of human spaceflight always comes down to American largesse. So think about it. So the observations are, NASA priorities have shifted just as the new administrations come in. So watch out and see how we can work on it. The new policy focuses on climate change and climate change mitigation, and it's driving very hard now because what is going on this year. And Artemis Accord is happening. So if you look at what NASA is doing, it's always been the same. More things change, they remain the same. And they are interested in supporting NASA workforce. Now, I know that the Moon Society and the National Space Society, Planetary Society, they all have very different attitudes about humanity going out and being part of the space culture. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. We want people living and doing things in space. And as Kraft Ricke would say, Going into space is not about working in space, it's about bringing quality jobs to Earth. And I kind of feel that way too. Alas, right now NASA is stuck with the space station, the Gateway, and the Artemis. It's hard enough doing one human spaceflight project. Now we are saddled with 3. And we think that the Lunar South Pole focus is going to be complicated. It's going to stretch out things. We want to put boots on the moon now. And, seeking consensus before competing for the best ideas is probably not the thing to do. And that's what's happening right now. So what are we recommending? How much time we got, Michael? Oh, let me see here. Yeah, we're close. Okay, good. Yeah, so we have this notion that we somehow mix up technology development programs with mission engineering and policy. But let us be clear about it. If you bring focus clearly to it, as JFK did in the 1960s about going to the moon, I mean, it has to be crisp and simple. And, focus on Artemis, putting people on the moon and making cislunar space exude free world values. I believe it's a little too late now because already the Space Force is saying things are happening out there from adversaries. And the freest nation that holds the banner of freedom should be doing this. And we should not be waiting. So we can use private space sector core, SpaceX in particular, down the road from us, can do these things now. Do these things now. We don't have to wait for 2025, 26, and so on. We can do this if we start staging our mission and integrating our mission in low Earth orbit. I did my thesis called Modular Assembly in Low Earth Orbit 10 years, 12 years before station was brought in. We know that technology. We can integrate large structures together. And the first operating, first part of this mission has to be linking the Earth and the Moon with a reliable, strong-bone logistics channel. And that is more important than orbiting the Moon and then slowly evolving a base on the polar region and so on. Those things can wait. We call that buscraft. And eventually, the buscraft could become a gateway if we choose to do that. Establishing a optical network is key because optical networks have a certain amount of security that the rest of the radio spectrum cannot offer you. And we have already executed a very focused optical link between the Moon and the Earth. We know how to do that. And using the advanced Starlink, which is already operational, we can have incredible connectivity throughout any Earth-Moon mission in the coming years. So we also think that if we did this optical network thingy, we could bring a large number of nations into the Artemis Accords fold. And I think by connecting the terrestrial network of the world with the Artemis optical network link, I think in the project in the Artemis Twins project, there is a set of charts called SCION, cislunar optical comm. I want you to take a look at that. If you can link that, a lot of nations will benefit by having advanced communication, terrestrial communication in their countries. That is my conclusion, guys. Michael, thank you for your attention. And if we have time, I'm happy to take some questions,
Yeah.
or go on to conclusion, Michael?
No, let's chat. We've got about 7 minutes, and then Philip is going to come online to work, to chat about his survey. So there's a couple things in here I found really interesting. I rarely disagree with you, so that's an unusual thing. But can you explain why 3 human spaceflight projects are 3 times too many?
Well,
I'm not. Well, hold on. Let me add a little bit of color to that. I am only lukewarm on Gateway. I don't 100% agree with why it exists, but it's going to exist, so we have it. But you're almost saying we don't need any. By the way I'm reading this, 3 human space flights is 3 too many. So no human spaceflight programs?
No, actually, it should be too many. That's right.
Okay. All right.
This was done at 3. This was done at 3 a.m., as you know, Michael.
Okay. So which one would you keep if it was up to you?
I think Artemis should be key because it will do a lot of good for our nation and for the globe of nations to continue the thread of where we left off 50 years ago. And we have the tools to do that now. All of you must appreciate the history of how the policies are drawn. We were all trained at the International Space University to say that policy and politics always wins. It's not a question of what technology you can bring on board, what things you can do. It is about policy. And I think in this year and in these past following years, policy is prime to do what we do and reflect that in the projects we execute.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that policy always wins, which was why I was so happy to see you reference the New Era document. I've been talking about the New Era document for 2 years since the day it came out. I think it is the most important document, space-related document that's happened in my lifetime, certainly in the last 20 years.
It does a lot of things, Michael. Besides bringing clarity to the space program, it tells you how integrated the various agencies are in this aspect. And there are not many the areas of endeavor where we bring all that we have to resonate with what we want to do. And I think Scott Pace did an excellent job on that document.
Scott Pace is a ISU instructor. I don't think he ever took a class. I think he's just been an instructor. No, it was really quite amazing. It's got 5 basic ideas: commercialization of low Earth orbit, return to the moon, move on beyond that to deep space science. I forget what number 4 is, and the number 5 is workforce development.
Yeah, read that. It's not very, very long one. And then couple it to Artemis Accords. There's a series of events. In fact, it's linear history. Then you have the document coming out, deep space document, and then you have the Artemis Accords coming out, and then we can now wait to see. There's an August meeting coming up, and I'm positive there'll be climate change in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's going to be a direction change. I mean,
So
everybody says this about NASA, and that is, it is the greatest place to work. But it's the most frustrating because every administration comes in and they want to do something different. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not work I could do, that's for sure. All right, so I would keep ISS flying as long as possible, turn over elements to commercial sector as soon as possible, build new human spaceflight destinations commercially and build as many as you can. I'm actually pretty happy that China's building out its own space station, and they're going to bring in a different group of folks to be a part of that. I think that's actually good for everybody. The policies that one administration created and the second administration kept, that's pretty rare, right? That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
It speaks to the quality of the ideas of that document. When you go in and you speak, and we have this is like, you've got 1 minute to answer this question. When you first start working with your students, what path do you point them on? What's the thing that you say, do this first? What's your starting point?
Usually I will ask them if they have any pet projects that they've been harping on in the past, something that they were afraid to tell their boss because it might lead to difficulties. The second thing I tell them is start in your area of expertise, because many of them coming in from the industry have a couple of years of work experience, and they've seen the industry, the world operate. And so then they can be a lot more credible because they know what has happened. So add that to the first element, and you already have concepts in development. And those are the two things. Those are the two primary things. Do you have a pet project? Do you, and usually the class gets full the semester before, because most of them have ideas they want to run with. Right.
Well, it's been amazing watching the whole world decide to go to space in the last 10 years. It's been really 10 years ago when I first started, 20 years ago when I first started, 30 years ago when you first started, it was pretty different. So it kind of makes us feel like, oh, wow, we didn't waste our time. This really is a thing. It is actually happening. So with that, Dr. Thangvalu, we're going to bid you goodbye, and we're going to bring in Philip. So thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael, and good luck with, hope you put up the proceedings, and I would love to watch it.
Will do.
Thank you very much.
Yep, bye-bye.
All right, here we go.
All righty, sir. Home stretch, sir. Home stretch.
Home stretch. Here we go. All right. Let's see. This morning we've had an extra 4 respondents. So thank you all for responding. Let's see here. So I'm now going, so this morning I reviewed the different people who, the composition of the people who are attending this conference. We saw that about a quarter of them are international, and about a third of them were seniors, but the remainder were working adults. About half of the members, people who responded, were people who are either professional in the STEM field, or they are also interested in STEM in some direction. So I just want to give you so there is a lot of you who are interested in the hard and the technical side of things. There's also some of you who are interested in the softer social science and art side of things. But the truth is, we need both. All right. So with that in mind, I'm going to. So we are now at a point in a statistical survey where, when you have 30 or more respondents, you have what's called statistically significant. That means that if we take a broader sample of other conferences, we're going to start seeing, patterns that are replicable across these other conferences. All right, so part of the survey was questions just about membership. Another part were questions about activities, and finally questions about whether or not you would consider being engaged in these things. And so we're kind of addressing these points, these more activity-oriented questions. So one of the questions that we asked was, would you consider participating in an online coordinated space-based makerspace? Excuse me. So if there were, for example, CubeSats we wanted to work on, and you were tasked with working on a small circuit board related to that CubeSat. You could try to coordinate all of the different pieces together and put them together in one project. And you can do things like that by sending components across the, through mailing systems or, transportation systems such as the post service, UPS, FedEx, and things like that, companies and organizations like that. All right, and so what we saw here were that some of you, there were some of you who were just not into, that was not something that would have appealed to you, but we have others that it did appeal. There is, and of those that did appeal, that found it appealing, if you put them together, that actually, it's quite a bit more than those who were not interested in this at all. However, one of the things that of note here is that of these numbers, 0 means no interest, 1 means possible casual interest, 2 is you would participate, and 3 would be that you would consider taking leadership. So we have people who would be interested in a makerspace, but no one who's really interested in taking leadership on this. So this is what this tells me, is that if the Moon Society were to organize this at a leadership, if we at the board organize this, you would participate. But other than that, none of you really found it compelling enough to really take the lead and say, yes, I want to do this. All right. All right. So space-based STEM courses. These are courses that can relate to everything from orbital mechanics, such as, figuring out trying to understand better what a buzz cycler is. So that would be an example. And we could also, we also talked a lot about today about, algae. We talked about regolith. We talked about what happens if you have what happens if you have what happens if you have a chemical that's involved in your substrate and it bubbles up to the surface. That's the kind of thing that we can find courses on. And given that more than half of you had advanced degrees, it's not surprising that some of you would consider taking leadership on this. And there are also a lot of you who would be interested in participating on this. And so that's something that what we hope to do as a Moon Society is to really, what we're really looking for are people who would both take a leadership role, who are willing to take leadership on this, and who are willing to participate. And so with that in mind, I'm going to start shifting away from just doing a general, covering the general scope of the survey and focusing more on the kinds of projects that we feel that you guys would be interested in and that would have leadership potential to get this started. And so we see that, a space-based STEM course is one possibility. A STEM course for kids is another possibility. So that is something we can do as an organization. We can certainly provide the communication nexus for everybody to communicate with each other to move forward on this. Let's see, go back here. So we also have a Moon Science course. The Moon Society offered a course like this before, but I think we are in a new era where we have fantastic computer, realistic 3D simulation environments such as Unreal and Unity, Blender, things like that. So there's a new opportunity here to really offer a cutting edge Moon Science course to really capture that interest people have. Moon Star parties, it's something that there is a possibility here. If what we would love to do is, this is something that's of interest to you, by all means, please let us know. I mean, we're going to want to find, if you are willing to organize this, we would certainly embrace this aspect, this activity, and we would love to have you. All right, and let me keep going here. Moon Day event. Moon days can be anything moon related, or it can even be, moon related to the history of spaceflight, or it can be like a natural phenomenon such as, hey, what's so special about this blood moon? What do these different color moons mean? And that's something that can be useful for educating the general public. The lunar geology course, wow. There was a lot of interest in this this topic. You can see here that across the board, this is probably going to be a very popular course. Whoever it is that said that you would like to lead that course, we certainly want to talk to you. But that's something that, if we can get a lunar geology course, that would allow us to really start digging deeper into, how to, do space commerce. So you need to understand things about like stoichiometric sampling of lunar regolith, for example. That's the kind of thing that you would learn through a lunar geology course. You would learn about what an orthosite is. You'd learn about basalt and other kinds of materials that are comparable here on Earth to what we have in space. And you can learn more about the moon at a more, much more deeper level, on a much deeper level. All right, let me see here. Lunar geology outing. I think, so what I said before about this was that a lunar geology outing was, we'd find sites here on Earth that will be analogous to what we have for the moon. So if that is something that, it looks like this is something that if the Moon Society organized, there would be interest in possibly, participating in this. But this is something that maybe the leadership of the Moon Society could take a lead on. Let me see here. Teleoperated science expeditions. Again, if you have a lunar geology with a lunar analog site, such as High Seas or Leptrask, that's the kind of thing where we can put web streaming robots and have people participate in, so that you can make that an ongoing recurring process for people. Geochemistry, it's kind of fits into lunar geology. Metallurgy, there's a little bit more interest this time. So if you're able to extract material from a lunar analog site, if we can learn how to extract that material and make metals out of it and understand metals better, that would be something that might be of interest to some people. Not as much interest in welding. I would say welding and a welding project, that was probably the highest rejection of all of the opportunities out there. But there are some of you who can do welding who would be interested in that. Electronics, again, not as much interest, or electronics project. Robotics, okay, yeah, I mean, we do have a majority of the people who are involved here are interested in more of a human-centric approach to economic development of space. So it's more like a field of dreams, build it and they will come I approach. So that's something that isn't quite surprising given that audience, but there is still a lot of interest in that. We can see that if the Moon Society were to provide leadership on this, there might be many of you who would be willing to participate. Same with a robotics project. Trying to see here, ham radio, again, not that much interest. Radio astronomy. So, okay, and I'm trying to see here. So trying to zoom in real quickly on things that would be of interest to, so this section of the activities on scuba diving is more like a human-centric activity. But space art and everything else beyond this is more of the softer side of interest in space. So even if you're not involved in the technical side of things, if you are interested in space art, there is a small community with some of you who have a more casual interest. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is more of the technical side of you guys who just may feel like you don't have any art ability, but you would be willing to at least watch from a distance or participate. And I'm trying to see here, it looks like space documentaries would have more interest. If you are interested in music, that I would say this is probably an indicator that there's probably not that much interest in the music side. Almost going through this. Okay. Space 3D computer simulations. There, I don't know if any of you have seen the most recent what the newest game engines such as Unreal or Unity are capable of, but it's at a point right now where it's almost indistinguishable from the real world. And so by having a realistic computer simulation of a space colony, for example, or of a space mine, that's something that we could certainly look into. There is I would say the rejection of this isn't very strong, but there's enough of an interest here. But I think that if we can probably at least start a little bit of a community on this. All right, and let me see here. Writing letters. This is actually, I'm actually we're a little bit relieved to see this part right here, so that, you know, if you feel that there's something that your political representative or your representatives or leaders in the government can do, that would allow us to reach space more quickly or sooner. This is something that, you know, we definitely need everybody to participate in, and that we have 3 of you who would be leaders on this is that's phenomenal. All right, and let me see here. And lastly, writing op-eds. Not surprising given the audience. Many of you have advanced degrees, so you're comfortable with writing. So this is something that, you know, if you feel like there's something that, you know, we could use to, you know, promote space colonization or, you know, the development of the moon, this is something we would love to have you participate in. So as of this point, I'm going to try to. I mean, am I out of time at this point right now, Michael?
You are. What do you need?
Well, I was just wondering if I wanted to see if there's an opportunity to chat about this. What I encourage you to do is, if this is an activity that would interest any of you who are watching this, you know, please join us at themoonsociety.org. And there are chat rooms that you can use to, you know, we would love to have you, you know, engage with us. So whether you're interested in just participating or, you know, being of a more leadership role, we certainly want to talk to you. So again, thank you. This is Philip Kroon from the chairman of the Moon Society, and thank you for attending the conference.
Yes, it's been terrific. Philip, you'll have a minute after we close out with our last speaker of the day, who is Mr. Peter Gerritsen. So yeah, Phil, stick around one more shot, and also put the link in the chat so I can then move it over to the other one.
Yeah, will do.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Wrapping up the day. Bringing on Peter. Peter, are you with us? Philip, I'm going to re-promote you back in, so you've got a few more minutes. Peter Gerritsen is here, but he is not responding. I'm thinking maybe there's technical issues. I'm thinking there's technical issues on both, because I'm trying to promote either one of you to panelist, and it is not promoting you. Well, that's awkward. Peter, if you can respond in chat, and Phil, if you can respond in chat and tell me if you're having troubles on your end. Peter? Philip? Bill, can you hear me? Can you unmute? Well, this is curious and somewhat embarrassing. Philip, can you unmute? And it looks like Peter Gerritsen has left and might be coming back, I think. Well, while we've got some dead air time, I'm going to wrap up my component of this while we're trying to figure this out. I want to say thanks to everybody who's been a part of this for the last 2 days. We were here on Wednesday, and we had some terrific speakers talking about a little bit about the past and a lot about the future. We had some great speakers today doing the same thing, not so much on the past. The Moon Society has been a tremendous partner in all this. This is their show, the Lunar Development Conference. And I think they all deserve a round of applause here. So we're going to bring on Dana. I can hear you, Phil, so that's a good sign. I don't know what happened there a minute ago. And I'm going to bring on Dana and Nicholas, and we're going to have y'all say your official goodbyes while we are trying to get Peter Gerritsen back on. He was here a moment ago, but he's not right now.
All right. Well, I wanted to, let's see if I can try to get the video up here.
And we've got a little bit of time, so
That's all right.
You don't have
Yeah.
to.
So I want to thank everybody who came to this conference. You know, whether you're a participant or a speaker, this is a community that we're building here. It's not just, you know, about, you know, one person's career or the work they're doing. The work we're all doing is related to something bigger than ourselves. And that's the great thing about what we're doing here. It's not just, hey, yeah, I developed, you know, this cutting edge simulant that is going to allow these robots to do, you know, wonderful things in space. It's what we're doing is bigger than that. It's more like we're kind of at a point where we are in the history of life itself here on Earth, where we're doing something where we're moving into a new environment for the first time. It's kind of like life coming out of the oceans and onto land, but only we're doing this. We're coming out of a gravity well on our planet and is spreading across the universe. So we're making a giant step here. It's not just what we're doing as, you know, mankind. It's not just, you know, we're putting, you know, a base on the moon. We're spreading life beyond our world for the first time in 4.5 billion years. And so that's kind of a big moment for where we are as a species and where life is on this planet. So it's something you can take home with you to really appreciate and take stock of what we're doing here. This truly is bigger than ourselves. It's bigger than trying to accumulate enough resources for a growing world. It's bigger than any particular nation state. This is probably the most important moment in human history is going on right now, and all of us are part of it. So I wanted to again congratulate all of you for participating on this, and thank you for coming. And I wanted to also give a special thanks for everybody who is involved with this conference. So, I want to thank you, Michael Lane, for helping organize this. I want to thank his team for supporting him and making this happen. And I want to thank all of the speakers who came here and spoke at this conference. I also want to give a great appreciation to the Moon Society Board of Directors for putting this conference together. And I want to give a special call out to Nicholas Jarfstraat and to Ben Smith for working on this in some capacity throughout our brief moment putting this together. And let's make sure we can do this again next year. So if you're listening on this, please let's see if you can recruit some people to participate with us next time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that. Nicholas, Dana, do you want to make some comments?
Yeah, I think we've had another good conference this year. Hopefully we can do the same next year. If you have ideas for who would be a good panelist, or you have a panel you want to present, please drop a note to the Moon Society, or if you're a member, come by our Slack server, and there's a channel devoted to the LDC, and maybe we can start in a couple of weeks after we do the aftermath study for this one. We could start planning next year's.
Right. Thanks a lot, Dana. Nicholas?
Well, yeah, we'll fill in on what's been said before. But I want to thank the authors or presenters for the contributions to the conference, and I think we have seen a fair bit of nice steps forward into the universe, or onto the moon at least.
Right.
And of course, also thanks to all the people listening, whether it's right now or later in looking at clips.
Yeah, absolutely. The Moon Society organized this thing. I'm happy to be the host, but really without y'all and the community that you built, this wouldn't be happening. I think that the Moon Society can honestly take a bit of credit for where we are in the world now, where we are going back to the moon for real. And when we do, as Phil just said, this might be the most important span, the most important era of humanity, where we move to other worlds. And I think that kind of gives me chills. And it's the audience here, right? There's a few of us here, there's the Mars Society. And then beyond that, we're streaming to 4 channels. Welcome back, Peter. Good to have you. We're streaming to 4 channels. 3 of them are pretty science focused. I'm a science nerd. There's a lot of science nerds out there. But there's also a pretty large science fiction community that's also participating, also listening. I suspect those were the folks that filled out the survey when Phil had a few people that, a small percent that weren't members of the Moon Society. I suspect they may have come from that Axonar community. So as one of the speakers said on Wednesday, us talking to us doesn't really help us very much. We need to be able to reach out beyond our own circles. So for everybody who's here, thank you very much, and especially to my team, because we couldn't pull this off together. We couldn't do this without y'all. We do it together. All right. Thank you, Peter Garrison, for joining us. I'm sorry for the technical problems we had a moment ago. Dana, Philip, Nicholas, I'm gonna pull you out, and that's gonna conclude our experience here at the third annual 2022 Lunar Development Conference by the Moon Society. So thanks, everybody. And Peter, thanks for coming in. Did you have to come in a different path? What happened there? Was it on our side or your side? You're muted.
It was unfortunately on my side. I'm not exactly sure what happened. My primary computer, which is a Mac and never causes me problems, literally hung up. Complete hang from Chrome as I was trying to sign in. And so I had to get on another computer, and then Zoom didn't want to let me sign in without resetting my password. So it was just a...
No worries. I thought it was on our side. Either way, whatever it is, glad to have you coming in to kind of wrap up our experience here. It's been a great 2 days. You're our last speaker. We've talked about everything from, we had a lot of talks about lunar regolith today. We've had a lot of talks on various ways of using the moon, getting to the moon. We've had some analog site conversations, which I think are super important. An opening of a new analog site, Simulator site. So that's really exciting. So yeah, we've kind of gone all over the board, but it's all about getting to the moon. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks a lot, Peter. Appreciate it.
All right. And I am allowed to share here. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to permission to share. Oh, I have to quit and reopen Zoom, so it'll take me another second here to get back with you. Be right there.
Was I muted that time? So,
all right, you got me back?
Yes, we're all set. I gave you a little bit of bio and background while you were doing that. Let me finish by saying that Pierre Gerritsen is, are you a PhD yet?
I'm not. I'm
Would
still.
you? Okay. I keep wanting to call you Dr. Gerritsen. Like I've done that for years now. So he is a former retired lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He won't say it, but I'm going to say it. He was instrumental in the earliest days of both space-based solar power study that I think changed that I think will eventually change the course of humanity. And he was also very instrumental in developing what is now Space Force. So as Terry Trevino just wrote in all capital letters, he's a rock star. So it's great to have you, sir. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks.
All right. So hopefully you can see my slides. I'm going to talk a bit about Artemis Base Camp and a progress report. And just to throw out a thanks, I was sort of prompted to go down this line of thinking by the Beyond Earth guys who had asked me to sort of look at it. So this is a slight evolution. So I wanted to kind of go back to, what the proponents of a moon base were thinking about and how they were thinking about it. the administration
Peter, you just froze. Could you
tasking, because certainly they were influenced. Am I back?
Yeah, you froze for a moment. Could you just repeat that?
Right. So there was definitely some influential thinking that went into the calculus of the last administration when they were thinking about why a focus on the moon and why a moon base. Obviously, part of it was what China was doing. I think you heard a bit about that from Namrata this morning. But another part was, from the internal sort of industry side of things. And so this report, which came out in 2015, and kudos to Charles Miller, who went on to found Link. But at the time, he did this study for NASA called the Evolvable, Lunar Architecture Study. And they had envisioned that America could return to the moon within 5 to 7 years. So that would have been, had we acted upon it then, 2020 to 2022 to now. And that you could essentially fund 2 contractors for about $10 billion, with about $5 billion each in order to get back there. And then that, within, a few more years, say, 5 more, or a total of 10 to 12 years after setting foot on the moon, you could have, a 200 metric ton propellant per year going to lunar orbit, and that the total cost to NASA over all those years would be about $40 billion. And so, that was part of the vision that went into the tasking. Now, I want to say, because I'm going to say some things that, are critical of how this vision is being executed. I want to be very clear about where I am in this. I think that the establishment of a scalable and growing lunar industrial facility at the South Pole is among the most important investments our nation can make for its long-term prosperity and security, and that America absolutely needs NASA to succeed in a right-focused Artemis base camp. And sustaining purpose across administrations, even with party changes, is critical. And I will say kudos to the Biden administration for having stuck with the plan from the previous administration. Now, why do I think this is such an important investment in our long-term prosperity and security? You can read the full argument in the book that Namrata and I wrote, Scramble for the Skies. But in essence, the resources of the moon and the broader inner solar system are so vast that they're going to determine the future of power and who is the most powerful state in the international system, and therefore whose preferences for how we organize things, and ultimately whether or not our future is one of freedom or one of autocracy. And the first stepping stone to that is the moon, and specifically the South Pole. Now let's. So what did we ask NASA to design for? Well, in the context of the broad and incentivized private industry to facilitate the creation of new and domestic markets for the United States. And it is, more specifically in number 6, to extend human economic activity into deep space by the establishment of permanent presence on the moon. Now, I don't know how you interpret permanent, but to me, a 30-day stay is the ultimate vision to test your camping gear would not under any circumstances qualify as permanent, right? I would think one person, continuously there all year round until his replacement comes, and there is never less than one person in a facility would be the absolute minimum to accomplish the national space policy. And then number 7 is that, the purpose of all this is to increase the quality of life for all humanity, including economic capabilities, such as space resource discovery and utilization. And so you see originally in the evolvable structure that was premised on the idea of starting with propellant. Now, but there are still bigger things, and I'll talk about those. So the administration was much more specific. They released this document, A New Era for Deep Space Exploration and Development. This is a White House document. And it said, the U.S. vision for space is one in which there is a sustainable human and robotic presence across the solar system, where there is an expanding sphere of commercial, non-governmental activities with increasing numbers of Americans living and working in space. Now, that vision begins with a campaign to utilize Earth's orbital environment and the surface resources of the moon and cislunar space to develop the critical technologies and operational capabilities for the commercial space economy. And then, consistent with SPD-1, NASA was to land Americans on the South Pole by 2024. It will miss that date. To establish a sustainable human presence on the moon by 2028. It will miss that date, and it will miss that goal because it will not be sustainable. And that they are supposed to focus on resource utilization. So then, of course, the National NASA to innovative and sustainable program of exploration system, and that they would lead the return of humans to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization. And they were also very specific about the importance of the timeline, that they needed to accelerate SLS, or if not, accomplish it by any means necessary, and that if commercial rockets are the only way to get American astronauts to the moon in the next 5 years, then commercial rockets it will be. And I will just note that NASA completely blew off this guidance, and they are missing the deadline. All right, but in essence, let's talk about what we asked them to do. We're asking them to put in place the first sustainable. Let's look at what they're actually giving us. Clever. I would never have thought of that, you know, or whoa.
Peter, pause for a second. I'm going to ask you to take your video off because you're cutting in and out, and I want to conserve bandwidth. So I'm going to take my video off and you take yours off.
All right. You know, I'd love to be able to say, wow, this plan is way better than our competitors. I'd love to be able to just say, man, we can relax. We're in really good hands. I'd love to be able to say NASA's head is really in the game. They've got the eye of the tiger on this, international competition, strategic competition thing. And I'd love to say that they are spending my tax dollars well. But unfortunately, I don't actually feel that way about any of this. All right. So let's talk about what we are actually getting. This is it. This is, if you look at the, what NASA's released, this is the totality of their lunar base camp. And you can see that it has some key features. It has this very small surface habitat that basically looks more or less like a tent camping gear. They've got this super fancy pressurized rover. They've got this unpressurized rover. They've got some, robots to roam around. They have a very small scale, I think like a 40, 60 kilowatt surface fission power. And then they have this tiny experimental ISRU plant. And by the way, that's not 2028 as tasked. That is somewhere between 4 years and 6 years late by 2034. So the question is, we're spending a lot of money on this, and I'll get to that. Are we getting our money's worth? So you've got to ask yourself, as somebody was quoted in Eric Berger's wonderful and truly frightening piece about NASA's leaked future missions, has nobody at NASA actually read the space policy? So let's look at what is NASA's plan. All right, so NASA has a number of, uncrewed and then crewed around the moon, and then eventually on the third mission landing just 2 people on the lunar surface. And then eventually they start building up the gateway, and then eventually they start putting down the infrastructure that you just saw here at the bottom. So why is base camp so anemic? Well, I think the answer is the architecture. So let's talk about what is NASA's architecture. Well, the fundamental part of the architecture is the Space Launch System. This is a, it is a shuttle-derived but entirely expendable, sort of redux of Apollo. Again, this is not a modern rocket in the sense that you'd think about a SpaceX or Blue Origin rocket. All parts of this are expendable. No part gets to be reused. Then you've got Orion, which is a custom deep space exploration capsule. And then you've got this Gateway station, which is supposed to be like a mini station that they have put up in a lunar halo orbit. And then there is the human landing system, which is the only thing in my book that actually gets, a solid, grade on this. And then the surface architecture consists of just this: spacesuits, a vehicle, an unpressurized vehicle, a pressurized vehicle, and then some version of a habitat. Now, let's talk about what's wrong with the plan. Well, first of all, consider the opportunity cost of this and the time scale. So this was the leaked NASA document, and they basically have, here's the baseline, which is probably the baseline because it's unaffordable under the current money that they're getting. And you can see how right in the middle, where they're supposed to be, per the policy establishing a lunar base camp, they are spending an enormous amount of money deploying this gateway in orbit, which was never part of the national tasking. The two other ones of cadence and content are attempts to either maximize what they think they can actually do in terms of SLS launch cadence or in terms of content for what makes sense. But you can see that in both cases, this pushes out the habitat to 2032 or 2034, which already sort of seems backwards. Like, why wouldn't you be putting your habitat down before you're attempting to put crew down in order to maximize their safety and what they're able to do? Now, let's talk about what this means. Now, depending on whether or not you're using the bottom chart or whether or not you're using the top chart, we're talking about 9 to 12 missions planned between 2022 and 2034 at $4.1 billion per launch. Now, that is somewhere between 37 and 45 billion. Now, if you contrast that with what it would take to land things on Starship, and I'll show another slide on this, but essentially Starship, you need to launch one Starship and about 10 refueling missions. And if each Starship is about 10 million, then an equivalent sortie done with Starship is about 100 million, which is a rounding error in the 4.1 billion. So, that leaves a lot left over for in situ resource utilization. Alternately, for the cost of one SLS, we could have a lot of sorties per year for 10 years. So it's SLS and Gateway that are actually eating the moon base. And if we look at it, first of all of those programs are cost plus, compared with HLS, which at least, is a competitively bidded, OTA. But let's look at, like, till date, we have spent 23 billion on SLS, and then every additional launch is going to be 4.1 billion. And we have spent 16 billion on the Orion capsule, and every additional Orion is going to cost us $1 billion to produce. And we really don't know how much it's going to cost us to build a space station, but it's likely, multiple billion. So if it's about 0.8 billion in this year's budget, and it's going to take about 11 years, for us to finally complete the thing, that's probably, somewhere around, 10 billion. Now, we have already allocated $94 billion to this by 2025. And that's why, you see so little money on the right. Now, I will say, a bright spot in this is the commercial lunar payload service, which is entirely, commercial as a service, and it's in line with what the original vision was. And that's allocating a good 2.6 billion, but that's all the way from now until 2028, and there are a lot of landings planned. And then very much in line with what was estimated by the report, we're spending, 1.3 billion a year, current, or it just went up. But this coming year, we're going to spend 1.3 billion on the human landing system. And that's very close when you add up the number of years till it actually flies to what was assumed to be the cost by the Evolvable Lunar Study. So, we can look at what NASA's spending on deep space exploration. And this year, it's about 13,760, with SLS getting about, 2.4 billion just in this year. And then that's projected to expand. So, and this is what I'd said before about SLS versus Starship. So, you can say 4.1 billion, but to make that comparable numbers, right, that is 4,100 million per launch compared to a single Starship launch to LEO, which is, 10 million. Now, to get it to the moon, first of all, you can't actually get SLS all the way to the moon without Starship as the lander. So there's an additional, sortie cost, but you can with Starship. And that would be just, as I said, one launch plus about 9 refuelings, or about $100 million. So that's a lot, right? That's your tax money. And, if any of you feel like this is, abuse or waste, there's the NASA, Inspector General hotline for you. But, that's why this is all you're getting, is because all your money is going to something that is just frankly inefficient at doing the job. And that's why it looks more like Apollo on the left and almost nothing like on the right. Like, there are no heavy Earth movers. You don't see plans for landing pads. You don't see plans for, domes or self-replicating, factories. This is not part of what NASA is advertising, although there are some bright spots of NASA actually working on this. Now, we can compare that vision to the vision that China and Russia put out. And, in many ways, theirs is, very similar, except that, you can see that they've actually got some lunar construction built in there. They very prominently placed their nuclear reactor in the center. They've got a telescope as well, a number of roving. And not pictured on this is whatever they're planning to do with their human systems. It is certainly not in line, the NASA vision is certainly not in line with the long-term Chinese vision of exploiting Earth-Moon space for industrial development, with the goal of constructing solar power satellites to beam energy back to Earth as part of a strategic move by China. And it doesn't seem to really address these concerns about China trying to industrially dominate space, expressed by the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission, nor, by the Congress, asking for a comprehensive assessment between the United States and China of human exploration and spaceflight, the viability and extraction of space-based precious minerals, space-based natural resources, and space-based solar power, and their overall strategic interest and capabilities for cislunar space. Now, one question that we should be asking ourselves is this acceptable? Is this acceptable in any way? I think the short answer is no. The problem is this is not designed to meet policy and sustainable objectives. The program is sacrificing really important long-term economic objectives for less important short-term symbolic objectives. The NASA plans for Base Cape are vague and anemic. It's a problem that they're vague because it doesn't energize the nation and the industrial base. It's anemic because it's not going to give us much, as you can see. The cadence is way too low to meet political objectives. And with an early focus and distraction on the gateway, Base Camp is over 15 years away, which is effectively never. So SLS at $4.1 billion a launch is totally unsustainable. And as a result, NASA really appears to be not serious about the strategic competition with China and not serious about meeting political timelines, budgets, or constraints. There's also cultural elements within NASA that are averse to getting stuck on a planetary surface, that disavow that they have a role in economic development or industrialization, even though it's in the space policy. And honestly, will say that space development and settlement are fringe ideas, even though it's expressed in national policy. So, the lack of cost and schedule discipline, the disconnect from larger political objectives, and in particular, disconnection from the advocacy community, I think puts the program at risk. Now, the question is, can it be fixed? Let's start with what NASA is doing right. First of all, fantastic the way they have structured the human landing system contract. Great that their first choice was SpaceX, and terrific that they're hoping to fund a second provider for that. Also, phenomenal on the structure of the CLIPS program. Now, CLIPS, curiously enough, is led by an entirely different organization and is being financed in a completely different bucket. But this is essentially paying for the service of delivery. So NASA isn't buying or owning these rovers, they are paying for the delivery of cargo. And one has to wonder, why couldn't you just do that, with this and obviate SLS entirely? And then, what NASA has done with the Artemis Accords is really terrific. That getting plenty of partners that are going to be part of this is going to, make the United States want to be credible. It'll lock us in the same way other, multinational projects lock us in. And I think they've done a particularly good job getting all these countries on board. I am also a fan that NASA is getting back into fission power, both for surface power, and in terms of developing nuclear rockets. And then the Lunar Surface Initiative and the MPAC, Moon to Mars, I forget the full acronym, but these guys are absolutely working on the right things. They're thinking about how do you do, access to extreme environments, surface excavation and construction, in situ resource utilization, dust mitigation, sustainable power. But like, how much is allocated to, this, it's literally budget dust. It's like 78 million as compared, to SLS that are in the billions per year. There are folks that have, forwarded the idea of a lunar COTS program, where basically as many different things, power, PNT, excavation, fuel would all be as a service provided. That would be a true enabler. And of course, I talked a little bit about, the folks that are on the Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative. Now, when people throw around the word sustainable, it's important to define what we mean. What I mean is you can keep doing it. It's affordable and it's considered worth doing by the electorate. Something that's too anemic, that's too far behind the visions that the electorate has set for itself, that industry wants to go, is not going to be considered worth doing. It has to, to meet the policy, it has to be sustainable growth, meaning that, as they put in the policy, an ever increasing number of Americans, right? The scale has to keep on growing, more activity every year, exponential compound interest. And then if it's sustainable development, it means that that economic development will not stall to a lack of necessary inputs or to some environmental impact. And I contrast that. That is not sustaining rent on the budget. It's not just sustaining budget and workforce, even if nothing meaningful is being accomplished. So, how could it be? Well, if we start with the right vision, if we begin with the end in mind, and I think the national guidance has it right, science, it's not fundamental signaling for domestic audiences. It is about putting in place what you need for industrialization at scale to create a Pearl Harbor in space. And that means that the focus, the major budget items really have to be on in situ resource utilization and in space servicing, assembly, and particularly manufacturing. And then what would that be? It's not about glory here. It's about very, very carefully using your government buying power to create new commercial markets. So they need to do everything possible to ensure Starship success. Probably what they need to do is to recompete, retitle and recompete what they mean by SLS. If we essentially said after Artemis 3 that SLS is going to be the space launch payload contract similar to CLIPS, but just for large payloads, we could recompete that. And if SLS was able, the current SLS, if its contractors were able to compete within that, then they would get it. We need an even higher cadence for CLIPS, and we can be building excitement as we put down initial payloads, as we look at the site, as we stream that back in high HD video, as we put down, landing pads and precision landing systems. And why not expand CLIPS to Starship, to go direct, so we don't have to go through that, through the unnecessary step of going to Gateway. The other thing is the American people in Congress need visibility on what is being spent for in situ resource utilization and in-space assembly and manufacturing. So we need dedicated funding lines for ISRU and ISAM, not just at NASA, but also at DOE, at Department of Commerce, and at the Department of Defense. And then we need to set production targets for a lunar industrial facility that the US government is going to subsidize by paying for the material that gets processed. And so we also need to incentivize first people coming there will buy the services, but then we will subsidize giving those services, those housekeeping to others. So we need to be clear, that if we're going to invite, say, Caterpillar or somebody up there, you've got to, say, this is what we're willing to provide in terms of communications, power, propellant, navigation, landing pads. And then you give those away as essentially housekeeping grants for the early entrants. Now, what would be a motivating goal that is connected to national and international problems? Clearly we have a desire in this administration to go after climate change. Well, one technology that absolutely scales to all global needs 6 times over at base load would be solar power satellites. And you could use the lunar industrial facility at the South Pole to build a prototype, and that prototype would force you to do certain very exciting things. If you're going to say, we're going to do equivalent to what the Chinese are proposing, a 400 metric ton prototype in GEO, but we're going to do it with 90% lunar materials, and we're going to get it done by a year before they're going to do it by 2034. So this, if you're to do that, that creates an initial market for metals like aluminum, titanium, and iron, for glass and ceramics, for semiconductors and photovoltaics and rotating machinery, for propellant. It creates an initial market for commercial companies to do prospecting, to do regolith mining and processing, and create processing robotic equipment. It creates an initial market for ice mining and the processing robotic equipment, for power systems, for in-space transportation systems, and for in-space assembly and manufacturing robotic systems, to make use of that feed. And that you've created an industrial base that can basically prospect and support operations across the lunar surface and likely other planetary surfaces as well. You have the know-how for surveillance, precision navigation and timing, landing pad power and refueling that can be transferred to industry if they want to go somewhere else on the moon. You have the ability to process large amounts of lunar raw material and refine large amounts of lunar raw material into metals, glasses, ceramics, and volatiles. And you have an in-place manufacturing capability for structural components like trusses, for functional components, which might be gears or nozzles or pressure vessels, and functional materials like mirrors, magnets, and photovoltaics, as well as for straight up commodities like propellant, water, oxygen, and hydrogen. Ultimately, you have now created a pipeline, fully reusable pipeline, of hundreds to thousands of metric tons anywhere in cislunar. And then what's next? The possibility of strategic minerals or rare earths like platinum group metals or helium-3, of unique product manufacturing like sapphire glass, low gravity crystals, or very large spacecraft construction, such as for Mars samplers. And you have the opportunity to bring in all these industrial partners for transportation, for port operations, for mining, for processing, for servicing, for space stations and habitats, as well as for sovereign or private R&D. And if you think about this, this enables, and you could also use that to create an in-space strategic reserve from minerals and propellants like our strategic petroleum reserve. And that would essentially allow the United States government to be an early purchaser of these materials. And then align with that, you could have a space commodities or space commodities future exchange, which would allow folks to know what they could buy and de-risk it over time. You can have the government purchase commodities as part of that, and that secure revenue would enable debt financing from private sources off the federal budget. And then the type of prototype for a solar power satellite means that you've retired most of the technical risk to go after that $10 trillion per year energy market. So the global GDP is about 100 trillion and energy is about a tenth of that. And I will point out that that is a much larger market than anything else available to the space community, with a much larger need for upmass and much more relevant to the global agenda globally in terms of going after climate change than just, landing some new people on the moon. So the productive capacity that you build, if it's commercial, they're going to actively seek other customers. They're going to want, to sell propellant to NASA or the US Space Force or commercial satellite operators, and they've got materials for entirely new services like power, like compute, like large apertures for Earth observation and communications. And ultimately, if you've set that up right, you have created on the moon an industrial base that's going to enable planetary defense. Because if you can build megawatts of power for a solar power satellite, you can also zap asteroids. If you can create, megawatts to gigawatts for a solar power satellite, you can also send interstellar probes. And it enables everything you would need for asteroid mining, both on the transport and the processing side. And, it enables the industrial infrastructure for large-scale Mars colonization, as well as for free-flying human settlements. Now, all that's possible if you just slightly restructure what you're trying to do with the Artemis base camp. But at present, we're certainly not going there, and we're certainly not going there fast. I will say, we have just this month gotten recent news of the first SLS launch in August, and that in the latest authorization, Congress is going to mandate one SLS launch per year. Now that, will definitely continue to suck the air out of a more efficient transportation system, unless we're able to redefine SLS as a more generic space launch system that can be recompeted in a cost competitive rather than cost plus manner. All right, that's all I've got for you, unless there are questions.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir. So much in here. There's so much to talk about here. There's a couple comments. I'll get to them in a moment. When I was doing my introduction, I said that you were, an early advocate of a report that will, I think, eventually change the world. I didn't go into details, but it was the space-based solar power report is the one that I was referring to. So certainly, I think that's pretty darn significant. So we'll get to that in a moment. When you look at Artemis and the federal policy as it was written and the reality of how it is being enacted, I can sense your frustration. I can sense your frustration at every step. I share it. But I heard something in your language that I hadn't heard before, which is if you change the meaning of SLS, then suddenly there might be a path. So let's talk about that a little bit. I hadn't heard a path before. So how would you change what, in your last slide, SLS has been contracted or mandated each year. So how would you go about changing the language such that a donkey became a stallion, right? How could you do that?
Well, I think what you'd need to do is you'd need to, well, first of all, we don't actually know how well the SLS contractors could perform once they've got their basic experience under their belt, and if now they were not on a cost plus contract, but if they were in fact under a firm fixed price contract and competed, right? And then, we, whether or not, the House or Senate has defined SLS to mean, a Boeing rocket, or I've just defined it, as the Space Launch System, or whether or not NASA has made that. What would matter, sure that, the those with a state would try to negate that. But what I think would be good for the nation would be to say, hey, listen, this is America's space launch system, and we want to maximize efficiency, and if Artemis 3 happens, that means that a system, at least the one that we've currently got funded, had to have worked as well, right? So in order for Artemis 3 to land,
Hold on. Kill your, let's keep your video going. I'm going to close my video, but let's kill your slides. Because as soon as we went back to video, it got super sluggy. So I'm going to kill my video. All right. So say that last part again, because nobody heard what you said.
Okay. So if Artemis 3 is successful, that means that both SLS and Starship have been successful, because the Artemis 3 to actually put people on the moon is a very Rube Goldberg scheme where SLS launches the crew on Orion. Orion takes them out to where the gateway will eventually be,
right?
And then after multiple refuelings, Starship comes. Two of the crew transfer to the Starship and then go down to the surface. So at that point, we now have two systems that can at least get you to the cislunar area. And so it would seem to me like the natural thing to do would be to say, hey, this no longer needs to be cost plus. Let's recompete the space lift, the space launch system, as a firm fixed price award. And then you could distribute, we could see what the contractor might offer if they had the latitude, to do it their way. If it was more structured more like the commercial lunar payload system, and conceivably part of that money for the Space Launch System would also go to Starship, and who knows, perhaps Blue Origin. We don't know what they might have accomplished by about that way. So, the Space Launch System, could look a little bit more like our national security launch purchase on the DoD, where you purchase block buys of different providers. So, that would be, that would be probably the most gentle way to do it, because we really don't know, how strong a game, Boeing could bring if they weren't on cost plus, if they were obeying different monetary incentives.
Right. That would be a very different kind of Boeing, I think, and probably better. I mean, I'm going to just say, I think it'd probably be better. All right. So this is a Lunar Development Conference. We want to develop the moon, right? The theme of this is living on the moon. You and I think, share the philosophy that up till now, all we're doing is camping. So how do you take the Artemis as it is now means living on the moon? How do you get from where we are to where we want to go?
Well, I hate to say it, because in the advocacy community, we usually like to champion NASA, but I think it's appropriate at this point to get angry with NASA and be just plain that you are not delivering our expectations. This is completely unacceptable. You're off the rails, doing your own thing. This is not, following the guidance. It's not going to result in what is important, either from a, straightforward lunar development perspective or from a strategic competition perspective. And I think we need to encourage, our leaders, both in Congress and the administration, to demand more that NASA actually, addresses the guidance as written. We probably need to be much more specific as to what those expectations are. Now, I was very specific, right?
Yep.
400 metric tons of lunar material in GEO by 2034, to build a solar powered satellite. Continuous occupation, no less than one person at all times. And then the other thing is like max purchase of service, purchase power as a service, purchase everything possible as a commercial surface, where really the only thing that NASA is bringing to the table are the astronauts that need to be, fed and oxygenated and diapered, right? And, and they form an initial market. And then, what NASA brings to the table is buying power in dollars and the organization of America's energy and the organization of Basecamp, right? Probably the most important job for NASA is to figure out which 10 partners are going to be where at Lunar Base Camp, and how they're going to structure their contracts to get that 400 metric tons of structural and functional material.
So NASA needs to say, pardon me, keep going, sorry.
No, that's a good place to start.
So NASA needs to set requirements and budgets that they will submit for those requirements and then get out of the way.
Yeah,
that's what I heard you say. I don't know if that's what you said, but that's what I heard you say.
Well, I mean, it's not so much that NASA needs to get out of the way, because ultimately, they still have to be the conductor of the orchestra.
Right.
They still have to put down, the people that are going to initially stay there, right?
Right.
Now
they set the requirements.
Now, the more and more non-government, non-commercial people, right? That's going to be industry, but at least the one person, continuously on the moon has to be a NASA person, the government, person that starts building their requirements around. But, like, how would this NASA be different? Well, it would look a lot more like the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU, right? That is basically purchasing commercial services for everything. Or, alternately, it would look like what NASA's already been successful at in commercial commercial orbital transportation, COTS for cargo, in commercial crew, in CLIPS. It just would be doing that for just about everything. And you know, there are a couple objections I've heard. One is an objection that I just think is flat out wrong, but you will hear people at NASA, you know, say our job is not industrialization. We don't see it in our charter. And, you know, but they are tasked with developing new commercial solutions, and the policy is very specific about industrialization. So wiggling out of that, I just think is completely illegitimate. You know, a second objection is like, well, you know, they'll do that, you know, but we'll be first. And it's like, no, you're just wasting my tax dollars, right? Nobody's asking you to go have a glory hound mission and plant a flag, right? That's just a constraint. You know, your job is to build, you know, a sustainable industrial hub, you know, on the moon. Now, you know, the scaling isn't going to be NASA. And whether or not NASA themselves as NASA does the tech development, or whether or not it's NASA dollars incentivizing the tech development through the industry, it seems to me like we've got plenty of industrial partners that want to produce things on the moon for NASA. And so I don't buy it that NASA really needs to be the one that's out there building and testing new technologies. It seems to me like you could directly go to requesting a service, and the private industry is in a place where they are likely to come through for you.
Okay, let's switch gears a bit and talk about the budget. $4.1 billion for one SLS versus SpaceX capacity. I'm going to add in, you know, the national team, and I'm going to add in, you know, the Draper team and the Blue Origin national team, because I think you could get a whole lot of activity if you put those three to work. Keep the same budget. Fine, they've already allocated it. What could those organizations do with that much money on a required annual basis?
Well, I mean, let's talk about that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
a lot. Because
A lot.
a lot. So, right, let's just put this in perspective, right? One SLS mission that gets you close to the moon and still needs Starship to take you down,
right,
is $4.1 billion. One, or I should say, 10 Starship sorties gets you 100 metric tons on the moon and brings your Starship back.
Oh, yep.
Right? For $100 million. That is 40, you could afford 41 of those missions for one SLS launch.
Right.
41. So let's say that instead of spending 4.1 billion, you said, no, you know, I think 20 subsidized launches, you know, per year for industry is enough. And I'm going to spend the other $2.1 billion on technology for in situ research utilization, or outright just paying for services. I want to, you know, that's you know, that's essentially, you know, $2 billion is $2,000 million, right? So that's, you can divide, you know, $2,000 million a lot of ways to pay for, hey, you know, I want some aluminum, I want some oxygen, I want some water, you know, I need transport to go look at this side of the moon. I need, you know,
2,000 individual specialized contracts that builds an industrial infrastructure
at 100 million apiece, right?
Which, at 100 million apiece. Yeah. You could get a lot done with $100 million. I could get a lot done with $100 million, right? I'm sure every member of the Moon Society could get something pretty interesting done with $100 million, right? So, just before you came on,
just to say that that's 20 contracts of 100 million apiece.
Right. Yeah. You can do a lot with that. You can do a lot with that. And they could be environmental controls and life support would be one. A better campsite, maybe a little bit more tools or maybe a better Winnebago. It's not a camper, it's not a tent anymore, it's a Winnebago. Whatever it is, right? There's a lot you could do.
Here's an idea, right? Why not just spend on a one-way Starship? There's already really neat plans for how you could tip a Starship over on its side and bury it.
Yep.
That's more room than the ISS has, and you've got these huge, pressure volumes where you could store, water or volatiles. You could do an awful lot for $200 million contracts.
Yeah.
With subsidized, 20 launches, not 20 launches, 20 sorties to the moon of 100 metric tons.
Right. Yeah. It's a boggling number. It really is. All right. So then just before you came online, the chairman of the Moon Society was showing a survey that he created. I'll post a link to it. I'd like you to fill it out. And Phil, could you get that link and toss it into the chat, please? In it, he highlighted that there was a section where people want to get a little bit politically active, right? So maybe that's one of the things they get politically active about. I'm not trying to sit here to advocate your plan or to volunteer the Moon Society to do anything. That's not my role here. But it is coincident, and I'm going to point out the coincidence that you have a plan and they have members that want to do something, and maybe there's a party there. Maybe something could happen. We've only got about 5 minutes left. I want to spend a moment. Okay, thanks a lot, Phil. Peter, when you get a chance, and anybody watching and anybody listening, please fill out this survey that Phil created for the Moon Society. Even if you're not, and I say this especially, even if you're not a Moon Society member, that survey is really useful. So please, to everybody who's listening in the audience, take a moment and fill that out. We're going to get that posted to the channel before we close out the event. Peter, can you talk about if we're really going to industrialize, if we're really going to build out, human settlement on the moon, what would be the industrial complex of a space-based solar power system sourced from the moon? What would that look like? Human labor hours or villages, or however you want to describe it. What would sourcing 90% of a space-based solar power system look like? And for the folks that are new to this, describe what a space-based solar power system is and what it could do. And again, 5 minutes, so be fast.
Sure. So a space-based solar power system is a satellite that collects, concentrates solar energy, converts it to electricity and then to radio waves, which beam it down to a rectifying antenna on the ground that turns it back into power and puts it toward the city. And because an orbit for such a system are typically in geostationary orbit, and the Earth is tilted, it's basically outside of the sunlight for 99.9% of the time. So you essentially have constant sunlight. And so that means that compared to the same solar panel on the ground, you're collecting like 11 times as much solar energy. And the energy payback time is phenomenally fast. These systems are typically around 8,000 to 10,000 metric tons. So that's a lot compared to the largest structure we have to do today, the International Space Station, at just 400 metric tons, 400 versus say 8,000 metric tons. And so, to build these at scale, probably what you would have is you would have some sort of a high high mass movement system off the moon. That could either be a lunar space elevator, or that could be an electromagnetic launch capability. In both cases, you don't need to waste precious propellant and water or ammonia. You can just, do it electromagnetically. Well, the moon, if you're going to use lunar materials, it sort of opens up two possibilities. One is you've got companies like Lunar Resources that are thinking about how to make photovoltaics on the moon. And they're not the only ones. But there are also competing designs for rotating machinery or solar dynamic. And there you'd be, refining some metal like the super high grade iron, or making, aluminum or something else. And then, you would be, 3D printing turbines, and you'd be, 3D printing components of a truss structure that would support, perhaps some sort of spray deposited mirrors that would focus the energy. And so, you would have a system that might be moving, 1 million metric tons a year from the moon to geostationary orbit in order to rapidly construct, about 15 terawatt electric of power to really make an impact in climate change. And on the, you would sort of imagine, on the one hand, you'd have excavators. Those excavators process regolith. Those regolith then goes through some type of processor that removes the oxygen from the metals, does something valuable with the oxygen, takes the metals into some type of a 3D printing feedstock or 3D spray feedstock. Does something specific with the silicon to make glasses or to, make silicon wafers. And then you have, those go into, you have to make a choice as to whether or not it's more beneficial to build the structure and functional materials in situ on the moon, or whether or not you'd rather just launch it and sort of do the 3D printing, somewhere in space. But in any case, either the raw materials or the finished structural and functional components then move to your high mass launch system. Again, either a lunar space elevator or an electromagnetic launcher. And those then, shoot them out to either be collected and then moved, or directly to find their way to the construction orbit. And eventually we're talking about something on the neighborhood of 3,000 of these systems in geo, if you were going to try to, power as much of the Earth as you'd want to. And turns out we've got plenty of space. We could power the entire Earth 6 times over. And you might think, oh my gosh, this would be such a terrible scar on the moon. How would we ever, cope with it? But in point of fact, building the entire power grid for the Earth using lunar materials is less than, 1/1,000,000th of the lunar mass. So it's.
And your choice is strip mine Colorado, Canada, Australia, and the whole Horn of Africa, or dig a small trench in a place that's already got a lot of craters. Yeah. All right, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. Really appreciate your insight and wisdom. I share the same kind of both frustration and giddy potential excitement for what's happening and what could happen. So thanks a lot, sir. And with that, we're going to close out the event. We appreciate all the support that the fans, the community have shown in the last couple days. We had over 1,000 people on day one. I'm pretty sure we're going to hit the similar numbers today. So the fans really made this thing work. We're really grateful to them, the Axanar community, the Mars Society. There's some folks in the background there. The Moon Society, of course, is the host of this, and the speakers. Right, this thing doesn't happen without their knowledge, wisdom, and experience. So we're thankful to the speakers, and I gotta do a shout out to my team and my staff because this doesn't happen without them. So thank you, everybody. And with that, we're going to sign off, and we'll see you next year for the fourth Lunar Development Conference. See ya. Bye-bye, y'all. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.